Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. From the four corners of the world, to the four corners of this ring, the fight starts now! How do you like it?
Close the show! So aggressive, so focused.
Look at these two guys! Still the undisputed champion of the world!
Welcome to Los Angeles, California. Riyadh season making its American debut this weekend. And His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh is putting on another incredibly stacked card. The main event tonight is Terence Crawford bidding to become a four-weight world champion. He wants the WBA light middleweight crown that currently belongs to Israel Madrimov. Will Crawford continue to make history, or can Madrimov pull off a massive upset?
Two champions, undefeated.
Terence Crawford!
Terence Crawford is an all-time great.
Climbing three-weight divisions, it's incredible. If you go to the fourth, then you're hitting legendary status.
Will his power carry up? We don't quite know.
Israel, the Dream Madrimov!
This belt coming to Uzbekistan.
Madrimov is going to be the underdog here.
You've got a historic night.
Terence Crawford already has a Hall of Fame resume. This would be the biggest win of Terence Crawford's career.
I'm gunning for him August 3rd.
Welcome to BMO Stadium, the home to Major League Soccer's LAFC and the NWSL's Angel City. But tonight, we've brought Riyadh season to downtown Los Angeles. The card is stacked top to bottom. This is one of the best fight cards that we have seen in a very long time. Very good afternoon, everybody. Great to have you with us today. I am Kate Abdo, joined by the former welterweight world champ, Sean Porter. Good to see you.
Retired, not former. Retired.
Retired. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
exactly the same thing.
Lot of
We're not changing all the scripts. It's going to stay as former. Talk to me about the week that you have experienced. Riyadh season in Los Angeles. How's it been for you?
It has been amazing. This truly has been one of the funnest times in boxing that I've ever been a part of. In the ring, out of the ring, all of the festivities as a commentator. I've never enjoyed myself as much as I have this week, being in Santa Monica, going to Hollywood for the press conference. It's just been an amazing week.
Seeing what His Excellency has done for boxing in Saudi Arabia, the big cards that we've seen made, now bringing that to America, how important is that for American boxing?
You know, it's very important because I think here in America, we don't, the concept of boxing is far misunderstood, and I think the number one thing that people want when they see boxing is they want to see number one and they want to see number two. You know, they want to see number 3 versus number 4. You don't get that often enough here in the United States. So to have this card of this magnitude is just amazing, and it's putting boxing in the States on another level.
That's what we've gotten a lot closer to in this era, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Let's talk a little bit about the main event, Terence Crawford against Israel Madrimov. I'm super excited for this one. How competitive do you think this fight is going to be?
I think it's going to be extremely competitive because Madrimov is the kind of guy, he knows exactly what he wants to do, and he's going to go in there and not allow anything to deter him from what he wants to accomplish. And the funny thing about that is you have a Terence Crawford that likes to see what you do well, wants to take that away from you, and then render you helpless, you know what I mean? And he's been able to do that time and time again. This is truly competitive drive versus competitive drive. Two of the guys in the sport that are at the elite level in terms of being able to be competitive from round 1 to the end of the fight. So that's where this push is going to be. This is going to be brick wall and brick wall pushing against one another. You know?
I think the people that are trying to find a reason to maybe doubt in Terence Crawford and think that this could potentially go the other way, they're talking about the age of Terence Crawford. Ring rust maybe hasn't fought in a year, since the Errol Spence fight. Stepping up in weight, now competing at 154. Do you think any of those things actually play a role tonight?
You know, you have to look at those as possible narratives. No, to answer your question, I don't think anything is going to prevent Terence Crawford from winning tonight. However, those are true substantial reasons why this fight could go the opposite way. We look at him being 36. We look at him being out of the ring for over a year now. And then we look at the fact that he's stepping up at 154 pounds. We've seen his effect, the punch effect that he's had at 35, 140, 147. And the question we all ask is, when is too high? When is it too high?
Right.
You know, so it could be 154.
How hard does he hit, Sean? You've got personal experience. How do you compare him to other fighters?
I like to say, and he confirmed this when I spoke to him. He asked me how hard did I think Errol Spence hit hard. I said, man, come on, you don't feel it in the moment. He said, yeah, you're right. We truly do not feel it in the moment. Adrenaline is going. Thought processes are happening. I know for a fact, if I stop and acknowledge that punch that I got hit with, there's another one coming right behind it, you know. So,
but there's got to be times when you're in the ring with somebody and you think, oh, okay.
Like you can feel somebody when they push you, and it's like, man, that's strength. You know, the body shots, those last a little bit longer. That effect lasts a little longer. So there are punches that you will feel in the moment, but for the most part, it's kind of like you're rolling with the punches. You're doing what you got to do, and you don't feel much of it.
What's the scariest thing about Bud?
Man, the scariest thing about Bud is his thought processes. The way he knows how to think. He thinks ahead of you, and he does not give you a ounce of feeling that you are getting over on him. I know that I was winning the fight that I had against him, and somehow, some way, he gave me this cold look the entire fight and never gave me any confidence that I was getting the best of him. And I think that's
like a mental war.
It's a weapon for him.
Right.
It truly is.
Got you. Okay, well, tell you what, let's bring in some of the rest of our team for this evening. Ade Oladipo, Chris Mannix, they are over on the walkout stage, which is all the way behind us over there. We've had Fight Week in LA. Brilliant fight card. Eminem performance coming up. Are we hyped?
We are super hyped, Kate. This is incredible. I've been fortunate enough to have done a few big fights in stadiums and arenas. This is truly one of the best settings I've ever seen, and rightly so, when the pound-for-pound king of boxing, Terence Crawford, is in the building. But he's in the building with a lot of pressure. You know, it's not often that a guy jumps up in weight class, fights an unbeaten guy, and he walks in as a big favorite.
Walks in as a big favorite and facing a tough opponent, but the added pressure is not just about Terence Crawford facing Israel Madrimov. It's what comes next if he beats Israel Madrimov, and that could be a matchup with Canelo Alvarez. Early this week, Turki Al-Sheikh, he spoke to ESPN, and he made it clear that he wants to see that fight happen. He wants to see Terence Crawford against Canelo Alvarez. Here's what he said to ESPN. I don't want anyone in the middle. I guarantee Crawford a big fight. I want Canelo for Crawford, and Crawford wants Canelo. But if Canelo goes crazy with his financial demands, I'll still guarantee Crawford any fight he wants. Now, I asked Crawford earlier this week about the Canelo fight and exactly why it's so important to him to get it.
That would be the legacy-defining fight to take me to one of the greatest of all times, to go from 135 all the way up to 168 and to conquer the bigger, stronger guy like Usyk did Tyson Fury. And that will go in the history books forever. And I don't think it'll never be duplicated.
You know, I was lucky enough to be in the room when you did that interview, and look, I asked Terence Crawford in the week, I asked his trainer as well, Bomac, are you not slightly overlooking Madrimov when you know the big carrot dangled in front of you is a super fight against Canelo? They said they're fully focused on Madrimov. I don't know how you can be when the Canelo fight is looming.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because it's not just that the Canelo fight is looming, but Israel Madrimov was not the first choice of Terence Crawford for this fight. You remember, he was in talks to do the rematch with Errol Spence last year. After that, it was Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. Israel Madrimov was kind of the guy that was just there after the Fundora fight fell apart, the Tszyu fight fell apart, the Spence fight, of course, fell apart. So, look, I think Terence has been around long enough to know you can't look past anyone, but certainly he has got bigger fish to fry in boxing, and if he wins tonight, he is going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, that's our main event. Our first fight of the night sees a local guy from Saudi Arabia, Ziad Almaayouf. Now, Chris never gets love from anywhere. Chris, this guy loves you. How has this happened? Why?
Listen, I'm big in the Middle East.
Clearly that you are. This is the clip of it. Have a listen to this.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you, Chris. And again, bucket list checked off to be interviewed by Chris Mannix. Go tell a 10-year-old Arab fighter that one day this is gonna happen and watch the look on their faces, but one day many more are gonna come after me. That's the mission. Chris Mannix is a legend, and if you boo Chris Mannix, I'm coming for you too.
One second, Chris. How much have you paid him to say this, Chris?
Look, the Philly
How much have you paid him to say this?
The Philly fans love me or hate me, but I told you I'm massive in the Arab world. There's a group of kids in gyms right now watching this event saying, you know what? In a few years' time, I'm going to be right here in the U.S. being interviewed by Chris Mannix during a fight week. Dreams can't come true, kids.
I'm not quite sure about those dreams. Those are called nightmares, Chris. Okay, anyway, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. Why have you never stood up for Chris Mannix like that? I've never heard you say that.
I don't need to stand up for Chris Mannix. He stands up for himself.
Okay. All right. Listen, everybody, it is time to welcome in the other two members of our broadcast team tonight. Former WBC junior middleweight world champ Sergio Mora, Todd Grisham. How lucky are you guys? Look at it in the sunshine, standing by the ring. Must be
so
nice.
Close.
It's nice. We're very shaded, and I'd be remiss if I didn't allow Sergio to take a shot at Chris Mannix there. Would you like to add in on that?
Almaayouf doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, you know what you're talking about when it comes to 154 pounds. You were a former junior middleweight champion. You're about 50 pounds north of that now, but let's not get into that. Let's get into Terence Crawford moving up to that weight division to face a natural 154-pounder in Madrimov. What should he expect?
You know, that's the tricky part about moving up in weight. That's why it's so difficult. Only great fighters, let me emphasize, great fighters can move up 1, 2, 3, 4 divisions to do that. So Crawford needs to understand that it's not going to be power. You know, it's not going to be power. It's going to be the fight IQ. It's going to be his meanness. It's going to be the size, the range, the fact that he does it from the lefty stance or the righty stance, and he's always pressuring you. Like Sean Porter said, he was in there with him. He's just wearing down on you mentally, physically, until you break down.
Yeah, but you know, I looked on the scales yesterday. Of course, I'm not looking through them through the eyes of a former boxer. They look the exact same size, and you keep saying Madrimov's bigger. I'm like, he's not bigger. I'm looking right at him. Why am I wrong?
Are you going to believe me or your lying eyes?
I'm wrong.
Or your lying eyes. You're wrong.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because Madrimov has dense muscle. He's more of a, just like Golovkin, he had that swimmer's body. It's not all muscular, but it's dense. It's very strong. It's very wide. You could see it in the chest. Look at his chest. He looks like a barrel. You know, his torso is stronger. Now, Crawford, yes, he did fill out nicely. He has the wide shoulders to do that. He has the height to do that. But as far as the muscle, you could easily see the thickness in the muscle of Madrimov, the neck, everything is going to be on the size of him, and let alone the strength and the power once he starts feeling it. So, trust me, he's bigger.
You heard it there, former junior middleweight champion of the world. Let's show you what we have in store for you tonight. We've got a great 6-fight card that starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and it is loaded from top to bottom. And I know people say that all the time, but this is arguably the greatest fight card ever assembled. All of these fights, well, at least the last 4 for sure, could be major main events. We start with Andy Cruz, the Cuban sensation, David Morell, who could be fighting David Benavidez next. Who knows? Jared Anderson versus Martin Bakole, the next great American heavyweight. Is Bakole going to blast him out? Ruiz is back, the former champ, against Jarrell Miller. Isaac Cruz, the people's champ, taking on another tough Mexican in Jose Valenzuela. And then, of course, the main event, Crawford and Israel Madrimov. But we've got 2 free fights for you, as I like to call them. It's our prelims tonight, and it's the man who loves Chris Mannix in our opener. Are you going to be able to take this with Zizou?
Well, listen, I hope he can fight, because he can sure sell a fight. He's like a politician. They did a good job with Almaayouf coming over here because he's presented himself excellently.
And then it's Steve Nelson and Marcos Ramon Vazquez, 2 men that are undefeated. Someone's O has got to go. This program is sponsored by Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, delivering state-of-the-art healthcare services throughout the Middle East.
Come and ride through tales untold. Watch as stories unfold and feel a welcome you've never felt. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia, Saudi.
We welcome you back here to Southern California as the man known as Zizou Almaayouf, Ziad Almaayouf, who's 5-0 with 1 knockout, makes his debut outside of his country and In the ring right now, we see Steven So Cold Nelson getting loose. He's got a big fight tonight, Sergio.
Yes, he does. I mean, against another undefeated fighter. This is what you want to see. The winner moves on, the loser takes a step back, and he's dealing with a tough, very tough Mexican southpaw, tall, rangy, good power in Marcos Vazquez. This is going to be a tricky fight. The winner goes on, loser goes home.
And now Chris Mannix's favorite fighter. Chris, give us some insight as to what he does in the ring.
I'm a huge fan.
We need to turn Chris's microphone on.
Listen, I'm a huge fan of Ziad Almaayouf because he's a huge fan of me, but he is an interesting young prospect, 5-0 in his young career, and he's trained by the great Buddy McGirt, who, of course, has trained many fighters over the years, Arturo Gatti, Sergey Kovalev, among others, and they have really gotten to work, guys, on this kid's aggressiveness. They believe he does have some pure boxing talent. They just want to see him come forward a little bit more and look for stoppages, so expect to see a little bit of that tonight.
And now to the man that will be fighting him, Sergio. Fighting out of Poland, Michael Bulik.
Yeah, the Bulik, southpaw, you know, short, stocky southpaw, not much power, but he does know how to get a little rough on the inside. You know, he's one of these veterans, even though he doesn't have many fights. He's one of these guys that wants to get in, break the range, and fight like a small man.
So let's start with our tail of the tape here, our first fight of what will be a historic night of fights. Zizo, 24 years old, 5'10", 4 inches taller than Michael Bulik, who has a 6-7 record with 2 knockouts. Zizo 5-0 with 1 KO.
Ladies and gentlemen, we get things started in the welterweight division. Let's first welcome to the ring from Poland, Michał Taz Bulik.
Making his U.S. debut, all of his fights to date have been staged in Mexico, not in Poland. He goes to Mexico to fight. We see a lot of young fighters do that, Sergio.
Yeah, Devin Haney was one of the success stories coming out of Mexico. You know, you never know what you're going to get when you go down there because the commission is a lot different than in the States or other parts of the world, so it can be tricky. Now, the fighters down there, they're going to be tough. They're not going to be more polished, but they're going to be tough, so you can bet Bulik is going to be, he's weathered. He's weathered through the storm already. You can bet that he's going to handle any kind of toughness thrown his way.
Who's going to win? According to our fan zone, Michael Bulik going to come up short, according to 63% of you. If you're watching on the DAZN app, jump on board.
You know, and obviously a fight like this, viewed as something of an exhibition for Ziad Almaayouf, a chance for him to showcase his talents on one of these cards. But I think Michael Bulik has the potential to be a spoiler here. Don't be fooled by that losing record. He has lost 5 fights in a row. 4 of them have gone the distance. And he's faced better competition up until this point than Almaayouf. So we'll see what happens when these two meet in the ring.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Saudi Arabia, the undefeated Ziad Zizo Almaayouf.
Ziad Almaayouf, an interesting route to the boxing ring. He was good at tennis, but was attracted to boxing after seeing a coach with pads training kids, and he wanted to do it, but his dad said no. but his mother said, you know what, I think you'd be good at it. Just don't tell Pops. We'll keep it a secret. And a year later, Dad found out. And he was, oh no, is Dad gonna go crazy? But no, Dad said, I see how good you are, I see how dedicated you are. I'm gonna let you keep doing it. And now we've got the family kumbaya behind him, and he's unbeaten, sir.
Let me tell you something. This is the type of guy that can be good in plenty of things, whether it's tennis or boxing. I think he could be a politician or a promoter one time because he knows how to handle himself in the limelight, in front of the cameras, with a microphone in his mouth. He says all the right things. Now it's time to fight. Now it's time to see, we're going to criticize you on your boxing ability. A lot of riding on his shoulders, but he's exciting for this moment. He's undefeated. Let's see what he has.
Yeah, he was excited because 2 years ago this week, he was supposed to make his pro debut right here in Los Angeles. His opponent failed the drug test in the last minute. He fell out. He has fought abroad for his last 5 fights in Saudi Arabia, in Poland, in the UK. He is as excited as anyone on this card to be here in LA today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh Season Card, a great night of World Championship Boxing, live from BMO Stadium in Los Angeles, California. We would first like to start by giving a big thank you to the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Al-Sheikh. We get things started with 6 rounds scheduled in the welterweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Sella and Gold Star Promotions. Our 3 judges assigned will be Chris Lieben, Benoit Roussel, and Zach Young. Our referee in charge will be Sharon Sands. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 142.4 pounds. Hailing from Opole, Poland, he has a professional record of 6 wins, 7 defeats, with 2 of his 6 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mikhail Taz Bulik. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing a white with green and weighed in officially at 144 pounds. Coming to us from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he is undefeated with 5 wins, 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the pride of the Arab world, Ziad Zizo Almaayouf.
You got the mouthpiece?
Ziad, Mikhail. Ziad. Gentlemen, we're going 6 rounds. Protect yourself at all times. Obey all commands. Here's the belt line on each. Respect that. Touch gloves. Come out at the bell. Thank you.
Well, this is set up for Almaayouf to look really good. His opponent on a 5-fight losing streak has lost 6 of his last 7. As it's Ziad Almaayouf versus Michael Bulik.
Box!
Saudi Arabia versus Poland, our first fight of the night here from Los Angeles, California, BMO Stadium.
You know, 2 things to watch early on from Almaayouf. One is that aggressiveness I was talking about. Buddy McGirt has really pressed him to become a more front foot fighter. The other is the jab. We know Buddy McGirt fighters, they love to throw that jab out there. How effective can he do that in a fight like this tonight?
Nice right hand there by Almaayouf. But what I don't like is how he blocks on the opposite side of his face. Notice his right hand is blocking the left side of his face. The entire right side of Almaayouf's face is open for an overhand looping left hand from Bulik.
It is 88 degrees here local. How's that affect a fighter in the ring, Sergio, when they're used to fighting at like 72 degrees?
No, 88 is cool. I mean, as long as no humidity, we're fine. I'm telling you guys, I don't like that, the way Almaayouf is blocking that side of his face. It's bound to catch up to him. I mean, Bulik is going to go around that guard. You can't keep blocking right that same position. If you are going to do that, you check the other side. You know, you check the left side, and then you bring your hand around to check your right side. You just don't leave it in front of the left side of your face. Either way, he's landing good right hands. You can see that he does have some strength, even though he hasn't translated into power. He does have strength behind those punches.
I'm assuming you're not talking about Bulik.
No, I'm talking about Almaayouf.
Yeah, Bulik, 2 knockouts in his 6 wins, 13 total bouts.
Almaayouf doesn't have a high knockout ratio either, but he is strong. He's a strong puncher.
Yeah, 24 years old. Dreamed of coming to America and learning the sweet science, so he enrolled in a university in Los Angeles and walked into Wildcard Gym.
You know, I can't say, Sergio, I've seen too many fighters with the style of Almaayouf. His defensive, plan is to kind of parry punches with that left hand. He's keeping it up and trying to paw them away as they're coming in.
Yeah,
right hand, sorry.
And you're bound to. I used to love when opponents would want to paw my punches. I'll just pretend or fake that punch and go around the guard. It's not going to take long for a fighter to figure out that guard. So that's something you might want to work on. Just not leaving that right hand on the left side of his face.
Well, Sergio, he's got a world-renowned trainer behind him. Why haven't they switched his defensive stance?
No, because I'm not saying you need to switch the stance. It works for him. He's throwing nice punches. All you got to do is alternate that jab from blocking the left side of your face and then bring it to the right side and go back and forth. Just don't leave it on the left side.
Like a windshield wiper.
There you go. Or just leave it like a the regular technique of a fighter. Just keep him by both sides of your face. Either way, good first round from Almaayouf. Nice jab.
The fight I'm most looking forward to tonight, no love lost between these two. Jared Anderson, Martin Bakole. Anderson undefeated in 17 fights, but now faces his toughest task ever in Bakole, who is an absolute monster, is he not, Sergio?
He's scary. That's a scary man right there. I mean, Bakole wants to intimidate, wants to take the heart of Anderson. Anderson is athletic, he's gifted, very confident. That's one of the fights of the night.
Straight right hand. Okay, but when you throw the right hand, step in. Okay? Now, if he starts catching it, jab, jab, shoot the right hook. But stay down. Defense, offense and defense right away. Okay? Very good. Stay smart in there. Okay?
Offense and defense. I mean, anytime you listen to Buddy McGirt in the corner, the entire minute is knowledge. You got to soak that up. Everything he said was beautiful and perfect.
Chris, you kind of looked over at Sergio and gave him a look there after round 1. What was that about?
He thought it was a good round for Almaayouf, and I think it was competitive. I just think the first half of that round, we saw Bulik land a lot of these straight left hands. I don't think either one of these guys is landing with any kind of power, but I thought Bulik did pretty well in that round.
Bulik threw some nice right hands to the chest, to the belly. He pressed the punch, but I like the punches by Almaayouf, and you can hear the snap. You can hear the snap, and I love the fact that he's keeping the fight in the middle of the ring, Almaayouf.
Nice right to the body by Zizo.
Yeah, that's a much better start to the round for Almaayouf.
Beautiful jab right there. I love that. When you're dealing with shoulder fighters, especially southpaws, you got to get them on the back foot. Just keep backing them up with that jab. But alternate that jab to the chin, to the chest, to the belly. Don't keep throwing the exact same one because you will get caught.
And Sergio, just if you were listening to this fight and weren't able to see it, you could tell whose punches were landing harder because Zizo's are much louder.
And that's why I gave him the first round. I mean, yes, Bulik had his moments, but I really like Almaayouf's snap.
First fight of 8 total fights tonight, including 6 on our main card, which begins at 9 Eastern. Nice lefts walking in.
Good shot there by Bulik. It's really interesting. Both these guys don't have knockouts on their resume. You know, not many at least, but they both look like they really punch hard. They sound hard.
And CJ trying to swarm him, and off the ropes comes Bulik, and all of a sudden we got a pretty good scrap here.
I like the body work of Almaayouf during that sequence. Kept the fight downstairs, did some good damage there.
And how about a shout out to those fans who are here this early in this sunshine and heat because they love the sport, as this arena will eventually fill to capacity. It is sold out.
Nice left hand by Bulik right there. Man, I'm seeing a little bit of a lot of things with Almaayouf. He can take a shot too.
Bulik showing some toughness as well. Can't discount what he's doing at left land.
No, I'm not discounting. He's landing some good shots. It's a really good fight. Evenly matched. See, that's the shot that I was talking about that can land. Good body shot by Bulik on the inside. It's a looping left, but he needs to set it up.
Almaayouf is 11 years younger than Bulik. You'd think he might be able to have a little more juice at the end of this fight if it goes the distance.
And he's 4 inches taller, but he's giving up that height by being aggressive and stepping over his front foot when he jabs. See how he steps over his front foot when he jabs? You need to stay behind the front foot.
So he's a little too eager.
Well, he's falling off balance by doing that. Yeah, he's eager, falling off balance, going forward with the jab.
I don't think he's a little too
10
eager.
seconds, stop at the bell.
I just think his style is just weird, right? He just sort of leans forward and presents a target.
Awkward. Yeah. There you see, that's what I'm talking about. He's, with Almaayouf, he punches over his foot, so he falls off balance once he starts missing. But when he is touching something, when he is landing, they look crisp, they look nice. It's the balance, everything comes from the bottom, the foundation. And I think that's what's lacking with Almaayouf, because Bulik, he actually landed some good shots in that round. That was a really good round for Bulik. Both had their moments, but I like the body shots by Bulik.
Mannix, you in agreement?
I think we have, at this point, we both have it 1-1. We just scored each round differently.
Yeah. Well, that's what we like about you, too.
I don't do it on purpose.
One of you's always wrong.
I see what I see. That's good. I see what I see.
Double jab from Almaayouf, a native of Saudi. Now he lives here in Los Angeles. His last 4 have gone the distance after scoring a knockout in his debut. He made it clear to everyone he's going for the KO here, but it's not going to be easy against this very tough Polish fighter, Michael Bulik.
No, it's not going to be easy. Look, tough body shot there by Bulik while Almaayouf comes inside. If he's looking for the knockout, he's going to have to forget the jab, which is his best weapon. Lead right hands now. Lead right hands if you're Almaayouf.
Good uppercut from Bulik. He's better than that 6-7 record, is he not, Sergio?
Yes, he is. He's a strong southpaw, and his knockout ratio is better than only the 2 knockouts on his 6 wins. You can hear the thump. You can hear that he has heavy hands. He just fights good opponents.
Starting to see some redness on the face of Almaayouf. Good right.
Not many body shots from Almaayouf. You know, I think he needs to alternate that jab to the gut and to the chest, but he has to bend those knees and make himself a smaller target.
You know, you can hear the instructions from the corner of Almaayouf. Buddy McGirt wants him to continue to move forward, and when he lands, he wants him not to step back and kind of admire it. He wants him to keep throwing punches when he has his opponent pinned against the ropes.
The funny part is, once he has him pinned against the ropes, those straight shots that he's good at from a distance, they're not as good on the inside. So that's when he starts to need to do the hooks, the smaller hooks and uppercuts.
What's going on?
Mouthpiece came out of Almaayouf.
Come on, let's hurry it up. Get down here and get in there. Hurry it up, please. Get in there.
I like the calm instructions. Calm, direct.
Get it in there.
Yep.
Get that mouthpiece in, Zion.
Almaayouf Trying to use that jab to get on the inside, but it's strange because he's the longer fighter, Sergio, but he wants to fight on the inside, and that is certainly giving him some good, entertaining exchanges.
Yes, it has, but it's giving Bulik an opportunity. I seen the first left hook land by Almaayouf. He threw 3 or 4 straight jabs, and then finally threw a left hook that bounced off the head of Bulik. I want to see more of those combinations.
I do think the pressure that Almaayouf has been applying early in this fight is starting to get to Bulik a little bit. You see him fighting with his mouth open. He's had to move a lot in these first 3 rounds.
Digging downstairs and upstairs. Nice head movement from Almaayouf.
10 seconds.
Nice rights. Just when you think that Bulik is fading, he comes alive. Good exchange to end round 3. This is good stuff.
Very good stuff. And Bulik is in this fight now. He landed some good overhand shots right there.
Hey, what's the matter? You're doing good, baby. What's the matter with you? Hey, nice deep breath, let out slow. Slow down your breathing. Slow down your breathing. Slow it down. Okay, it's round 4. Let me work. Listen to me, Ziz. Listen to me. You're doing fine now. The last part of the round was beautiful. Okay? Hey, stop looking for the knockout. Just score points. You understand me? This motherfucker's just as tight as you are. Okay? Relax. Slow down your breathing, Ziz. Hey, all this fucking hard work you did. What's the matter with you?
Uppercut coming from the bottom.
Slow down your breathing.
You've caught him with a check hook. But I'm telling you right now, that was Bulik landed some good, clean overhand shots. I think he's finally getting the timing and the range like that of Almaayouf. So Almaayouf better be careful coming in on the front door just with that jab. Upper body movement and tight defense.
Round 4, and it was interesting to hear in the corner, Almaayouf being told, you're just as tired, he's just as tired as you are, because Chris Mannix was mentioning that he thought Bulik was really struggling.
Stay relaxed and just use that jab. Right hand in position, sir. Right hand in position.
Well, he's doing what you ask almost every fighter to do, Sergio, doubling up the jab.
No, the jab is his best weapon. There's nothing wrong there. That's what's wrong right there. The upper body movement is not moving. The hand defense and the positioning is in the weird spot. So when he does do good work with that jab, he ends up getting hit with the looping shot by Bulik.
Bulik is doing very well on the inside. And for some reason, Almaayouf more than happy to go in there and engage.
And Buddy McGirt saying between rounds there, don't try to knock this guy out. Effectively telling him, just put your punches together. Let's throw combinations here. Let's not look for that one-punch stoppage.
Nice right hand there by Almaayouf. I would love to see him throw straight right hands. I think Almaayouf hurt Bulik to the body. It was a right hook to the body. Bulik is backing up and covering the left side of his body now.
But right, I'm telling you, right when you start to count him out, he comes to life.
Good body shots there by Almaayouf. Maybe he sees that Bulik doesn't like the body shots.
And then Bulik gonna dig downstairs as well. And Sergio, sometimes the best defense for your body hurting is to go on offense.
You have to keep the guy off you, or else, you know, even when you're blocking punches, they're still having an impact, especially when you're hurt. When you already got hit with a clean shot, even blocking the shot's gonna continue being hurt. It's still gonna resonate.
Under a minute to go here in round 4, but it's been a really entertaining bout. Hopefully this is a precursor of things to come from BMO Stadium.
Bulik is barely missing some big punches right now. Almaayouf better start moving that head.
Sergio, in an environment like this, you can hear everything that Buddy McGirt is saying in the corner. If you're a fighter, is that what you want? Do you want moment-by-moment instructions?
Not moment-by-moment, just getting 1 or 2 gems. Other than that, no.
Bulik's got blood coming out of his nose now and is wandering away. And you wonder if Almaayouf is finally breaking him down.
Well, he landed some good body shots in this round. I think Bulik likes those punches. And anytime a fighter starts breathing with his mouth open, it's because he wants to catch more air and he's probably hurt to the body.
10 seconds.
Oh, but he set that one up perfect and landed a left.
Good shot to the gut by Bulik.
przed ostatnio. Oprzyj się troszkę, wiem, że chcesz pluć, zrobi ci nos. Jest, bo leci krew. Niech ci przetrze. To niech ci wytrze, bo wygląda jakby cię kładło z nosa.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Let me wipe for you, okay?
Wait, give it.
I got it. Okay.
Here we see Bulik getting a little angle. Little short left hand right there. Coming from a 45-degree angle, and this is what I mean by Almaayouf punching over his feet. See, there's no power in that. Even though the head went back, there's no power in that because he's punching over his feet. So he needs to start working on that in the gym. If you are going to go forward, you got to take your feet with you and just don't go over your front foot. You know who used to go over the front foot a lot, and in some weird way, it's similar here. It's Amir Khan. But Amir Khan was so athletic and so fast that he got away with it.
For a while, anyway.
For a while, exactly.
Bulik has only been stopped once, by the way, and that was by Campbell Hatton, the son of Hall of Famer Ricky Hatton. So if Almaayouf is able to get him out of there, he'll only be the second person to do it, even though Bulik has lost 7 times.
No, this is a perfect opponent for a fighter with only 5 fights in Almaayouf. 1, he's tough. 2, he's a southpaw. 3, he can't
he clipped him with that left as well. Bulik may be finding his second win.
No, he's been hitting him with those looping shots. The straight shots are by Almaayouf. The looping shots are by Bulik. But I'm telling you, the looping shots hurt a little bit more.
Again, Bulik got the best of that shot.
And some blood now coming from the face of Almaayouf.
Oh, step in left hand. And Michael Bulik is starting to take control of this fight.
I'm telling you, this is what I've been saying. Almaayouf is not moving his head. He's keeping him the same target. The hand doesn't move from the left side. So it's only a matter of time for a fighter in front of him to find an opening.
Where is he fighting this energy, Chris? We were riding him off 3 rounds ago.
Look, I think he's certainly struggling conditioning-wise, but he's still able to get those sharp left hands off. And to Sergio's point, Almaayouf has been giving him largely a stationary target. It's number 1.
Correction, Todd, you two were writing him off.
And a mouthpiece came out again, and they let him fight. And again, he's put everything in those punches, Sergio. He sat down on it.
Absolutely. I love the fact that the referee didn't stop the action either. Mouthpieces on the floor. They're engaging. Love it. Excellent job by the referee.
And I think Zizo will appreciate this little reprieve.
All right, you can't lose it no more, Ziad. All right? Let's go. Miguel!
Hey, a point deduction could be huge right now. This is a close fight.
Time in.
Nice jabs on the inside as Zizo walks forward.
Now it's Almaayouf on the back foot. It looks like he's a little winded.
Well, if he does get through this fight with a win, Almaayouf will have certainly picked up a lot of experience.
Oh yeah, that's what these fights are for, experience. You go through the fire, you get that victory, polish up your offense.
But if he's not careful, that experience could be his first loss. 20 seconds left here in round 5, which has been largely dominated by Bulik.
10 seconds, guys. Stop the bell. 10 seconds. 2, 1, time!
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully, sir. This is the last round, okay? Now you gotta go out and you gotta finish the show good, Ziz. You understand me?
Last round.
You gotta close the show good, okay? You got 3 minutes.
Gotta close the show good. Buddy McGirt saying what he needs to say, because it's shots like that, looping shots, that's right on the chin of Almaayouf. And every round, he's been landing those shots over the top. I mean, yeah, the straight shots are with Almaayouf, but the ones that get your attention and buzz you are shots like that. looping shots. That's when you get more power and more torque behind the punch.
Touch him up, break clean.
Which fighter would you rather be, Chris?
I think at this stage, I'd rather be Almaayouf because I think he did bank enough rounds early to give himself a lead going into this one, but the momentum is very much on the side of Bulik. He had his most effective round there in the 5th.
And they're both giving it everything. You gotta appreciate the effort from Almaayouf and Bulik here in our opening contest.
And you heard Buddy McGirt in the corner come short of saying you need to get a stoppage, but it was very clear you need to win this round clean in order to come away with a win.
No, I just think win the round clean. I don't think he needs to go for the stoppage here.
Yeah, it feels like it's 3-2 right now, one way or the other. Maybe Zizou.
No, I agree with Chris. I have Zizou ahead. I think Almaayouf got the early rounds, but yeah, it's tricky right now. Right now, just be happy jabbing, stepping back on the back foot. Don't go for nothing silly. Don't go for the knockout in a 6-round fight.
Nice left hand there from Bulik. He's only fought beyond the 6th round once, but he has done it, so he's got more experience in this round than Almaayouf does.
Almaayouf finally looping his shots, hooking around the guard. He's been a straight-on puncher the entire time while trying to go around the guard.
Oh, that right just missed. It was set up on a tee for Bulik.
Watch your head. There we go.
Man, what a learning experience by Almaayouf here. I mean, in a 6-round fight, he pretty much, he's gone through everything he could pretty much go through except get dropped. He's bleeding, he's been rocked, he's been hurt, he has to push back, he had his moments.
And what can you say about Bulik? A 6-7 record, has never fought in the United States before. He was supposed to be a target practice for Almaayouf, but he has been sensational based on his ability.
And 11 years older than the younger Almaayouf. 35 years old, you gotta give him credit.
And he's still giving you good output, too.
Because there's no head movement from Almaayouf. From the first round, he's had the head the exact same way. It's just his legs and his jab has carried him, but he's susceptible for shots.
And now the chin's up. He got clipped there with 39 seconds to go. You still feel like one of these guys could be dropped.
Bulik breathing with his mouth wide open, which is very dangerous. He can get hit with a big shot and break your jaw.
Sergio, so is it Almaayouf. His mouth is wide open as well. Both these guys are gassed as we close out this 6th.
Oh, what a 6-round fight.
What a fight, period. His blood's pouring out of the nose and mouth of Almaayouf. 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds.
They're both exhausted, leaving it all in the ring. What a way to start a sensational night of fights. Almaayouf and Bulik. Am I just too excited? Was that really as exciting as I made it?
No,
I feel
it was good.
Okay.
It was good because both of them had their moments. Both of them are bleeding. It was a damn good 6-round fight.
It was a very well-matched fight. I mean, Almaayouf, young kid, not a lot of great experience. These are the fights he needs to take to advance in his pro career. And I think any manager would tell you that one of the hardest things to do in boxing is to find the right opponents for fighters at this stage. And look at a guy like Bulik, is he a 6-7 record, knockout loss to Campbell Hatton. Maybe he's going to be cannon fodder for Almaayouf. Instead, he gives him the toughest fight of his pro career.
Well, coming up later tonight on the main card, can Andy the Destroyer Ruiz overcome almost 2 years of ring rust to defeat the slim down Big Baby Miller? This one's going to be fun while it lasts. Buy it now on DAZN.com. Well, Chris, what would your unofficial score be for this fight through 6 rounds?
9 even. Score to the draw. I thought that's Bulik, his rallying at the end did enough to make this fight even.
Wait a minute, did you just change your tune, Chris Maddox?
No, I scored round by round, Sergio Moran.
Todd, what do you think there?
I think it's a draw, and maybe, just maybe, Bulik wins it 4 rounds to 2. Maybe.
Nie był taki słaby, ale mocno nie. Dobry tą lewym,
I know Mannix thought that Bulik may have won round 1. And if he did that, you got to at least give him the last 2 rounds, Chris. So that's 3 right there. And it's certainly taking a while to tabulate the numbers, as Thomas Triber now has the results. Here we go. Will it be Almaayouf or Michael Bulik? Let's find out.
Ready? Go in the center, go in the center.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Zachary Young scores it 59-55 in favor of Ziad Almaayouf.
Fucking shit.
And both judges, Benoit Roussel and Chris Lieben, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 57-57, a draw. This bout is a majority draw.
Fair result. They got it right, Sergio. At least that's the way it seems.
Yes, they did. Because look, I agree with Mannix. I think Almaayouf started good, but Bulik ended good. I mean, that was a draw-type fight. And I always say it all the time, these 4- and 6-rounders, very dangerous.
57-57 is exactly how I had it. Zachary Young is usually a very good judge. That 59-55 scorecard feels very wide to me, but look, hey, this was a fun fight. Let's run it back sometime later this year.
And of course, a draw is much better on your record than a loss when you're an undefeated fighter coming in. But Almaayouf's not going to forget this fight anytime soon.
And neither are we, because it was a good, really entertaining, good fight for a fighter with only 5 fights. And Almaayouf, you know, coming across to make his American debut. But credit to Bulik, because he was not here to be an opponent. They both had their moments. Excellent opening fight to start things off here.
So Almaayouf is now 5-0-1. Michael Bulik 6-7-1. But sometimes the undercard fights can be just as entertaining, if not more entertaining, than what you get on the main card, because you get these opponents in here and all you know about them is really their record, and that record of 6-7 does not fit the performance we just saw.
No, it does not, and he only been stopped 1 time, so you know he's tough. Look, when it comes to Almaayouf, he just needs to concentrate on his defense and upper body movement. That's the only thing I would say. That and alternate the jab.
Well, let's keep things moving here. Our second prelim fight about to make the walk as we go to our tail of the tape, and it's 2 undefeated fighters. Chris Mannix yesterday saying during the weigh-ins that this could steal the show tonight. Let's see. You got Steve Nelson, 36 years old, 19-0 with 15 KOs versus Marcos Ramon Vazquez. 20 wins, no losses, and a draw. Very competitive matchup, scheduled for 10 rounds.
Now in the super middleweight division, let's first welcome to the ring from Mexico, the undefeated Marcos Ramon Sordo Vazquez.
El Zurdo Vazquez. That means lefty, southpaw, just like Gilberto Ramirez. But tough Mexican, undefeated, 20 wins, no losses, 1 draw, 10 by knockout. Tall for the weight as well, almost 6 foot. I mean, this is what you want to see on a big card. When you're on the undercard on a big card, you're going to face another either unbeaten fighter, another one on your level. Someone's gotta go. It sounds cliche, but this is what undercards are all about. Make or break.
Well, when you look at the record, 20-0-1, it's very sparkly, but when you dig into those numbers, Chris, only 9 of his 21 opponents had winning records, and only 5 of his foes came into bouts with him off a victory.
Yeah, he certainly has had some soft touches on that resume, but as we saw with the last fight, you know, sometimes the record, who knows what you're going to get in a fight like this, and I think you're going to get a good test here from Steven Nelson, who is one of the bigger punchers right around that weight class.
According to the Fan Zone, you guys like So Cold Steve Nelson, 66% to 34. Join Fan Zone on the DAZN app now. Fighting in the the United States for the first time ever. All 21 of his prior bouts were in Mexico.
And now let's welcome to the ring from the United States, undefeated, Steve So Cold Nelson.
So here comes Steven So Cold Nelson, who's facing his biggest challenge in the ring, while simultaneously, Chris, dealing with the biggest challenge of his life outside the ring.
Yeah, Steven Nelson turned pro at the age of 29, Army veteran, big, strong, super middleweight, 15 knockouts on his resume. His fights only average about 4 rounds per fight. He has had some issues outside the ring. He last fought on the Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence undercard last year, so he's going through a long layoff boxing related. In April, he was arrested for his involvement in a shooting that resulted in a 14-year-old girl being shot. That case will go to trial later this year. But he is, as a fighter, someone that has been a fixture on these Terrence Crawford undercards in recent years. Trained by Brian McIntyre, lives and trains in Omaha, Nebraska. So he's hoping that this big stage, this big spotlight for Terrence Crawford will generate some eyeballs towards him as well.
Skill-wise, Sergio, how do you rate Steven Nelson?
Really good. Really good fighter. Crafty, strong, smart, long reach, very long reach. Excellent counterpuncher.
(19-0), 15 KOs, and as you see on your screen, was an Olympic alternate back in 2012.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with 10 rounds scheduled in the super middleweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. And promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Sella and Gold Star Promotions in association with League One. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Chair Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster. Our 3 judges assigned will be Max DeLuca, Robert Hoyle, and Alejandro Roshin. Our referee in charge will be Ray Corona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing a white with blue and weighed in officially at 167.6 pounds. Coming to us from Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, he brings an undefeated record with 20 wins, 1 draw, 10 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Marcos Ramon El Sordo Vazquez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing a light blue with red and weighed in the same as his opponent, 167.6 pounds. Hailing from Omaha, Nebraska, USA, he is undefeated with 19 wins. 15 of his 19 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Steve So Cold Nelson.
So cold.
Aquí. Productor.
Let's go, gentlemen. Mouthpiece. Good. Right here is good still. Right here is good still. You want to touch gloves, do it now. God bless.
Steven Nelson, the U.S. Army veteran, preparing for the biggest fight of his life. A win here, and he could really get a major opportunity next. There's Marcus Vazquez. Is he as good as his record indicates? We are about to find out.
Ready? And as far as yeah, I know where you're going.
And now the trunks.
Boxing, as far as boxing trunks go, those are some of the best boxing trunks I've ever seen.
I love them. It looks like a cartoon.
So Marcos Vazquez in the white trunks. Steven So Cold Nelson needs to pull his britches up. Todd Grisham, Sergio Moran, Chris Mannix ringside. A cavalcade of stars throughout the night. Kate Abdo's here, Sean Porter, Ade Oladipo. The list goes on and on.
Love that counter punch already by So Cold Nelson, stepping back and catching the southpaw with a straight right hand, sweeping left hook. That punch's gonna be there the entire fight as long as it lasts. But I love the fact that I'm seeing so early in this first round.
Nice body shot left to the body from Vazquez.
It's going to be a good fight, evenly matched. Both of them are, they're different type of fighters. You got more of a boxing-minded in Nelson, but he still has punch, and more of the fighting-minded Vazquez, but he does have good wily veteran tricks up his sleeve.
Vazquez coming off a 6-round decision win back in April. That was 124 days ago, so it should be pretty fresh.
Nice left hand by Vazquez. Just barely missed on Nelson, but that was a powerful left hand. And now he goes around the guard. Yeah, Vazquez knows what he's looking for. He's looking for that left hand. He threw 3 different types of left hands. Straight left hand, left hook, now a left uppercut. Smart fighter is Marcos Vazquez.
And he's wanting Nelson to come to him.
Yes, and that's an excellent point, Todd. Good eye. But right now it's way too early. Nelson respects Vazquez way too much. He respects the counter, he respects the power. Both of them.
Some fighters prefer to go backwards.
You know, whenever you're filling out rounds like this, you want to see what the other guy's holding. This is where foot feints, tell you the story. You got to start foot feinting. One of these guys needs to start, there you go. There's a nice little upper body movement and feint by Nelson. That will show you what the other guy's thinking, what your opponent's thinking. Getting him to bite on his offense.
That was a great counter right hand to the body from Steven Nelson.
Yeah, but it started out by Nelson dipping and using his defense, getting the body shots.
Trains in the same gym with Terrence Crawford under the tutelage of
The campana of the belt, gentlemen.
He's getting the best you can get in the preparation for this fight.
Look for different approaches going in that front door, okay? Different approaches going into that front door, all right? Change the speeds on your punch and change the speed on how you get there on your steps, okay? Keep the distance tight once you get there, like Red said. You got to get the hands press, okay? Keep stepping, let's
Steven Nelson, not the most active fighter around, hasn't fought since last July. That was his only fight in 2023, and he only fought once in 2022 and didn't fight at all in 2021.
Oh, he's been on sort of the Terrence Crawford schedule in a way. He's been fighting on the Crawford undercards, and Crawford, even though he's been in some big fights over the last few years, has been relatively inactive on a once-a-year type of pace.
Good left to the body from Nelson. Vazquez holding his ground now. First round, he was constantly backpedaling.
Yeah, you can see that he's a lot more flat-footed, looking to land a hard counter shot on Nelson now.
Again downstairs from Nelson, and that seemed to affect Vazquez. Again there.
Another excellent counter punch.
I think he's hurt, Sergio. I think he's hurt to the body.
Nelson's a hell of a body puncher. He caught his attention that first round. Now he's really hurting him downstairs. There were good shots. I don't think he's hurt top, but there were good shots. Caught his attention. I love the fact that Nelson has good balance, good foundation. Even when he misses a shot, he doesn't step over his front foot. He stays in punching position. Good technique, good balance by Steven Nelson. See that? Look, he paused that jab. He throws that jab away just to get a reaction by Vazquez to sweep him with a hook. Vazquez ain't falling for it yet.
Yeah, I think Nelson's starting to create a little bit of uncertainty with Vazquez. You see that guard moving up and down. He's not exactly sure where those shots from Nelson are coming from.
Vazquez doesn't have as many knockouts as Nelson, but it looks like he hits harder, Sergio.
The sound sounds harder, but I like the cleaner accuracy of Nelson's punches. But yeah, you never know. You know, they sound thumpier, right? You can hear them from Vazquez. I would like to see.
I think it's just great acoustics in this arena. Every punch seems amplified.
Right now it is. It's quiet.
Wait till Eminem drops the beat.
So I like that fade right there by Vazquez. That's the first one I've seen from both men. Kind of dip down, try to get a reaction from Nelson. Nelson didn't give him one. Good shot.
Nice from Vazquez. Zurdo, the lefty, connecting. Nelson seemed to be winning the beginning of this round, the body work, but here comes Marcos.
I think if you're Nelson, you got to continue to be patient, keep investing in that body. You know, he obviously has been feeling some of these early body shots. Keep going down there. It'll pay off when you get to the middle rounds.
Our co-main event of the evening, Jose Valenzuela and Pitbull Cruz. Sergio, what will that fight be like?
Look, I would love to predict the knockout, but I think Valenzuela's in excellent shape. He's ready for this fight. He has the experience. He has a great trainer in his corner, and Robert Garcia. It's going to be a hell of a fight. I think it goes a distance, but man, it could always end with Pitbull Cruz.
There's the body work, Sergio. And he just kept coming with it, Steven Nelson did. He dominated the first minute of the fight.
Yeah, like I said originally, you know, I think I caught that one probably hurt a little bit more. But the other two, there were two clean shots. And yeah, that takes it out of you to win. I don't think it was quite hurt, but it caught his attention.
Hey, chingón pelea,
Round 3. Live from Los Angeles, California, as Riyadh season hits the United States for the first time ever with a mega card. And this is the second of our 2 prelims. Steven Nelson and Marcos Vazquez, both undefeated.
You know, for Nelson, he's got to start closing the distance a little bit better. This mid-range works better for Vazquez, able to stick that jab out. Fights more efficiently at this range. Nelson's better on the inside. We can throw those body shots. We talk about the inactivity of Nelson. He has been kind of a once-a-year guy, but for Vazquez, he did fight this past April. Before that, it was 2021 when he was back in the ring. So he's dealt with some inactivity issues of his own.
Nelson's a really good fighter. He has a good radar. Look at his eyes. They're always thinking. They're always open. And he doesn't have to step back to make you miss. You know, he ducks in to make you miss and makes you pay. Always hitting you.
And that sunshine is starting to creep into the ring a little bit. You wonder if that's going to affect things. Oh, nice. That split the guard, and Nelson back downstairs. upstairs, trying to manipulate the guard, land an uppercut. And down he goes. That might have been a headshot.
Excellent foot, no knockdown. That was a headbutt.
That is a bad
Watch your heads, guys.
That was a straight right hand.
Hey.
Look at Vazquez. He is hurt. That was a straight right
Let's go.
hand
No
from
knockdown.
Steven Nelson. That hurt Vazquez.
I agree, and I saw it.
Let's see if Nelson can finish him here if he's as hurt as we think he might be. Vazquez fighting for his life now.
Vazquez is not as hurt as he thought because he's coming back nicely.
But he's got blood poured out of his nose now. And down he goes with a right hand. He's a bloody mess.
5, 6, 7, 8. ¿Quieres pelear? Camina allá. Hey, hey, manos arriba. ¿Quieres pelear? Órale. Let's go.
You want to keep fighting? Walk over there. Hands up. Let's go.
Here it comes, Steven Nelson. Can he get his 16th professional knockout here in round 3? It's the biggest opportunity of his career.
Well, there's 2 knockdowns in this round. Only one got counted.
Good jab, good jab. Keep touching him with that jab.
Vazquez trying to use offense for defense to keep Nelson away to survive this round.
Get off his head. Get off. No, that was a push down.
And that is a push down.
No knockdown.
And he makes it to the end of the round.
¿Estás bien?
A ver, voltea, levanta la cara, cabrón. Levanta la pinche cara, güey. Levanta la pinche cara. No pasa nada. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Bien? Ok. Es un pito. ¿Viste un pinche mal round, cabrón? Eso no define la pinche pelea. Quiero que se recupere bien, cabrón.
Look, I want you
Quiero que se
recuperate.
cabrón.
You're good, let's
Es un
go.
mendigo malo nomás.
Come on.
Es un pinche error malo nomás.
It was just 2 hands that he landed, 2 punches.
Pinche error malo nomás. No pasa nada. Pásame la vaselina.
Give the Vaseline.
Ponte a moverte, güey. No pasó nada.
Nah, nothing happened. Let's go.
There it is, Chris. The referee calling it a headbutt. Couldn't really tell from that angle. Here we go. Let's see.
You see them coming together. This is the second knockdown, the cleaner of the 2 knockdowns.
There's a knockdown over there, too.
Oh, yeah. 2 knockdowns. Right here? Instant replay said there was 2 knockdowns. This was a knockdown.
All right, so they have instant replay in California, which is excellent because that is an excellent use of instant replay. There may have been a clash of heads that occurred between Nelson and Vazquez, but it was the straight right hand from Steven Nelson that caused the damage that put Vazquez down. So great job by the California Commission in getting that right.
So instead of a 10-8 round, Sergio, it will now be a 10-7 round for Nelson.
And great job, Mannix, catching that, because I saw that right hand as well. It was a clean knockdown, 2 knockdowns. Good job by Ray Corona as well, by bringing it back.
And you even saw from that camera angle that we first looked at, you couldn't really tell. So Corona's view may have been blocked, but in the end, they get it right.
No, that's what I mean. As long as it got it right.
Either way, Marcus Vazquez has got to turn everything around quick, and he's doing his best.
That was a good combination there by Vazquez. I don't think Nelson respected it, though. You can see the hunger in Marco Vazquez's face when he got dropped. He got up. He was disappointed in himself. I mean, these are 2 undefeated fighters that don't know losing. They haven't tasted defeat.
Nelson on the inside, digging to the body. Vazquez obviously damaged goods, but all in all, he's looked pretty good in this round considering he got dropped twice in the 3rd.
Yeah, good little body shot there from Vazquez that backed Nelson up momentarily, but now he's got him back pinned against the ropes.
Both these fighters are really excellent fighters, right? I mean, I like the patience in Nelson's offense. You know, he throws all the right shots. He doesn't hurry his punches. Everything comes from over and under, around the guard. All the punch selection is there. Excellent fighter, Steven Nelson.
And just bullying Vazquez against the ropes, whose foundation still doesn't look right.
That was a short left hook right there that shook Vazquez. Vazquez's legs are not under him.
And Nelson picking him apart on the inside. Vazquez trying to find that one big landing shot, but he can't. Nowhere for Vazquez to go. He's got to just stay in the trenches and claw his way out.
If Nelson can actually flurry, concentrate more on speed than power, I think that will actually get Ray Corona to maybe even stop this fight. But Vazquez's head bouncing around where it wouldn't be a good look.
We got blood spraying all over our announce table.
No pasa nada, Marcos. ¿Cómo te sientes?
How do you feel?
Sí.
I'm tired. Are you tired? Yes.
Mucho para estos pinches rounds, güey.
Come on, man. You got to stay sharp for these rounds. Come on, get some air. You're going to get your second win right now. Don't worry. Come on, you need more punches, Marcos. Come on, give me the Vaseline.
Muy fuerte perro. Sí, güey. Ponte a boxear. Es que no tenías que estar fajando, güey. No se tenía que estar fajando, güey. Usted tiene que boxear.
Just steady pressure by Nelson, throwing away that right hook. See, he threw away that straight right hand, and this is what I mean by punch selection. Normally, a left hook will come around the guard, but not for So Cold. He threw that right hand and came under with the same right hand with the uppercut. Just very interesting, very unique combinations by So Cold Steven Nelson.
And I agree with you, Sergio. If Nelson takes a little bit of power off his punches and focuses more on volume, he's got a great chance to get a quick stoppage here.
Yeah, man, it's called shoe shining the guy. You know, Sugar Ray Leonard used to do that. A lot of fighters do that. They're not power. You concentrate on speed and just beating your opponent's head. Even though they're not landing really hard, they're really shaking them.
So far, this has been arguably Steve Nelson's best ever performance. And he's 36 years old. He's not getting any younger. Vazquez, a heavy hitter or heavy puncher. But Nelson, for the most part, has avoided the fire and delivered plenty of his own. That's knockdown number 3, and I don't think he wants to continue.
I don't think there was much of an impactful punch. There it is.
And that is it. So Cold Steven Nelson is 20-0.
I'm telling you right now, Steven Nelson beat down a tough, undefeated, determined Marcos Vazquez and made him resign. That was a beatdown. That was So Cold. I'm telling you right now.
And he did it in that outfit.
Oh my God.
Chris, are you going to be jumping online to the Steven Nelson fan zone gift shop to buy your own trunks like that?
I'm telling you, did they make that in a bathing suit? I'd probably wear that as a bathing suit.
I've never seen that. It's unique.
Our main event tonight. Crawford versus Madrimov, as Bud tries to win in a 4th weight class, meeting him there, one of the most gifted junior middleweights on the planet. Israel Madrimov. Who do you like? Buy it now on DAZN.
And look, beautiful uppercut from down there. You thought a right hand was coming, and that's what we didn't see from our angle, because it was a wrong angle for us, but it was a left uppercut that just pierced the bottom of the guard of Vazquez. It was just such a sharp shot that came under. It looked like that punch missed, but you can see that it tweaked the neck the opposite side, and those punches right there, they throw you out. Those are vicious shots.
And it wasn't an arm punch, Sergio. He got underneath and almost lifted his shoulder up with that uppercut.
It looked like that Street Fighter all-you-can type uppercut.
Well, Sergio, what grade are you giving Steven Nelson?
Oh, man, that was a solid performance against an undefeated solid opponent. Hey, let's give this man an A. A minus. Let's give him an A minus. Not a plus because of those trunks.
Yes, sir. Buena pelea, homie. Buena pelea.
All right, let's make it official. Thomas Treiber has the numbers.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 50 seconds of round number 5. Your winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Steve So Cold Nelson.
Thank you again, brother.
Yes, sir.
Well, Steven, congratulations. First fight for you in a little over a year. How did it feel to get back in the ring?
First off, man, I have to give all praise to God, man. He put me through so much this year. And in the back of my head, I'm like, I don't know how this fight can go, but I'm going to give it my best, man. And I come out victorious, and I'm just happy that, I got to display to the world, that So Cold is still here.
Now you're 36 years old. I know the clock's ticking, so you want to get into big fights sooner rather than later. What is it that you want to do next?
Man, I want them big fights, a title eliminator. I'm going to be realistic, title eliminator, something that lead me to the title. I want to fight. There's a lot of big names out there. Come on, let's put the gloves on, man. Stop all this going back and forth about, money and this and that. Let's fight, man. Get the fans great shows like we doing today.
I think I speak for everybody when I got to ask, where do you get those trunks?
I make my own gear, I make my own gear. I design bud gear. So, I'm a man of many talents. That's where So Cold come from, man. So Cold everything, man. I made these. I came out today as Tupac, if you've seen. I had a Tupac music playing, everything, man. Homage to an LA great.
Congratulations, Steven.
Yes, sir.
Guys?
Yeah, I've been barraged with tweets on Twitter. I just checked my social media. That's what Tupac was wearing when he spit at the cameras. How did you not know that?
Because he wasn't wearing the backwards bandana, that's why.
Either way, a very good night at the office, or day at the office, we should say, for Steven So Cold Nelson, who improves to 20-0 with 16 knockouts.
Man, I'm telling you, I want to see more of this man. Even if he's already past what should be his prime as a man, he's not past his prime as a fighter. That was a beatdown he put on the undefeated, tough Mexican, Vazquez. I mean, every shot in the book was being landed, but still minding his defense. Nelson, you could tell, he comes from that Bud Crawford school. He's very calm with his attack. He's patient with his fury, and he's always looking for a different opening, unique openings. That right there, no one throws uppercuts like that from afar and lands them that cleanly. Only athletic fighters, confident fighters, guys that are just born fighters. Damn good performance by Steven Nelson.
Well, we need to put on some sunblock. We're starting to get roasted up in here. 90 degrees, bright sunshine in Los Angeles, and we're just a few minutes away from our main card kicking off. 6 fights live from LA's BMO Stadium, the greatest card of all time. And we send it back upstairs to Kate Abdo and Sean Porter.
Thank you very much, gents. Welcome back to BMO Stadium in downtown Los Angeles, California. Usually home to soccer in this city. The stadium has been converted for today. It is ready for a massive night of boxing and a performance by Eminem too.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that one.
I hope he does the old stuff. Because I don't know the new stuff.
Well, a year ago, Eminem, remember, ring-walked Terence to the biggest win of his career. Tonight, Crawford looking to add another division to his resume, become a 4-weight world champion. It is good to have you with us, Kate Abdo, Sean Porter. Come on inside the stadium with us. So if you think about Terence Crawford, most people have him 1, 2, at worst 3 on their pound-for-pound list. What about Madrimov? Do you consider him to be the best fighter at 154 at this point?
He's the best fighter at 154, but simply because overall he's the best at 154. Some of the guys are now inactive at 154. Other guys don't have the experience.
You're talking about Jamel Charlo or somebody?
Some of those other guys, yes, ma'am. Some of the guys lack speed. Some of them lack power. Madrimov overall package, and I think that's what makes him beyond having a belt. That's what makes him the best guy at 154.
I mean, Madrimov only won the World Championship belt in his last fight, right?
Yeah.
Then in his first defense takes on a Terence Crawford. What does that tell you about him?
Well, you know, and like he reminds me a little bit of a Tim Tszyu. Same kind of like come forward kind of style, but I think that he has a little bit more to his arsenal than someone like Tim Tszyu has, you know. So that's why I would even rate him a little higher than Tim Tszyu. And to your point, 10 fights and already a champion. That speaks to who he is already as a fighter.
If he's watching the broadcast right now, what does he need to be ready for against Terence Crawford? You got first-hand experience.
You got to be ready for that look that Terence is going to give you. Terence is going to give Madrimov a look like nothing's working. And he's
How discouraging is that?
He's going to get into your head. It is going to play games with you. It's going to make you feel like nothing's working. And that in turn is going to make Madrimov feel like he has to divert from what his game plan, divert from what he does well and try something else. The moment he diverts from that and tries something else is the moment that things will start to go wrong for him. It's what happened to me, and I do believe that that's what happens to most of the guys that get in the ring with Terence Crawford. He's a master at figuring you out and taking control. And Madrimov cannot allow him to take control.
What level of respect do you think Terence Crawford has for Madrimov tonight?
Just a basic respect of your fighter, but when they get in the ring, zero respect. Terence Crawford is always on a mission when he gets in the ring, and when you're on a mission, that means you can't respect the guy across from you. You can't appreciate who they are. You gotta get rid of them.
In terms of that pound-for-pound ranking, where do you have him? Because I know Chris Mannix has him at number 2, Usyk at number 1.
You know, I just looked at the records of both Usyk and Inoue. There's always the argument, who's number 1? Terence Crawford's 40-0. How is there an argument beyond that?
It's not an argument for you?
I'm someone, I don't like pound for pound, but if I talk pound for pound, I'm talking about performance. I'm not talking about records. I'm not talking about who you fought against and all those sorts of things.
You just used his record to say that was
because at the end of the day, that's what everybody else is doing. So I'm doing what everybody else is doing. Based on performance, nobody's gone the distance with him at 47. I don't think they're going to go the distance tonight. Those other guys are performing the same. But it's just different when Terence Crawford's in the ring.
You think that power carries up to 154?
Absolutely.
All right, well, that's all the prelims that we've got for you on this Riyadh season card, headlined by the 3-division world champion Terence Crawford, looking to make it 4 against the unbeaten Israel Madrimov. Head over to DAZN.com right now to buy what is an incredible main card. We'll see you in a minute.
gallra med vår fäste med.
Remember the dream, stay focused. Everything or nothing. Final round. Everything or nothing, son. Everything or nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. From the four corners of the world, to the four corners of this ring, the fight starts now!
Vazquez.
How do you like it?
Off the shoulder. So aggressive, so focused.
Look at these two guys. Still the undisputed champion of the world.
Welcome, everybody, to Los Angeles, California. Riyadh season is on American soil for the very first time. The headline act tonight is pound-for-pound great Terence Crawford, looking to make history as he continues his rise through the weight classes. Unbeaten, Israel Madrimov holds the belt that Terence wants and is looking to cause a huge upset tonight.
Two champions, undefeated.
Terence Crawford!
Terence Crawford is an all-time great.
Climbing 3 weight divisions, it's incredible. If you go to the 4th, then you're hitting legendary status.
Will his power carry up? We don't quite know.
Israel, the Dream Madrimov!
This belt coming to Uzbekistan.
Madrimov is going to be the underdog here.
You've got a historic night.
Terence Crawford already has a Hall of Fame resume.
This would be the biggest win of Terence Crawford's career.
I'm gunning for him August 3rd.
Welcome to BMO Stadium, which soccer teams LAFC and Angel City usually call home. Today, boxing has taken over with one of the best fight cards in recent memory. Terence Crawford taking center stage tonight. Last year, he became a 3-weight world champion, annihilated Errol Spence Jr. to become undisputed at 147. He had already been undisputed at 140. He was champ at 135 tonight. The 154-pound division beckons. Everyone, welcome inside BMO Stadium to our host position. Good to see you this evening. Good to have you with us. Kate Abdo, joined by the former 2-time welterweight champion Sean Porter, retired champion, I should say.
I'm like, you're just going to read it again.
Okay, let's talk about Fight Week, because I feel like it's been an exciting one. Riyadh season making its US debut. You've been at Santa Monica Pier. You've been at the Chinese Theater. You've been at LA Live. You've been all over.
The fun thing about it is we saw what was going on over there in Saudi Arabia. And you may have thought that it was
and
overrated.
Well, wanted some of that.
Guess what? And they brought it to us. And they brought it to us in a way that I have never experienced a week like this in boxing in my lifetime. On the Santa Monica Pier, Hollywood. And we just had a fantastic time.
His Excellency likes a good fight, doesn't he?
Yes.
He's made quite a few for this card.
I was going to say, a great fight. It's so many great fights on this card. This is, again, the first time I've seen people really fill up an arena before the main event. Mm-hmm. This is uncommon for America. I've seen this for other sports.
Well, let's not lie. It's not full.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you guys are going to be able to see it anyway.
Not full yet.
Yes, there's more people here than they usually are. And y'all at home, y'all know what I'm talking about.
You fought with Terence Crawford, 10 rounds I think you did with him, is that right?
Yeah.
What was the hardest thing to deal with Bud?
The hardest thing to deal with Bud is just his ability to control and manipulate the situation. I always had pride in doing that myself, and this was the first time I was looking across from somebody that gave me a...
He took that away from you.
Stone cold look, and he took that away from me. That's what he's been known for taking away when you do well. I can now attest to that. Yes, when you do well, he takes it away from you. My ability.
How does he do that?
He does it. Sometimes he does it with his skill. Sometimes he does it with his speed. Sometimes it's the power. Sometimes it's the switch hitting. Most times, more than anything, though, it's the mentality, his ability to outthink you and outmaneuver you.
Had you shared the ring with anyone else that impressed you with that way mentally?
No, honestly, I have not. I've been in the ring with a lot of great fighters, amateur and pro. I can honestly say this was the cream of the crop.
Wow. What about his defense? Because we all see his offense and he gets a lot of praise for that. How good is his defense? Does he get enough credit for what it is?
You know, look at the fight that I had with him and then the fight that Arrow had with him. The fight that I had with him, I was able to catch him, but it was based on me outmaneuvering him, outquicking him, and catching him.
Right.
He was always known for having loose defense. He didn't show that loose defense against Errol Spence Jr.
Right.
Came out ready to work. Why? Because the level raised. As the level raises, he raises.
What about Madrimov? Have you seen anything of him in the footage that you've been watching over the last weeks that makes you think there is some kind of way that he can give Terence some trouble?
I like him. I don't love him, but I like him. And this is what I like about him. I like his mentality. I like his thought process of just going after it and going and getting it. I think that's truly what it takes to beat Terence Crawford. Is it takes you pressuring him, taking away that range and that distance, and that's where he controls you. If you can take away the range and the distance, he won't be able to control you, outmaneuver you, and things like that. I like Madrimov's ability to get up on his opponents and bang his opponents out. Again, a true 154-pound fighter, a lot of muscle on this kid, and he's going to try to use it.
All right, well, let's take you over to Adi Oladipo and Chris Mannix, who are over there by the stage. There is, guys, just so much to be hype about this event, this fight night. Where do you want to start?
It's a difficult place to start, Kate, because there are so many incredible things that are going to happen on this fight card. You know, I'm always worried sometimes, Chris, about stadium fights, because I almost feel like there's a bad seat for someone. But you kind of look around, the fans already filing in. There's a good vantage point for every single person. And to piggyback on what you said, Sean, it's been an incredible fight week, and this is an incredible finale setting.
Absolutely. You know, you're right. Sometimes when it comes to stadium fights, you do have some tough seats. People watching the boards. I don't think there's a bad seat in this stadium, and we're going to see every one of these seats filled.
They certainly will. Look, they've come here to see so many fantastic fighters, but the main event, Terence Crawford versus Israel Madrimov. Chris, it's very rare where you get a guy moving up a weight class to fight an unbeaten champion and be a big favorite. A lot of pressure on Terence Crawford.
There's a lot of pressure on Terence Crawford because Israel Madrimov is one of the best fighters in boxing, right? He is skilled, just 10-0 in his young pro career, but he's coming off his championship win, and he is right now peaking as a professional. To layer onto that, though, is the fact that for Terence Crawford, the prize tonight is the 154-pound title. The prize tomorrow could be Canelo Alvarez, and that's what Turki Al-Sheikh wants to make. He spoke to ESPN earlier in the week, and he made it clear that he wants to see Crawford against Canelo in his next fight. Turki saying, I don't want anyone in the middle. I guaranteed Crawford a big fight. I want Canelo for Crawford, and Crawford wants Canelo. But if Canelo goes crazy with his financial demands, I'll still guarantee Crawford any fight he wants. Now, Crawford wants Canelo, and earlier in the week, he sat down with me and told me why.
That would be the legacy-defining fight, to take me to one of the greatest of all times, to go from 135 all the way up to 168 and to conquer the bigger, stronger guy like Usyk did Tyson Fury. And that will go in the history books forever. And I don't think it'll never be duplicated.
See, I like it. That's Chris Mannix, playing manager and promoter. You know, my concern, Chris, and I spoke to Terence Crawford and his trainer, Bomac, throughout the week, and I was like, look, listen, I know Madrimov is the target today, but surely this carrot being dangled in front of you that's called Canelo, that's the biggest fight that can be made in boxing, surely your mind's looking over there as well. He said, absolutely not. Surely it is.
Well, look, I think for a younger version of Terence Crawford, that might be true, but he's approaching 37 years old, and this isn't his first trip to the rodeo. He has been in these types of situations before, and he's also coming off the biggest fight and the biggest win of his pro career against Errol Spence Jr. And one thing Terence told us this week is that maybe I'm a little bit older physically, but mentally, I'm a lot sharper. I think he's going to be mentally all the way there tonight.
I'm going to ask you the impossible question. And look, we've got all night to talk about Terence Crawford versus Madrimov. The undercard is ridiculous. In terms of your pick fight of the night, potentially in the undercard, which one are you going for?
Look, it's fantastic, but I am a sucker for the heavyweight division. I love a good heavyweight slobber knocker. We've got two of them on this undercard, but I like especially the Jared Anderson-Martin Bakole fight. Now, Jared Anderson is widely viewed as America's next best hope to be the heavyweight champion. And quite frankly, if you look down the list of American heavyweight prospects, it's Jared Anderson and it's really nobody else. So he might be the last hope for heavyweight champion in quite some time. He has got a very tough test in front of him in Martin Bakole. Not a well-known guy here in the U.S., but only one loss, and that was to Michael Hunter 6 years ago. He is on a winning streak since then. He is big, he is heavy-handed. Jared Anderson is going to get tested like never before later on tonight.
Yeah, it should be a good fight. Kate, look, it's an undercard of what is really main card fights. I'm with Chris. I'm going for Jared Anderson versus Martin Bakole. Sean, very interested in getting your thoughts on the best of the rest.
Go ahead, Sean.
Best of the rest. Oh goodness. I think it's the co-main event for a reason.
Ooh.
You got Cruz versus Rayo Valenzuela.
They're about to throw down.
That is going to be a throwdown. Rayo has legit power. We've never seen Cruz get hurt. I think in order for Rayo to win that fight, he has to hurt Cruz, but he's got the length and he's got the skill to create that distance needed. That could end up being that fight of the night.
Cruz's neck, though, right?
I know. He's like, I've heard this before, like he's a little Sean Porter. Yeah, so I'm rooting for both guys.
All right, well, the final two members of our team are going to be with us from ringside throughout the evening. Let's head over that way right now, check in with Sergio Mora and Todd Grisham. We're interested in your guys' perspective. What kind of chance do you give Madrimov in this fight?
Well, as you guys know, Sergio Mora, former 154-pound world champion. That's the weight class that Terence Crawford's moving up. And people look at the size of these two guys. We had this discussion earlier. It's not like when Pacquiao went up to fight Oscar De La Hoya and Mayweather and Corrales, where there's these obvious height and weight differences. These guys on the scale look extremely similar, Sergio, but you say don't believe your eyes.
You're going to believe me, the former champion, or your lying eyes, Todd? I'm telling you right now, when you look at Madrimov, he's a natural 154-pounder, but if you look at him sideways, he looks a little bit more thicker. You know, the trunk of his torso is more muscular. You're going to see it right here. You're going to see the tall, lean frame of Bud Crawford. The reason that he's able to distribute that weight because he has wide shoulders. He looks great for a guy that came up to light heavyweight. He looks like a small junior middleweight now. But you look at Madrimov, he looks like a small middleweight and a big junior middleweight. Forget the height. Let's just talk about the torso area. That's what I'm talking about. Dense muscle is on the side of Madrimov. That's what I'm seeing right there.
Well, he trains with Dimitri Bivol, who was in a similar situation a couple years ago as Canelo, an undisputed champion, moved up to try and win his title. We know how that ended. How does he do what Bivol did to Canelo to Bud?
It's going to be very difficult because Madrimov doesn't have Bivol's amazing jab, but he does have his amazing footwork. So it's going to be footwork, but aim at the middle of Bud Crawford. That's what I would do against a great fighter that's always switching from lefty to righty, who's always trying to get pivots and angles on you. Aim right here. Just like in a running back. You know, when he's starting to juke and jive, you punch him right in the numbers. That's what you got to do with Crawford.
Good analyst from Sergio Morell, who'll be here all night long for every fight, and there's 6 of them, ladies and gentlemen. Every one should be a banger. And we start with the highly rated Andy Cruz taking on Antonio Moran. David Morell, this guy could fight David Benavidez next. That's the rumor. He's in action. The next great U.S. heavyweight, Jared Anderson versus the big monster and Bakole. Andy Ruiz versus Jarrell Big Baby Miller. I mean, these are can't-miss fights. Cruz versus Valenzuela. Mexico versus Mexico. This stadium's going to erupt for that one. And then, of course, it's the main event. Terence Bud Crawford and Israel Madrimov. This program is sponsored by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, delivering state-of-the-art healthcare services throughout the Middle East.
Come and ride through tales untold. Watch as stories unfold and feel a welcome you've never felt. Welcome to a journey you've never imagined. Welcome to Arabia. Saudi.
So our first fight of the night involves Andy Cruz, Chris Mannix, 3-0 with 1 knockout. They're having him rocket ship to great competition.
Yeah, terrific start to his career for Andy Cruz. 3-0, 1 win coming by knockout, but fighting in 10-round fights since the very beginning. He's ranked right now, guys, by 3 of the 4 sanctioning bodies inside the top 10, and he is hoping to make a move up those rankings. And this is exactly the right opponent for him to face tonight. A tested veteran in Antonio Moran, a guy that's only been stopped by Devin Haney. We all remember that call, Todd Grisham's famous fire in his eyes call with Devin Haney and Antonio Moran. He has lost some decisions against some good quality fighters, but I think this is going to be an opportunity for Andy Cruz to show that he is inching towards that world championship level.
Well, here's our tale to take for our first fight on our main card. Andy Cruz from Matazanas, Cuba, who's 28 years old, will take on Antonio Moran, who has 37 pro fights and believes that his professional experience could be the key tonight. He's taller and will enjoy a 1-inch reach advantage. And now we go into the ring, and the 1992 junior bodybuilding champion of Illinois, Thomas Tribe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we get things started with a lightweight championship contest. Let's first welcome the challenger, Antonio Moran.
They call him Tono. Antonio Moran, who had a 90-10 amateur record as a pro. Mixed results, Sergio, 30 wins, 6 losses, and a draw, but he's forever remembered. He will forever be remembered as the man that Devin Haney knocked out back in 2019 for the KO of the year.
That was an amazing KO, an amazing call that we got tired of hearing already, Todd Grisham, but I'm not tired of seeing Antonio Moran because he gives prospects a hard fight. He gives titleists a hard fight. He gives champions a hard fight, and that's what he's here for, to give Andy Cruz, who only has 3 fights under his belt, amazing amateur, but only 3 fights under his belt as a professional. You can bet the tough Mexican is going to test those 3 fights.
Moran, according to those watching on the DAZN app at home, has an 11% chance of victory against Andy Cruz. But Moran has only been stopped once, and it came against Devin Haney in 2019.
And I think for Antonio Moran, the big question I have is, will he go for it against Andy Cruz? I really don't think there's any chance that Antonio Moran can outbox Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz in the pro ranks is already an elite boxer, but he's a big guy, Antonio Moran, and I think he needs to take the fight to Andy Cruz and see if he can get a stoppage.
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated defending champion, Andy El Diamante Cruz.
Well, to those of you who love numbers, how about this? Andy Cruz has outlanded his professional opponents by a 4.59 to 1 ratio. Sergio, he lands basically 5 punches to everyone he gets hit with.
It's all about accuracy with these Cuban fighters. I mean, they're snipers. You know, and this guy, Andy Cruz, is not even a southpaw. He's an orthodox fighter, but he's amazing, amazing boxer to watch, and I think he's coming along with his power now.
You know, one thing about these Saudi cards is that they have brought great fighters together on one card. They have also managed to bring countrymen together on one card. Andy Cruz and David Morell have known each other since 2012. There have been obviously big parts of the Cuban boxing system. Both had very difficult defections over the last 8 or 9 years, but to this point, they have never fought on the same card as amateurs or professionals. That changed tonight with Andy Cruz going on now and David Morell right after him.
Well, Chris, after his debut, thought he was okay. His second fight, you thought he looked sensational. Where does he stand now after his third fight?
I think he's making great progress. I mean, 3 fights in, all of them being 10-rounders, having one cut by knockout. No question, I thought the fight against Stefan was his best performance, but I do see signs that he is embracing the professional style. Look, guys, there's a reason that he went to Philadelphia to train with Mosianis. He could have stayed in South Florida. He could have gone somewhere in Texas or California, but he went to Philadelphia to learn how to punch, to learn how to fight a physical style. The same gym that produced Gerard Boutenis, that's the gym that Andy Cruz is training in every single day.
That's probably the perfect hybrid of boxer puncher, Cuban with the Philly style.
And guess who's sitting in row 1? It is Boots Ennis, who's here to support his stablemate, Andy Cruz, who looks to stay perfect in his young professional career.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh Season Card, a great night of World Championship Boxing, live from BMO Stadium in Los Angeles, California. It is all being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Sella and Gold Star Promotions. At this time, we would like to extend a big thank you to the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey Al-Sheikh. We get things started with 10 rounds scheduled, and it will be for the IBF International and WBA Continental Latin American Lightweight Championships. Brought to you in association with New Champion Promotions and All-Star Boxing. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Chair Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster, along with the International Boxing Federation, President Darryl Peoples, Supervisor Pete Podgorski, and the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Julio Time. Our 3 judges assigned will be Tiffany Clinton, Alejandro Roshin, and David Sullivan. Our referee in charge will be Gerard White. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing green with gold and weighed in officially at 134.8 pounds. Hailing from Ciudad de Mexico, Mexico, he has a professional record consisting of 30 wins, 6 defeats, 1 draw, 21 of his 30 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBO Latino and WBA Fede Centro champion, Antonio Moran. And his opponent across the ring, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing purple with silver and weighed in officially at 134 pounds. Fighting out of Tampa, Florida, by way of Matanzas, Cuba, he is undefeated with 3 wins, 1 one of his 3 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending IBF International and WBA Continental Latin American Lightweight Champion, Andy El Diamante Cruz.
Let's go, brother. Let's go.
Thanks on you, coach.
Boxer chief second.
Oh yeah, we don't put her in the bottom.
Got it good, man. Got it good.
Gentlemen, we went over the rules in the dressing room. You both know what I expect out of you. The trunks are a little high here. I'm going to work right to the center. They're good here. We're going to touch them up, and we can go to work.
Be the other way around.
So Andy Cruz, who began his pro career with a scheduled 10-round fight against Juan Carlos Burgos, now faces Antonio Moran, a 37-fight veteran in his 4th fight. He's climbing the ladder quickly. Can Moran cut him off at the pass? Another 10-rounder. Andy Cruz in the purple, Antonio Moran in the dark green and gold.
Moran has 3 inches in height and 1 in reach. This is a Mexican veteran that's been there with some fast punches, but Andy Cruz is an accurate, fast, and strong puncher.
Sergio Chris Mannix said that Moran should just go right after him. Why not? What would your strategy be to beat Andy Cruz?
Chris Mannix thinks that should be the game plan all the time. No, do not go right at a sniper. You got to take your time. You got to use your experience. Take the fighter that only has 3 fights into the second half of the fight where you can use experience. Try to take some legs. Throw straight right hands like you just did right there. Fight like a veteran.
I say that though, Sergio, because he can take his time, work things out, and be down 4-0 by the time he gets comfortable in this fight. 2 other losses on the resume of Antonio Moran. He has been badly outboxed, 9 decision losses. And this is probably going to be no different. Andy Cruz is the better pure boxer in this fight. You got to rough it up. You got to make it a physical fight.
Yeah, you can do that in the second half. So I agree with you. If he doesn't start fast, he's going to get behind on points. But he should expect to be behind on points.
Well, according to Andy Cruz, Moran will make it to the second half of the fight. He vows to knock him out before Devin Haney did, and he got the job in the 7th.
I can tell you right now, I don't think that happens. I like the fact that Cruz is concentrating on the body. Straight shots to the body. They're not hooks to the body. He throws straight right hands to the gut and then jabs with a power jabs, bending his knees. And that's what you do with taller fighters with that long torso. You know, you can just pierce them down the gut. You can do the same to the chest or to the bread basket.
Moran throwing that long jab out there, just to keep his opponent guessing.
Good body shot by Moran.
A good counter right from Cruz. Snapping right hand.
Nice short body shot by Andy Cruz.
You know, Chris, in watching the Olympics, a lot of people say, will this pro or this fighter be a good pro? What questions did you think Cruz had as he made the switch?
You know, fairly typical questions about amateurs, maybe more so because we're talking about a Cuban amateur. Cuban amateurs, oftentimes they come in with a more defensive-minded style. We all remember Guillermo Rigondeaux, one of the most decorated Cuban amateurs. But this generation, with Andy Cruz and David Morell, they fight a very different style.
En el piso, apágamelo, apágalo. Saca esa toalla, agua.
The Esports World Cup is on from now until August 25th. $60 million in the prize pool across 21 esports titles.
Pues se ve una respuesta, no hay problema. Trata de agarrarlo abajo, güey. Ajá. Y trabaja más allá, tira tu ya, pues. Si no sacas allá, te va a estar entrando, güey. Páralo con tu ya, luego. Tienes todo el ring para moverlo, para.
See, there you go. Nice counter. Right hand. Notice how he didn't even step back. He knew the range of it. That's experience by Andy Cruz. You can bet he's going to look for counter shots over lazy jabs of Antonio Moran.
Well, you talk about Moran having a good second half of the fight. If Andy Cruz is as good as we think he is, won't Cruz have figured him out by the second half of this fight?
I don't care how great you are as an amateur, how great of a prospect you are. 37-fight veteran who's only been stopped once, have been in there against champions. You don't just beat him down like that in the first half. No way.
Stay off his head.
This is an excellent professional fighter with Antonio Moran.
He landed a right, which caused Cruz to back up quick.
Yeah, Cruz didn't like that.
When I say stop, don't do anything. When I say stop, don't do anything. You got me? Box.
The referee wasn't too happy with something. But Moran's really trying to be the boss now, and he's got clipped again with a counter left.
Yeah, he kind of shook Cruz with that shot. He got over aggressive, but he still needs some mindless defense, Moran.
Cruz getting the respect from Moran as he tried to bully the Cuban.
That's what you got to do with these tough Mexicans, man. You can't just let them walk you down like that.
Right to the body from Moran, uppercut on the inside. Chris, he's certainly not fighting scared, is he?
No, he's taking the fight to Andy Cruz, and I like that. I like the disposition. I also see clearly a little bit bigger man in the ring. This is a guy that, for his last few fights, has been fighting above 135 pounds, so physically might be a little bit stronger.
Moran's landing some chopping right hands to the side of the head of Cruz. Not landing cleanly, but if he's already landing these in the second round, I'd love to see in the middle rounds or later rounds how those punches are going to affect Andy Cruz.
Bring that up.
Nice counter right again, and then getting out of the way, and a little hand to the gods from Andy Cruz.
Very sharp jab to the body. Andy Cruz been throwing the first round or so.
But I'm with you, Sergio. I'm loving this. If this is the new Cuban style, sign me up. I mean, Cruz is going nowhere. He's staying right there.
This is a new school Cuban style. I say all the time, a new school Mexican style. This is new school. And Andy Cruz is, first of all, is not a southpaw. Second of all, he doesn't always back up or jump back to counter. Third of all, he comes forward. Fourth, he's looking for the power shots.
Nice 1-2 from Cruz. And he's trying to out-Mexican style the Mexican.
And that's what happens when you go take your talent from Cuba to the hard gyms of Philadelphia. You learn that Philly toughness.
These are really good body shots that Andy Cruz is landing. That straight left hand, whether it's in the jab or a short hook, hitting the body clean of Moran.
Nice left hook on the inside from Cruz.
Stop.
Look at that, staying in the pocket, Andy Cruz. It's not stepping back, it's not smothering the attack, just blocking and punching, countering Antonio Moran.
Off his head. Time!
Shakur Stevenson in the house. Of course, he's been chasing everybody down on social media. Have he run you down yet, Sergio?
No, not yet. I got love for Shakur Stevenson. I tell him in person, I tell him over X as well. Hell of a boxer.
Hey, big fan of the fight today. You never know. Shakur Stevenson, 135-pound title holder. Down the line, we might see an Andy Cruz, Shakur Stevenson fight.
Don't stop doing what you're doing, Shakur. You're a beast. Look, nice right hand that tried to be countered by Moran, but look, excellent right hand there by Cruz. That right there is knowing your range and your distance. That's what these Cubans do so well, but normally they do it with their footwork and stepping back.
Stay off his head.
Cruz is staying in the pocket.
Box.
With flat footing, trying to get some power.
Well, we just saw Shakur Stevenson, Chris, and He's basically said, I need someone to bring out the best of me. I need a top-level guy so I can showcase all my skills. Are we kind of seeing something similar here as Moran is probably the best opponent that Cruz has faced?
Yes, absolutely, and this is what we need to do. Sorry to interrupt, Maddox, but I can tell you right now, yes.
Is it not enough for you to answer the questions directed at you? Do you have to answer the ones directed at me?
I get excited when I see, great boxers turn into fighters, like Andy Cruz.
You talk about that Philly gym, Sergio, and Andy Cruz, his nickname officially is Diamante. His nickname in the gym, though, is Bull, 4-letter word after. That is his nickname given to him by Bozianis, because Bozy early on, during his time with Andy Cruz, thought he was cutting some corners a little bit. So every time he thinks that Cruz is not doing exactly what he tells him, he looks over to the corner and screams, Bull.
BS?
BS.
Bull spit.
Bull spit.
Normally, when we're accustomed to seeing these Cuban fighters, they're moving all around the ring. They're using every inch of that square circle, but not Cruz. He's flat-footed. He's looking for shots.
Look at that right hand.
Looking to set down his power, and that's not your typical Cuban style of fighting.
Yeah, Sergio, you saw right there, instead of making him miss by backtracking or moving his body, he blocked the punches and was in a perfect angle to strike back immediately.
That's what I'm saying. He's not stepping back out of the war zone, out of the danger zone. He's staying in the pocket because he's so cool and relaxed and comfortable. Look at how comfortable he is. Nothing landed, but he's trying to get the range and gauge the speed from Moran.
Moran missing with a right and immediately has to pay the price. That's what a good counterpuncher will do. You make a mistake, you immediately pay.
Good body shot there by Moran from the southpaw stance. I think he had that agility in him. I love that. I love Cruz walking back, the bigger Mexican.
Let his head go.
Walking him back,
let his arm go. Let him out.
Getting him on the heels of his feet. That's how you're going to beat down Antonio Moran.
Oh, good left hand. What a performance from Cruz so far as Moran's throwing everything at him.
That's beautiful power boxing, guys.
Yeah, don't forget, when you're in there, keep backing him up. You ain't got to do this, because you catching that stuff, man. Just come right off the catch and boom, 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 put that shit together. He don't like to be backed up. Yeah, keep backing him up. You ain't got to do this. You boom, 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 you here. Wop, wop. You want to go out this way or that way. Back him up. Keep backing him up. That jab. He can't hit you with nothing. He's getting frustrated. Yeah, everything behind the jab to set your shots up, though. Yeah.
Keep backing him up, the instructions of Derek Ennis, and that's exactly what's been successful. Putting the Mexican on his back foot, on his heels, looking for that sharp right hand on a slow jab. Look at, that's what you do with rangy, tall fighters. Lazy jab, make them pay for it.
So round 4 between Andy Cruz and Antonio Moran. Cruz promising to get Moran out of there by round 6. And he's off to a hot start. But it's not because of a lack of effort from Moran. For the most part, Cruz has just been too slick.
Cruz is such a nice blend of skills and athleticism. Shots he's not parrying, blocking. He's able to slide away from because his athleticism is at such a high level.
It's not just athleticism, man. He's blocking a hard shot like that. That's toughness as well. But he's doing it by staying cool and calm. That's how you're able to roll with the shot without having too much impact.
Keep backing him up, I told you.
A lot of fighters that are pure boxers, they don't even like blocking hard shots because you still feel the impact of it.
You saw Cruz kind of throw his right hand out as if it might have hurt it. Keep an eye on that.
Good shot there. Uppercut by Moran. I don't think Cruz liked that.
does he, Sergio?
No, he does not. That's accuracy. That's just pinpoint accuracy by Cruz.
Any moment you let your guard down, you're going to eat a jab.
Let him go. Let him go.
Moran's walking him down now. He's getting comfortable. He felt the power. Cruz is not intimidated by it. Notice how he just went from one corner to the other with no minding of defense, just walking him down. There's gonna be an interesting fight in the second half, guys. I don't think we'll see a knockout like I said earlier. I think it's gonna get more interesting in the second half. I like the determination I see in Moran right now.
Stop! 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 Let me see your head. Let me see your head. Box.
Oh, shot right on the ear.
Not Cruz. Cruz is hurt.
Cruz's feet are a little wobbly. 25 seconds to go in the round. He's holding on.
Stop! 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 That.
It was a nice left hook on the top of the head of Cruz. Cruz's knees buckled. He's hurt.
His equilibrium may be off. You'd like to see Moran try and test him here with just a couple seconds left. Cruz may have shaken it off.
He didn't shake it off. He's just in that good of a shape that he's able to be resilient after that shot.
Yo, listen. You gotta listen to me, man. Keep the pressure on him, man. Stop backing up. You gotta go to that body. Go to the body more and then go to the head. You hear me? Keep fighting off him. He don't know what to do. Once you do that. Yeah? Yeah. And step with it. Step with it. When you do it, look. When you do it, look. Yeah, when you do it, step with it. And then bring that right hand down. Boom. Because he's turning like this. How you feel? Good, good.
And there's that left hand right there.
Yo, keep the pressure on.
I thought it was the side of the head. It was the side of the jaw. But those shots right there, you don't see coming. They come behind the jaw.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Moran does have plenty of pop. 21 of his 30 wins have come by knockout. And he told us, he said, listen, Cruz is a good fighter, but I'm way more experienced as a pro. He has a lot to learn, and I'm going to teach him. Let's check in with Sean Porter. How do you think things are going, Sean?
Way more resistance at this point from Moran than I expected, but this is exactly what Cruz needs. I think he's going to get past Moran. I don't think, you know, that little scare we think we saw, that won't happen again. Cruz is not someone that's going to make a lot of mistakes, but he's got a lot to learn from this fight, and this will prove to be beneficial for him moving forward.
Sean Porter will be with us all night long. Upstairs with Kate Abdo. As this is a pretty good fight right now. Round 5 scheduled for 10. Our first fight of a main card. Moran digging downstairs.
Nice body shots there by Moran. It was a jab and then a left hook. Did it? Normally, punches from that far away without bending down and bending your knees and getting that body shot right doesn't do that much impact. But Cruz felt those.
Todd, you mentioned this a round ago about that right hand of Andy Cruz. He seems to have holstered it throughout. He's still throwing it occasionally, but most of the action the last 2 rounds has come off that left hand. So I'm curious if there is an issue with that right.
Those are hard shots by both men, to the body, to the gut. Man, I'm telling you, this is such a great, evenly matched fight as far as toughness.
Is this going to look similar to what we see in the co-main event with Pitbull Cruz just pressuring nonstop Jose Valenzuela?
Anytime you get a Mexican, you're going to get that. And that's what you guys said, that we're going to see a knockout early. No way. This is an experienced, tough Mexican that's been in there with championship caliber opposition and landing big body shot right there on the inside Moran.
Moran, who's been dropped or been stopped just once, that was by Devin Haney, says, man, I've gotten so much better since then. That was 5 years ago. And Cruz will learn. Moran turned pro 6 days after his 19th birthday and started his career with 16 straight wins. Nice right from Cruz.
A good body shot by Cruz, actually. I want to see more body shots from Cruz. I think that's going to slow down Moran. You know, we know a lot of Mexicans take a big shot upstairs, but touch them downstairs, soften up that gut.
Boy, he should have just let that right go. Cruz's chin was wide open.
Because he turned southpaw for a minute.
Our main event on the way. Don't worry, all these seats will be filled up later tonight when Crawford and Madrimov hit the stage right after Eminem hits the stage.
A derecha, póntelo con ese. Allí no trae nada más. Va. Mete primera presión, presión abajo, por dentro.
Keep pressure,
pam,
keep
pam,
pressure,
pam,
look for that
por
right
dentro y
hand.
abajo. Ya empieza a meter un poquito más.
And you need to take down downstairs.
Cuando te mueves las cinturas, con el güey no sé ni qué pedo. Pero si vas de frente, te empieza.
You want more body shots from Moran, but it's Cruz right there with that body shot. I want to see more body shots by the Cuban. You can tell that Moran didn't like that shot. Nobody likes those shots to the liver. Keep going if you're Andy Cruz.
All right, round 6. This is the round that Cruz said he would finish Antonio Moran by. Does he have any chance of doing that?
I mean, there's a chance, it's probable, but I don't see it happening. And you know why I don't see it happening, Todd? I see the fire in the eye of Antonio Moran.
Boy, that jab keeps working for Cruz, and then the counters, and Moran really turning up the heat this round.
Well, he's turning up the heat, but he's getting hit in between, so he's giving an opportunity for Andy Cruz to end it tonight, and the show. You don't go punch for punch with the sharper puncher, but Moran is getting aggressive just like his corner wants him to.
Well, this is what happens when you face an experienced Mexican fighter. They will stay in front of you all night long, or as Alexander Usyk says, I will not leave you alone.
Okay? Don't do that. Box.
Good right. It was a stabbing downward right hand from Andy Cruz.
Yeah, didn't land that cleanly, but it almost did. Good body shots by Moran right there.
Cruz trying to use the head movement, but a couple of those landed clean.
Oh, there were clean shots downstairs. 3-4 good body shots. I'm telling you, those body shots you won't feel until 2-3 rounds from now. It's an accumulation that will slowly start wearing on your legs. All of a sudden you start thinking, why are my legs feeling like this? It was those body shots that we were taking 2-3 rounds ago.
No knockdown. Stay off his head. Box.
Andy Cruz said this is the toughest fighter I've ever faced. I expect him to be really difficult, but I will get the knockout.
I like that power jab that Cruz has been doing. Now he's backing up Moran. Simple jab, nothing special. It's power jab, well timed. Catching Moran coming forward and you pushing him back with that sledgehammer jab.
Front foot. Most effective when he's going forward. Give Antonio Moran time to get some momentum. That's when he has the most success.
Little shake of the head there from Andy Cruz, but he's getting a reaction now is Moran. Well, ladies and gentlemen, later tonight in one of the big heavyweight battles, it'll be Jared Anderson versus Martin Bakole. And just moments ago, he spoke to Ade Oladipo.
Martin, it's a career that has had some ups and downs, but more ups than downs. This is the biggest fight of your life coming up. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm okay. Like you see me, I'm ready to go. So, like you said, it's a big fight of my life, especially my career. So, we're ready to go.
throughout the week, you've been very confident of a win. You've mentioned a knockout as well. Is that what you're going for against Jared Anderson?
Of course, we came here to win the fight, so if he's got a big heart, he will survive, and on the point, I'll win the fight. If he doesn't have a big heart, he will stop and give up, and I'll win by knockout.
I'm going to let your team get ready and let you get ready as well. Good luck and enjoy the night.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
So the monster Bakole, can he beat big baby Jared Anderson? That's later tonight, but Andy Cruz's corner, Chris was telling him, you can stop this guy whenever you want, just let your hands go.
Yeah, he hasn't been letting his hands go the last couple of rounds. It's been a lot of jabs with the occasional one-punch right hand.
I don't think we're going to see Andy Cruz let his hands go like they want him to. I think he's going to throw twos and fews, especially with that jab. He's being irresponsible because he knows what's in front of him. Antonio Moran's sharp. He's in great shape. He's sharp, and he's landing some good shots downstairs.
Sharp Sergio, these last 3 rounds have looked a lot different than the first 4. Andy Cruz was walking down Antonio Moran earlier in this fight.
There's that jab. That's how you soften up tough guys. Jab him on with that power jab, stick him downstairs and cut him. Same jab.
Nice jab, and I think the glove touched.
There you go. There you go.
Off his head, off his head, off his head. Stop.
Everyone wants that sexy big right hand.
Don't do that.
Power, well-timed jab can get you the knockdown as well.
Moran did not see that punch coming. And we do have instant replay here, Chris. If they go back in between rounds and see the glove touch, that would be a knockdown.
It would be a knockdown, yeah. They do have instant replay. We saw it earlier in the night with Steven Nelson in his fight. They double-checked on a knockdown, scored a knockdown after the fact. So we'll see if they go and look at the replay on that one.
The legs aren't under Moran. This is the time where Cruz needs to walk him down.
Yeah, you can see he's having a little trouble breathing. Looks like blood's dripping out of his nostrils. The activity is slowed down. A left hand backs Moran up.
Stop. Step back.
A minute left here in the 7th. Yeah, things aren't looking good for Antonio right now.
No, it is not. It was that well-timed jab that caught Moran coming in. Nothing special, nothing pretty. Well-timed power jab, and that feels like a sledgehammer when you have someone aggressive coming in towards you.
Oh, good right hand from Andy Cruz, who now has that fire in his eye here in round 7. Downstairs.
Bring that forearm down.
And Moran's really laboring.
Opportunity here for Andy Cruz. Less than 30 seconds left, but Antonio Moran looks hurt. He's just stumbling around the ring right now.
Yeah, he looked to his corner for help, Sergio, and that's never a good look.
And I'm telling you, this is what is doing it. The jabs.
Big right hand, and Moran's rocked. Stumbling backwards. Is Cruz going to pick up the biggest knockout of his career?
Down.
They're going to call a knockdown. The ropes kept him up.
Down. 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's over. Andy Cruz, 4-0 with 2 knockouts. A sensational victory in LA.
And it was the exact same punch that knocked out Moran against Devin Haney. An overhand right. Well timed, well perfected, well executed. Perfect shot to the top of the head.
Yo, what I tell you?
How did you like that performance, Chris?
Excellent finish. That was the toughest fight of Andy Cruz's young career. He was hurt in those middle rounds. He had to dig deep against a very experienced opponent, but he found a way to overcome that adversity and landed a huge knockout. I mean, he had Antonio Moran hurt multiple times throughout that round.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was just announced this week, Canelo versus Edgar Berlanga in September, live from Las Vegas. Sergio, your first thoughts on Mexico versus Puerto Rico in September?
Man, it's always a great rivalry when you got Mexico versus Puerto Rico. You got the power of the Puerto Ricans versus the grit and determination of Mexicans. It doesn't get better on a big weekend.
You ain't gonna get much. All right, let's take a look back at how the fight was won.
And it was with Andy Cruz listening to the corner. Derek Ennis, the father of Boots, and is telling him, you gotta back this guy up. Keep backing him up. That's how you get the knockdown. Get the combinations, and it was an overhand right that did it, but he softened up the Mexican body shot before that. There it is, bending down. Beautiful shot right there, but if Cruz didn't bend down to get the leverage and spring up, he wouldn't have landed that shot. That's what I mean by time and execution. Beautiful shot by Andy Cruz, just wonderful. This is exactly what you want to see with that new school Cuban style, looking for the knockout.
Andy Cruz, just 4 fights into his pro career, and he gets better and better. And I think he gets a title shot within a year or so. I mean, how can you hold him back?
Hey, listen, he has the skill, he has the promotion. Absolutely, I think he can possibly do that. If the stars align at 135, I can definitely see this man getting a title shot.
Well, he vowed to knock his opponent out before Devin Haney did in the 6th round, but he did it in the 7th, the same round that Devin Haney stopped Antonio Moran, so I guess it's an even-Steven draw, right?
Just as long as you knock him out, you got the knockout, you didn't go to the distance. There we go, that's how you keep that streak going.
Thomas Triber in the ring to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes 59 seconds of round number 7. Your winner by way of knockout, still undefeated and still IBF International and WBA Continental Latin American Lightweight Champion, Andy El Diamante Cruz.
We're going to take a few pictures, okay? Okay.
So the 2-time Pan American gold medalist looks sensational as a pro. Promised a knockout. He's got one, and he'll go back to Philadelphia, get in the gym with Boots in his Sergio, and seemingly just get better and better.
He's only going to get better and better because he's going to be forced to go through the adversity. And I mean, everyone knows that those Philly gym wars are something special. With style and skill like that, you're not going to be enduring those Philly gym wars, but you're going to get the mentality of a Philly soldier.
Let's go into the ring and Chris Mannix.
Well, Andy, congratulations. 4-0 in your pro career now. Pick up your 2nd professional knockout. How do you feel about that performance?
Entonces, 4 victorias sin conocer ninguna derrota y segundo knockout. ¿Cómo te sientes de este rendimiento, actuación?
No, me siento muy feliz. Primeramente, se logró el objetivo, que fue ganar la pelea. Y como dije, iba a tratar de acabarla antes del límite. Y así fue.
No, I'm really, really happy. It's objective, it's mission accomplished. The first aim was to win the fight, and then the fact we've done it within the distance, even better.
This was the most experienced opponent of your pro career, and he certainly tested you at times in this fight. How tough was it in there against him?
Una buena prueba hoy, porque igual es el rival más experimentado de tu carrera, y aquí hubo unos momentos difíciles, en apuros. ¿Cómo fue en el ring?
No, ya lo decía. No iba a ser un combate fácil, ya que, como todos sabemos, los mexicanos tienen eso, que son muy fuertes y nunca se rinden hasta el final. Este era de mucho más experiencia que yo, así que iba a tener que demostrar que yo también estoy hecho para estos momentos grandes.
Yeah, so I said before the fight, it was never going to be an easy occasion for me. We know Mexican fighters are really, really tough, and this guy is really, really experienced. However, I managed to show that I'm at this level. This is not a ceiling for me. I can go on after this.
We haven't seen you hurt before as a professional. 5th round, you took a pretty good shot. How hurt were you at that time?
No hemos visto verte aceptar un buen golpe. Hoy, en el 5º asalto, ¿cómo te fue? Estabas bien, pero se notó que te pegó, ¿no?
Sí, hubo un momento que me agarró como que un poco movido y me dio un golpecito, pero bueno, para esto uno se prepara. Uno nunca pelea pensando que no pueden aceptar un golpe. fue un momento de apuro, pero esos momentos también hacen a los campeones.
No, you know, it was a tough moment, but you don't take on the boxing industry to never to be hit. You know, you got to be accept getting the odd hit, and I think that champions are the people who can take a shot like that are what champions are made of. Sorry.
You're top 10 in 3 of the 4 sanctioning bodies. What do you want to do next?
Estás en el mejor 10 en las 3 secciones de divisiones. ¿Qué quieres hacer más? Próximo desafío.
Quiero seguir probándome con los mejores. Como siempre he dicho que vine aquí a pelear con los mejores. Y, hey, Shakur, for now, bro.
I just want to keep testing myself against the best. I keep saying, fight the best, that's what I do. Keep pushing myself and testing myself.
I think we caught the Shakur part. Shakur Stevenson sitting ringside. Congratulations, Andy.
Muchas gracias.
Guys.
Well, Sergio, pretty honest answers there from Cruz. I love where he said, hey, you're going to have to get hit every once in a while. A lot of Cuban fighters 10 years ago wouldn't say that.
No, and that's what I love about this hybrid mix of the Cuban style of boxing versus the tough Philly fighting. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful mix, and I think it's just going to be a dangerous weapon, Andy Cruz, going forward.
All right, one last look at our highlights from our opening fight here from Los Angeles, California, as Andy Cruz looks sensational against Antonio Moran.
Yes, he did, and he did it by backing up the tough Mexican like they wanted him to do. It was going to take more than just jabs, which he was hurting him. Andy Cruz was actually hurting and rocking and dropping Moran with power jabs, but they needed more of that. Derek Ennis got on his corner and said, you need to let your hands go, back up this Mexican, and you will stop him. And that's exactly what happened. Look at those shots, power jab right there, right on the side of the chin. That dropped Moran right there, and that only kept them buzzed and confused. And by backing him up, the Mexican didn't know how to handle going backwards like that.
And credit to the corner of Andy Cruz, who told him before the start of that round, Sergio, you let your hands go, you can get him out of there, and that's what happened. So the sensational amateur has become a pretty sensational professional as well. And who knows what big-time fights await Andy Cruz, and maybe one day it could be him that headlines a Riyadh season card. So here's the roadmap for the rest of the night. 1 down and 5 to go. And boy, 5 pretty good ones coming up next. It's David Morell, who's moving up a weight class, and then back-to-back heavyweight fights, Mexico versus Mexico, and Crawford versus Madrimov.
While his greatness is undeniable, it wasn't always destined to be this way for Terence Crawford. His early career was an uphill battle, struggling to secure high-profile fights. Bud's big break came to step in as a late replacement to fight feared and heavy-handed Bradis Prescott in 2013.
My manager, he really didn't want me to take the fight. And I was just like, well, I'm taking the fight. They was like, oh, well, let's go. It changed my whole life.
Opportunities followed, and a year later Crawford faced Ricky Burns in a bid to fulfill his dream of becoming a world champion.
That moment was the best feeling in my whole career, still to this day. It's easy to become champion, it's hard to stay champion. You know, you always got a big target on your back. You always got somebody that want to dethrone you.
That's right, champ. Way to go, get it.
There's good to have you with us on DAZN this evening. We are in Los Angeles, California at BMO Stadium for a very special night of boxing. We have got an absolutely stacked undercard leading to a title fight that could see Terence Crawford claim a belt in a 4th weight division. But Israel Madrimov enters the arena tonight holding the WBA belt, and he intends to leave with it too. Very warm welcome, everybody, inside the stadium to our host position. I am Kate Abdo with the former 2-time welterweight champ, Showtime Sean Porter, retired champ. Sorry, I'll get it right by the end of the evening. Let's just get your thoughts on that fight between Andy Cruz and Antonio Moran, because for a minute there, for a few rounds, Antonio Moran didn't get the memo.
Listen, that was a fight that's I consider to be right on time for Andy Cruz. I talked about yesterday about him finding some resistance in his career before he makes a big leap up into world level contention, and I think that this fight is right on time for him. Moran gave him some resistance, some serious resistance, even caught him with a big shot at one point in the fight. I think if anything, just gave him some good film to look at and some things to improve on, but he is well on his way.
I mean, it's a fine line, right, between moving somebody quickly and rushing them.
Absolutely.
How quickly do you think we should be looking at him in a title fight?
You know, listen, I want to say this, there's a lot of fighters that can move at the rate that they're moving Andy Cruz at. Andy, I get it. He's an Olympian. He's Cuban. He's got over 300 fights. Guess what? There's a lot of Americans, a lot of other fighters around the world that are just like that and can move at the same pace. Andy's doing his thing. He's sharp. He's skillful, fast. List goes on. But we saw today that, hey, if his hands are down, he gets caught with a shot. Anybody can get caught with a shot. And at that point in time, you needed some experience to really get past that moment. And he found his way through it. And a big punch, that right hand that he landed. And again, that experience, he saw when he landed that shot, felt it, and then he went for it. The right punch at the right time, sat down on that right hand. And that's what we want to see these Cubans do. That's what we want to see these young fighters do, sit down on those shots. And as you can see, all Moran needed to do was just stand still. Why didn't he just stand there? You know, he did a little bit too much, and it was too much, he got out of there.
Yep. Well, in our next fight, speaking of Cuban standouts, by the way, in our next fight, we've got another Cuban standout, the WBA super middleweight champ, David Morell. He is stepping up to light heavyweight against Ruiz Kalajdzic for a shot at the vacant WBA World Light Heavyweight title. He's going in against the guy in his first fight at the weight, against the guy who was 29-2 with 21 knockouts. That means either the money is brilliant or you see something there that you feel comfortable putting your man in against.
Well, listen, a lot like Andy Cruz, they are not trying to waste any time on Morell. They want to get him to a world title really, really soon, and it happens to be Kalajdzic.
Not sure that's how you say it, but we'll move on.
Yeah, he's a fighter with a lot of experience, and again, when you're moving the fighter up and you're trying to keep him on that fast pace, you need to put him in the ring with guys that reflect that, and that's what his opponent does, reflects it through the record and also the guys that he's been in the ring with.
Do you like the move up to 175 for Morell?
I wanted to see him take over at 160. I think he had the ability to do that.
Take over means you have to get the Canelo fight though, right?
Well, I really like the fight against Caleb Plant. I really like that fight for Morell. We're not getting that fight. Of course, like the fight against Canelo Alvarez. Yeah, you're right. If Canelo's not giving it to you, and he's going to move up and
make some noise elsewhere
and chase other big guys. Yeah.
We can show you very quickly Chris Mannix's ranking at 175 pounds. Not necessarily to look at the ranking because David Morell not included in that because he hasn't had a fight at the weight yet, but you can see some of the potential opponents. Obviously very interesting, the winner of Peterbiev against Bivol, whether potentially, if he performs well tonight, he could put his name in the mix for that.
Absolutely. I think even before David Benavidez moved up to 175, the weight class was already stacked. You know, so David Benavidez moving in, now Morell moving in, it just makes it that much better. A lot of great fights to be made in boxing, especially at 175.
Obviously, you know, in a stage like this, you are performing in front of the man who pulls all the strings in boxing right now. So you must be tempted in some ways, right, to try and put on a show. At the same time, you're moving up in weight against an opponent who is very experienced. How cautious does he need to be tonight?
He doesn't need to be cautious. He needs to, it sounds cliche, but he needs to just be himself. What I mean by that, work the speed, work the power, work with that kind of aggressive tenacity that David Morell works with. I like that. I think that could prove to be very beneficial against his opponent who may not be ready for that kind of style at this weight class.
How hard is it to be yourself in the ring though sometimes?
Oh man, you know what? When you have moments like this, big crowd, you know who you're performing in front of, that's really what gets you outside of yourself and gets you kind of forcing things, you know. So if anything, I would say if I'm, you know, in David's corner, I would say, hey, take your time, don't force it, but it will come.
Let it come.
Yep.
All right, well, David Morell is certainly undefeated, highly touted, being moved quickly as well, but his opponent tonight represents a real challenge. David Morell versus Radovoje Kalajdzic is next for you on DAZN.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the light heavyweight division as Hot Rod Kalajdzic takes on David Morell Jr. Morell Jr. looks sensational at 168 pounds. Chris, do you expect anything to change at 175?
No, I think he's going to look great at 175. I think his body is filled out really well to this weight. Look, he left 168 because he is chasing one man, David Benavidez. And when David Benavidez moved up to 175, David Morell decided to follow him there. So while Benavidez is chasing a Canelo fight, Morell is chasing Benavidez. This is the first step, he hopes, towards getting that fight at some point next year.
That goes to show you the temperament of this tough guy right here, and David Morell. Who is calling out David Benavidez's name? Nobody. Nobody's chasing the Mexican monster. Guess who? David Morell is.
Well, hey, nobody's chasing David Morell, but guess what? Hot Rod said, I've been in the ring with Beterbiev. I can stand right in front of David Morell Jr., or can he, Sergio?
No, because he got stopped by Beterbiev in 5 rounds, and Morell is not as big of a sledgehammer puncher as a Beterbiev, but you can definitely believe he has some power in those 9 knockouts and 10 wins.
Well, to his credit, Kalajdzic has won 5 straight bouts, 4 of them by knockout, since losing to Beterbiev. He believes this could be his breakout moment as we check our tail of the tape for the vacant WBA light heavyweight title. David Morell, 26 years old, a perfect 10-0. He's 6'1", 2 inches shorter than Hot Rod Kalajdzic, who has been in with Beterbiev. Says he's learned a lot from that bout and promises to do the job on Morell. We go back into the ring, and Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with a vacant World Championship contest. Let's first welcome Radovoje Hot Rod Kalajdzic.
I'm pulling out the motherfucking bitch the other day, man. I put up on my Filipino. You know what I'm saying? Real bar.
Chris, I thought it was interesting when in between fights you were over in the corner Morell Jr. and said, what round do you think you guys are going to stop him? And they said, we don't know if we can. This guy's really good.
Yeah, this guy is pretty good. Has 2 losses on his resume, both of them have been at a pretty high level. Artur Beterbiev, there is no higher level at 175 pounds. And yeah, he did get stopped by Beterbiev, but everybody gets stopped by Artur Beterbiev. The other loss, a split decision to Marcus Brown. So Hot Rod Kalajdzic, he has fought some of the very best in this weight class. He does believe that he has the size and strength to handle the power of David Morell.
But I'll tell you what, if he is going to handle the power and the long arms, almost 79-inch reach of Morell, that's power and length, he's going to need better head movement. So when I look at Kalajdzic, I notice that he lacks head movement. He's going to have upper body and quicker twitch reactions in order not to get hit by Morell's long punches.
Those of you watching on the DAZN app and participating in our fan zone give Kalajdzic a 14% chance to win this. He's 33 years old, 31 rather, professional fights. Can rot fighters' skills. That's the phrase I've heard you use before, Sergio. Morell's had the fights, but he's only logged 3 rounds of official action since November of 2022.
And that's the power that I'm talking about. Like I touched on the last fight with Andy Cruz. I'm talking about new school Cuban style of fighting. Well, guess over here with a mix of Texas toughness coming in with Ronnie Shields in his corner. I mean, it's a hybrid of dangerous Cuban fighters coming from that island, coming to the States, and learning the American style of fighting.
Yeah, one thing about Dave Morell, he understands the power of a great performance. He is not coming into fights looking to get decisions. Yes, this is his first fight at 175. He said this week, hey, I'm going to have to feel things out a little bit. I'm going to see how I feel at this weight in the ring. I'm going to see how it feels being opposite another guy that big. But once he gets comfortable, he's going to start letting his hands go very quickly. This is a man that's going to be seeking his 10th professional knockout.
Said growing up, he loved watching Mike Tyson videos. Said he wanted to emulate Iron Mike. And promised today that not only will he win, but he's going to look sensational. He says he wants Canelo next, but knows he can't get him. Instead, he's willing to settle, was his words, for David Benavidez. Can you imagine that showdown? But let's see if David Morell is indeed the goods at this weight class as he makes his debut at light heavyweight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds and it will be for the vacant WBA Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Sella and Gold Star Promotions in association with the PBC and Warriors Boxing. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Chair Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster, along with the World Boxing Association. President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Roniel Ortiz. Our three judges assigned will be Patricia Morse-Jarman, Jesse Reyes, and Zach Young. Our referee in charge will be Ray Corona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks with red and weighed in officially at 174.4 pounds. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Florida, by way of Belgrade, Serbia, he brings a professional record of 29 wins, 2 defeats, with 21 of his 29 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former world title challenger, Roddy Boye, Hot Rod Kalajdzic. And his opponent across the ring in this World Championship contest, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with red and weighed in officially at 174.8 pounds. A native of Santa Clara, Cuba, he is now fighting out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and is undefeated with 10 wins. 9 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the current WBA regular super middleweight champion of the world, David Morell.
Good. This is good right here. Nothing below the belt right there. This is good right here. You guys want to touch gloves? Do it now. God bless.
So David Morell, 26 years old, just 10 pro fights, but everyone believes he could be the very best at 168 or maybe 175. Could learn a lot about him tonight as he faces Radavoje Hot Rod Kalajdzic, who has plenty of pop. 9 of his last 10 wins have been by KO.
Ready?
And he just blasted Sullivan Barrera through the ropes back in March. Here we go.
Yeah, we talked about the new school Cuban style of fighting, right? This is a man in Morell who goes forward. You don't see him going backwards. He doesn't jump back too much. But this is what we didn't see in the last fight with Andy Cruz. We have a southpaw. Most Cuban fighters are taught to fight from that left-handed stance.
Hot Rod Kalajdzic in the black trunks. David Morell in the white and red. I know there aren't a lot of weaknesses in the game of Morell, Sergio, but if you were Kalajdzic, what would your strategy be to beat him?
To punch in between of his shots, he loads up. Whenever he gets going, every shot is hard by Morell. So if you can just, mind your defense and check him in between the shots, that'll be your best bet.
Dave Morell can hit, and he's also really hard to hit. He averaged 3-to-1 ratio in favor of connects, 3-to-1 as well when it comes to power connects. So this guy lands when he throws.
And he landed right there. First big left-hand thrown connects. Look at the smile on his face, Sergio. He's just chomping at the bit.
It was a glancing shot. Didn't really connect cleanly, but it will connect cleanly. Like I said before the fight, Kalajdzic has a lack of head movement. He doesn't have a reaction time. You can bet that Morell's going to start throwing that hard left hand to the gut to set up something over the top. Because notice how Kalajdzic drops that left hand every time he throws it out. It always comes back to his hip. There it is.
In the last fight we saw Andy Cruz use a lot of head movement and a lot of deflecting to parry some of these punches that were coming at him. Dave Morell just kind of standing there, keeping that guard up, willing to absorb some of those shots to let his go.
Morell has only been past round 4 twice in his career. 90% KO ratio for the Cuban, who defected to the United States in 2017 and serves him a better life and a professional boxing career, and boy does he have one.
And I love the fact that when he came to the States, he didn't go straight to Miami where a lot of Cubans go. He went to Minnesota. Not to
the opposite of Miami.
The opposite of Miami in weather and everything else. I'm a big fan of Prince, but come on, man. That's where he goes to focus, to Minnesota.
And built himself a nice little fan base there fighting in Minnesota early in his career. Been training mostly out of Houston for the last 6 fights with Ronnie Shields, and I don't think he likes the weather down there all that much.
Shout out to Caleb Truax from Minnesota. Excellent champion representing.
Love Caleb.
Come on, man. Put the pressure on him. Go behind your jab to the move of the head side to side.
Okay. Take it off.
Okay?
I got it.
I don't want you waiting on this guy, okay? You push the fight. I don't want your head moving side to side. When you get close, body uppercut. Okay? And go back to moving your head. Okay? Don't let him get started with the jab.
Here are the voice of Ronnie Shields in the corner of Dave Morell. As I mentioned, 6 fights together for Morell and Ronnie Shields. And Ronnie said when he first saw him, he said, this kid's got a ton of power, but needs a lot of polish. They've added the jab, added a little bit more uppercuts, try to make him a more complete fighter.
A complete fighter is what we're seeing with Morell. That's what I talk about right there. He does load up a lot, but that's the thing, that's his style. I mean, if Mike Tyson was his favorite puncher coming up, everything is power in Morell, but he does it responsibly. He does it on his terms. It's just like you go caution in the wind.
It's funny, Sergio. David Morell said Mike Tyson is one of his favorite fighters. Ronnie Shields compared him to Sweet Pea Whitaker, which I thought was an interesting fighter.
I love Ronnie Shields, but I just don't see that. Sweet Pea was special.
You got an offensive, destructive powerhouse, and then Sweet Pea, perhaps the greatest defensive fighter ever.
Do
you think today's generation would appreciate Sweet Pea Whitaker, considering all the grief they've been giving Shakur Stevenson?
Are you kidding me? You can't get the attention of today's generation for 12 rounds? No. The beauty of Pernell Whitaker is that, you know, he just did everything right against killers. It wasn't like he was just fighting, you know, up-and-coming contenders. He's doing against the elite, against punchers, and he did it in 4 divisions as well. Just like Bud Crawford's trying to do tonight.
Nice shot straight down Route 1 there for Morell. And Kalajdzic might want to get off the ropes.
Work, gentlemen, your hands are free. Work out of there.
And Morell takes a moment to blow a kiss to the crowd.
You know, he reminds me of Todd.
He looks a little bit like Aaron Judge, the Yankee slug.
Okay, that's a good one, but he reminds me of just the swag, the way he carries himself. Victor Cruz, the wide receiver of the Giants. Just he has this swag about him, this style, like everything's you must respect, but he does it with coolness. And of course, he has the championship goods.
Crowd still filing in here to BMO Stadium as we have 4 fights to go after this one, including a performance from Eminem right before our main event. I'm being told, Sergio, that it's going to be off the charts good. He came out and did his own rehearsal yesterday. That's how serious Eminem's taking it. A lot of these superstars don't do that.
I don't know. You saying off the charts and Chris Mannix saying something about swag yesterday. I don't know your guys' lingo right now.
You're in your 40s too, brother. You're not that cool yourself. Good exchange in the corner as it appears Morell gets the best of it. Good body shot at the end.
How you feeling, bud? Good. Keep running. Stay cautious right now, all right? Everybody's going to come hot in the beginning. Just keep it. Listen, just be smarter on the pullback on the rope, okay? Be smarter. Be deep. How you feeling, all right?
Very nice size, bro.
Okay. So listen, man. Yeah, brother. Keep everything long and bounce right. Just don't be so stiff. Run your rhythm a little bit. Run that rhythm a little bit. You know what I'm talking about. When you can say anything else right now, stay right where you're at, okay?
Spin is there. Don't forget the feints with the jab. Feints, jab, jab.
Okay? Just keep that jab busy, okay? Keep that jab busy.
You know, that's interesting advice from the corner of David Morell, of Hot Rod Kalajdzic. They want him to be cautious here early on. I think they're of the belief that David Morell is going to fatigue. And look, he's got 9 wins that have come inside the distance, but I'm not so sure I'd count on Morell fatiguing Sergio.
No, I wouldn't doubt on that too, and I also heard something else on the corner of Kalajdzic, stay erect, like stay upright. I'm not a fan of upright fighters. I like them to bend their knees a little bit more. I like them to be a little bit more elusive with their upper body, not so much with that European stiffness.
You know, you say all the time, Sergio, that a fighter's got to get the respect of his opponent. In this context, I think I believe that too. You know, there's no respect that David Morell has for the power of Kalajdzic. He's just standing there taking everything he's thrown at him to give him time to throw something back.
Yeah, but like we saw earlier in the fight with Antonio Moran, he wasn't respecting the power of Cruz, and that didn't turn out well for him. Oh, nice shot right there by Kalajdzic. It was a short little jab. Short little punch that caught Morell coming in. That's the thing about Morell. He does overload on punches. So it wasn't, you don't even really put it back to really hurt him. It could be a short shot.
There you go, there you go.
Nice little exit uppercut for Morell.
That was 3 good left hands there from David Morell in that sequence.
You know what? It's Sergio, from our angle, it looked like Morell was throwing those punches right towards his sternum.
Yeah, and that's what you should do with a fighter that stands upright like Kalajdzic. You aim at the chest.
And you hope what he maybe kneels down and catches one clean?
No, he's bound to move his head in that direction, but if you're hitting the chest, you're hitting a target that's not going to move. It's going to stand in front of you. So that right there can open up other shots. I like the punches that Kalajdzic is throwing. He's wily, he's crafty. You know, he's throwing some short right hands. He's trying to time the aggression coming in of Morell. So far, so good by Kalajdzic.
But it just seems like he's having these moments, but he's not throwing enough punches to win rounds. So what's the strategy to victory for him at this point?
Hey man, we're not even 3 rounds in. Give him a chance. Right now, so far, so good. He's not winning the rounds, but hey, look, he's in there against
work, gentlemen, work. Your hands are free. Let go.
Right now, he's just trying to get the respect.
Oh, and Morell collected with that final shot, and he's certainly getting Hot Rod's respect now. Half a minute to go here in round 3.
Look at the calmness in the face of David Morell, man. Even in the face of going for the knockout, you know, the aggression, just as a cool, calm demeanor in his eyes.
Oh, he's got him in the corner, and he's hurt now.
You gotta stop it.
Fantastic round 3 for the Cuban. Coming up next week, Virgil Ortiz, who was originally slotted to be fighting Tim Tszyu, will now be fighting Ukraine's Sergey Bohachuk in Las Vegas live Saturday night. And Chris, that's not going to be an easy out for Virgil Ortiz.
No, these two guys are very familiar with each other as sparring partners. They are both aggressive, come-forward fighters.
Okay?
3 judges sitting ringside. They're going to need it for that fight.
And then when you get close, start looking at for body shots. The body shots and then uppercuts. That's going to do it for you, okay?
There you see Morell just stalking. I mean, just the poised aggression of David Morell, and even the slight little angles that he gets from that southpaw angle. You know, he's able to punch Kalajdzic. Hasn't really dropped or hurt him or seriously took all the fight out of Kalajdzic just yet.
I don't know, that round 3 seemed like a turning point.
I like the look in the eyes of Kalajdzic, but yeah, it was a great round for Morell. And look, there's a little short chopping right hand by Kalajdzic.
Jab from Morell, who's stepping in, trying to find a home to the left.
You can see that Kalajdzic has the experience to know that he's not going to compete with the power or the volume of Morell, so he's just trying to catch him in between. Notice how he has that right hand caught, and it's a little shot, but he's trying to time Morell coming in with his aggression.
There it was. A snapback right hand from Kalajdzic.
There you go. The man has a game plan now. I like the look in his eye, I'm telling you.
Morell allowing Kalajdzic to be first now, opening that he can find an opening for a counter punch. There's a left.
Nice shot there by Morell. It was partially blocked, but it glanced off the tempo of Kalajdzic. He took it well, because those shots off that tempo shot, they can take your legs quick.
No, stop. Step back.
We're talking about the differences between Morell and Andy Cruz. See Morell very flat-footed in the ring. He's looking to use those legs to generate big power on both those shots.
Good shot.
Right down the pipe to the sternum again. And then left cross.
Morell's already making adjustments right now, not headhunting. Now he's going for the chest. That's what I think is going to be a game plan of Madrimov to Crawford as well. Just aim at the chest and the torso.
Remember when Canelo fought Callum Smith, his targets were the arms.
Sometimes you just got to forget about the head when you're dealing with a target that knows how to move his upper body. It's so offensive. Morell's going to have to find a jab now. Kalajdzic is getting confidence.
Well, it's almost like Morell's taking the round off a little bit.
No, I think he's trying to find a different way in. You know, he's already trying a little bit of everything, and he knows he's in there with a stubborn guy, an experienced guy, and I think Kalajdzic is doing the right things. He's not punching trying to keep up with the punches or aggressions of Morell. He's just trying to intercept the power of Morell.
Trying to load on you when you're in the ropes, all right? Listen to me. Don't worry about the target. You're there. You're gonna just pop up. Pop up. It'll open something up. Okay? Just stay long when you're doing it. You got plenty of rounds. Plenty of rounds. Good work. Okay? Breathe deep. Breathe deep. Look in. Come on. Everything feel good? All right. Stay alert. Listen. At no point. Water. At no point. At no point can you be lackadaisical, okay?
Good final words from the corner of Kalajdzic. You do have to stay switched on against David Morell all throughout because that power is real. He has hit Kalajdzic with some big shots. And one thing we've seen and learned so far is that Kalajdzic still has a pretty good chin.
Well, Kalajdzic has triple the amount of professional experience, so it seems to me like the game plan might be, let's get out of the first half of the fight and see what we can do. But that's not an assured thing, as Morell's opening this round much more aggressive.
Yeah, Morell's going to need a jab here to break down Kalajdzic. You know, he's going to have to, Morell likes to really load up on combinations, and he's a power puncher. He's exciting to watch, but I think with this opponent, he's going to need to go back and resort to his Cuban style. Pop him with that jab, look for that clean left hand, and not get so aggressive with the combinations. Look for the right shots, not the volume.
He's got to get downstairs a little bit more often. He did some good work on the body earlier in this fight, kind of abandoned it over the last couple of rounds, trying to land that one big headshot. He's got to start digging that lower body of Kalajdzic.
Good right hand there from Hot Rod.
Yeah, you can do that too, but you do it behind, established power jabs, smart jabs, snappy speed jabs. And then you can alternate the power shots downstairs.
Another smile from Morell. If you love what you do, Sergio, you work a day in your life.
I've been unemployed over 40 years.
No, get off his head. Get off his head. Got to get off his head. Keep your head up. Let's go.
Yeah, Morell's tired of waiting around.
Well, that means Kalajdzic is doing well. He's not winning rounds like we just touched on earlier. But that's not Kalajdzic's game plan. Get out of the early rounds and start building respect in the middle and later rounds.
Big round of the early rounds, Sergio. We're almost through with the 5th round there. If Kalajdzic's going to make a move, it's got to be now.
And I think Kalajdzic is doing well this round.
Oh, he sat down on that right hand. And that got Morell fired up a little bit. Kind of went to that loose movement mode.
There's that right hand again. That's going to be money all day. That's the game plan right there. Like I said, don't try to keep up with the punch volume of Morell. Just catch him in between the shots. Keep it with 1s and 2s, or 2s and 1s, either way. So against a southpaw, a 1-2 is not as effective as a lead 2 and then a 1.
Good counter right from Hot Rod Kalajdzic.
Yes, sir. There it is again.
Let go of him. Work out of your hands are free.
This might be his best round, Sergio.
I just said that.
You're stuck with the belt, gentlemen.
Well, we're expecting a humdinger, as we say in Alabama, in our co-main event. Pitbull Cruz versus Jose Valenzuela. It's Mexico versus Mexico, Sergio. What is that fight going to look like?
It's going to be a good old Mexican standoff. I'm telling you, that's just the way it is. I mean, Valenzuela can try to box, but when it comes down to it, his temperament's going to take over. Pitbull just knows one way, and that's straight.
I need you
knockout,
to keep the pressure behind your jab. But when you get close now, give me the uppercut first, and then let's try to work body shots. Okay? Uppercut first.
Nice jab right there, catching Morell coming in. And that's the thing about Morell. When he starts overloading, you can catch him in between the shots, just like that right there. Kalajdzic has the right game plan, not overextending with that right hand. It's a short little shot from A to B, 6 inches. Let Morell run into it instead of you trying to go for it.
Round 6. Scheduled for 12. David Morell making his light heavyweight debut against Runaway Hot Rod Kalajdzic, who's fought for a world title before in this weight class, but got blown out in 5 rounds by Alter Bertobiev. But that was 5 years ago. And so far, he's putting up a decent resistance to the Cuban.
Yes, he is, and that's what happens when you move up in weight. I mean, we seen it with David Benavidez when he was killing everybody at 168, and at 175 with Vazquez, you know, he wasn't able to do that. That power didn't carry as much. You know, Morell might run into some resistance moving up on 175 as well.
Good work here from Kalajdzic, whose family moved to St. Petersburg, Florida in 1998 to escape war in his native Serbia. Like most boxers, it was a childhood of a lot of drama, a lot of uneasiness.
Kalajdzic this is what I didn't see when I was studying Kalajdzic, upper body movement. Now I'm seeing it this round. He's fighting more fluid, more loosely, and that's making it harder for Morell to land something big. If Kalajdzic could keep this up, he could have a better second half of the fight. But yes, okay, now he needs to start winning rounds.
This is where Morell wants him, backed against the ropes.
Yeah, but nothing is landing really hard with the power of Morell because Kalajdzic is comfortable now. He's pulling back just enough to take the heat off it.
I think for Morell, when you have Kalajdzic in the corner like that, you've got to find a way to keep him there. Don't let him dip out. You know which way he's trying to go. He's oftentimes trying to go to the right. You've got to step over and cut that ring off.
See, I like that left hand right there to the gut by Morell. He aimed right at the chest. I think that's what he should start doing now. Aim at the chest and the belly of Kalajdzic and forget the head for right now. Kalajdzic he's in shape. He has a nice bounce on his feet and good upper body movement.
Morell not smiling as much as he was earlier in this fight.
No, I think Kalajdzic got his respect, man. I saw that 3 rounds ago.
Stop! Stop! Take a step back. You're gonna stop at the bell.
Nice jab to give Morell something to think about as he heads back to the stool and to the second half of this fight. And here's the matchup that I think is going to steal the show tonight, Chris. Big baby Jared Anderson and Martin Bakole.
Now, this is a terrific heavyweight matchup. Jared Anderson widely considered the next best hope in America to become a heavyweight champion. A talented kid, 17-0, 15 knockouts, but he is going to be taken into deep waters by that man. Martin Bakole, just 1 loss on his resume. That was to Michael Hunter. He's been on a winning streak since then. He throws a lot of punches, and he throws them with a lot of power. This is a can't-miss heavyweight fight.
What's on the line here for Jared Anderson, Sergio?
Well, a lot, because there's a lot of eyes on him, and like Chris just touched on, he's the next American, potentially the next American heavyweight. So everything's on the line. His reputation, big purse, big money, and a championship in the future.
That is coming up next, the first of 2 heavyweight battles. But this one may have a few more rounds left in it, as Kalajdzic was able to withstand Morell's early pressure and heavy hands. And now it could get interesting if your strategy proves to be right, Sergio, that Hot Rod was trying to get into these later rounds to test him.
Well, as you can see, Kalajdzic is backing up Morell now. He came off the front foot, and now Morell's backing up. Maybe now it's time to win rounds if you're Kalajdzic. You have the experience. You have way more fights than David Morell. I think now it's time to take some chances and put your foot in the gas.
Got to be careful, though, not to get too confident against a puncher like David Morell. Saw his corner last couple of rounds say stay switched on every moment against this guy, because that straight left hand from Morell has thudding power.
No, it has thudding power, but if you notice, Kalajdzic isn't throwing combinations, no 3-4 punch combinations. Everything's pot shots, 1s and 2s. And short right hand like that, man. What a wicked little right hand he has right there. Kalajdzic. There it is again.
Counter right, and Morell got caught flat-footed.
That's a wicked little punch, man. It's been landing from the first round and now into 7th. He doesn't pull it back, Kalajdzic, just from the chin. There it is again. That's going to be an annoying shot. Morell's not going to want to come in as easily and as aggressive as he was in the first half of the fight.
Chris, I mean, I don't see any footwork from Morell. He's planting his feet and just throwing punches.
He's been flat-footed since the opening round. And look, that is largely how David Morell fights. He just hasn't been taken advantage of in the same way that Hot Rod's been able to do it. He's simply trying to cut the ring off, throw one big punch, and finish him. But Kalajdzic's done a really nice job of hitting, getting out, especially over these last 3 or 4 rounds.
Chris Mannix has been scoring this fight. How do you have it?
Yeah, I've got a 58-56 in favor of David Morell. I thought Hot Rod got 2 in a row in the 4th and the 5th round. Morell, I gave the last one too, but Hot Rod's had some good success landing some of these shots, getting in and getting out. He's frustrated David Morell during the middle rounds of this fight.
And he's doing really well in this round as well. This is the game plan I would have against a David Morell. You got to give Kalajdzic credit because he's sticking to the game plan, and you can see it here. He's feeling himself now. He's boxing, he's pot shotting, he's not letting Morell get off on his feet, plants his feet. Excellent game plan.
Yeah, it's almost like Morell doesn't have a second game plan. It was we're going to stand there and just blast him out, and now what?
And that's what happens when you're knocking everyone out. I mean, Morell told us Mike Tyson's his favorite puncher. What happened to Mike Tyson when he couldn't knock people out? He would get frustrated and resort to dirty tactics. Time! Come on.
Plenty of boxing stars on hand, in and out of the ring. How about Shakur Stevenson and Boots Ennis? Dapping it up. Respect being shown there.
2 of the best southpaws in the world, 2 of the best boxers.
Hey, I know Boots looks good in that outfit, but he has got to be sweating profusely out there. Maybe he's trying to lose weight for his next fight.
Style comes first, baby. Styles come first.
Yeah, dry. Right here. Good job, bud. Keep drinking. Did you feel good? You're good. Trust me. It's close, but you're doing good. Okay? Just don't get sloppy. We got many rounds.
Not sure if you heard that, but Hot Rod asked his trainer, hey, who's winning? So, Chris, he thinks he's got a shot here to win on the scorecards, and you agree with him.
I do. I think he may make it more competitive by every round. He's starting to outland David Morell in these rounds. Well, he's still going to be careful, and Morell is certainly still capable of landing one fight-changing shot. I like the rhythm that Kalajdzic has gotten into these last few rounds.
You know, there was a time where Edgar Berlanga was knocking everybody out in round 1. Remember that, Sergio? No one could get past it. And then once a fighter did, he couldn't stop anybody else. Is this kind of maybe what we're going to see from Morell now?
Oh, we're going to find out. But see, when it came to Berlanga, he didn't have a jab. You know, that's the reason he was just falling around opponents. And then once an opponent...
Oh, nice right hand, just as we were doubting the power of Morell. He steps up.
It was a right hook, and that's what happened to Kalajdzic. Got a little bit too comfortable. Got caught with the right hook.
Hot Rod couldn't afford to take 1 second off because Morell will make you pay, and he did there.
And right there was where some punch selection would have helped David Morell. If he had gone downstairs with a couple of shots, he could have opened up those said shots. But right now, you know, Kalajdzic knows everything is coming to the head, so he's able to get that guard up.
Nice right from Morell.
It's the exact same punch that he landed earlier as a right hook.
You know, there was a time in the Beterbiev fight where Kalajdzic basically said, what the hell, and stood in the pocket and just unloaded with him. Will he make that same mistake again?
Kalajdzic just caught Morell with a big right hand right now. Same right hand that he's been landing. Morell was about to get aggressive. Kalajdzic checked him with that right hand. Kalajdzic came here to win, man. He's He's not coming here just to last the distance. This is going to be a learning experience for the champion in David Morell, the former champion at 168.
Will he learn to lose? That might be the lesson. A good right hand cracking from Hot Rod. But this has been Morell's round so
work
far.
out of there. Pull your arms up.
Nice jab for Morell.
Yeah, that was a power jab.
Well, I was going to say, you shouldn't even write it down as a jab. That should be a power right hand.
And if you remember, when Golovkin fought David Lemieux, another vicious puncher, Golovkin had to resort to a jab to break down Lemieux. He wasn't able to do it with combinations and power and pressure like he did everyone else. David Morell's going to have to find his inner Golovkin here, find his inner jab to break down a stubborn fighter like Kalajdzic. Because hard combinations and shots, they're not doing it tonight. It's going to be power jabs that caught the attention of Kalajdzic.
Thank you for being a gentleman.
All right, so listen, man. Where are we on? Where are we at? We're on 9? 8, where are we at? We're at 9. All right, listen, we're going on a 9 now. These are later rounds.
And there you see, there's that right hook going around the guard. Switching it up with Morell, not coming in through the front door, trying to pierce the guard with power and stubborn aggression. Now he's getting creative, going around. That's what he's going to have to do with Kalajdzic now, because Kalajdzic already figured out the timing of the range. He felt the power, and he's in this fight, going to the second half of the fight. Morell's going to have to get creative now in breaking down Kalajdzic.
All right, let's see if Morell can build on the success of that last round, which started great. He had Hot Rod in some real trouble, but Kalajdzic was able to withstand the storm, so to speak. Round 9, scheduled for 12. You're just joining us, David Morell, undefeated, 10-0, 9 knockouts. He's been rumored to be perhaps a opponent of David Benavidez next, possibly Canelo Alvarez down the line. But in his debut at 175 pounds, he just can't get this stubborn Hot Rod Kalajdzic out of there.
And certainly some parallels to David Benavidez's debut back in June at 175. He fought a very tough guy in Alexander Vazquez, a former champion, went the distance with him. Still a few rounds to go here for David Morell, but you know, jumping up in weight, it's a difference.
And Terrence Crawford is trying to jump up in weight in our main event against Madrimov. Do you think he's going to have some of the similar issues?
I think he is going to have similar issues because that's just the weight. I mean, you're bound to go one step too far. He's already climbed up from lightweight to junior welterweight to welterweight. Now he's going to junior middleweight. Sometimes you bite off more than you can chew.
Let's check in with Sean Porter. Do you see this fight going the way we do?
It's back and forth, but Morell's controlling it. Shout out to my dad, Kenny Porter. He said the way you beat a counter puncher is you punch in combination. Both these guys are throwing one punch, and then there's a counter coming back. Morell, every time he has success, it's because he throws 2 and 3 punch combinations. Morell needs to put his foot on the gas pedal, 2s and 3s. If Hot Rod can't keep up with the 2s and 3s, he's going to get him out of there. But as long as he keeps resorting to just one punch here and there, this is just going to continue to be that back and forth, one punch, I'm countering you, you're countering me. It's a close fight, but Morell's in control.
I think there's 2 things I'd like to see from Morell. One is when he gets Hot Rod into these corners, I want him to start anticipating where he's going to be. Throw punches where the fighter is moving. Because Hot Rod's going the same direction almost every time. He's veering to the right. You see a lot of good fighters throwing the punch.
Oh, nice uppercut, split the guard. Sorry, Chris.
You see a lot of fighters throwing the punch where the fighter is going to be and be very effective with that. The other thing, still, everything upstairs for David Morell. Let's get downstairs, go back to the body.
it's easier said than done, Chris, but yes, I agree. But that's another stage. That's another graduation that you have to accomplish. You have to practice that in the gym, practice in sparring.
Oh, good right hand that lifted Kalajdzic off the mat.
Before you start punching where the target's going to be.
Another left. Sorry, Sergio, but Morell Jr. closing the round strong. And he needs every round he can get.
Come on, man. Listen, you got to fight for the whole fucking 3 minutes. That's how we train. You got to fight for the 3 minutes. Okay? Don't give away no fucking rounds like that. You gave away that round because you didn't do nothing. Come on, man. We got to go to work. You're a fighter. Let's go to work. Come on, man. You can't be giving away rounds for nothing. This ain't Christmas, man. Come on. Time for you to go to work.
You hear me? Why does
Kalajdzic just doing what he's been doing. And look, I've seen this from the beginning. And yes, he wasn't winning rounds. Now he's winning rounds, guys. Now Kalajdzic is upsetting. And he's trying to, build rounds and upsetting the corner of David Morell. Ronnie Shields is getting in. He's getting in the face of Morell. Says, come on, man, you got to start getting those combinations flowing. The problem is Kalajdzic's not allowing him to get those combinations flowing with that short right hand.
But there's genuine concern, Chris, in that corner. A lot of trainers might smile and say, hey, you're doing enough to win, but that was not the message for Morell.
I think there's certainly frustration in the corner of David Morell. Not to the extent they believe he's losing this fight, but that he's not fighting in the way they've seen him fight in the past. Complete rounds, just taking a minute, 2 minutes off in each round. He needs to fight at this level, especially at 175, the full 3 minutes to get away with that.
Well, even Morell told us in our fighter meeting, I can't just win this fight, I got to look good. Is he looking good, Sergio?
No, he's not looking as good as he should. He's winning in an ugly way and a frustrating way. But I'll tell you who is looking better than everyone thought, and that's Kalajdzic.
Kalajdzic currently rated 4th by the WBA. A lot of people say he has a good resemblance to former middleweight champ Kelly Pavlik. You seeing that at all?
Resemblance maybe in looks, but not in fighting.
I think Kelly Pavlik, who you have sparred with and fought many times.
No, I never sparred him, but I was supposed to fight him, yes.
Great power in Kelly Pavlik.
Ridiculous
power.
At
160.
And great heart as well. A lot of tattoos. Will Hot Rod Kalajdzic, vast professional experience, proved to be a determining factor in this fight. He's had triple the amount of pro bouts. But clearly Morell is the heavier puncher. And if judges are looking at that, it's not going to be close.
The judges are looking at the heavier shots and looking at the fact that Morell's pushing the fight, being the aggressor. He had some big moments and big rounds, but Kalajdzic responded well.
Good right hand from Kalajdzic.
Great combination there by Kalajdzic. Not loading up on the shots, not trying to really hurt Morell, just trying to get him in the same range as a 4-5 punch combination coming from everywhere. Man, that's frustrating, David Morell. If you want to get him on target with that guard up like that, Kalajdzic's going to take it by punching the gloves, building points, and maybe winning another round.
Work on it. Pull your arms up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, back-to-back heavyweight bouts, including the return of the former unified heavyweight champion of the world, and Andy Ruiz. Chris, any idea what version we're going to see of this man?
It's hard to say. 2 years off for Andy Ruiz. Says he is better than ever. Says he is in a better place mentally than he was 2 years ago. All that being said, he came into this fight, this weigh-in, at 274 pounds. If you take away his first 2 professional fights, that is the second highest weight of his career. Now, Andy says he did it because Jarrell Miller is plus 300 pounds. And Jarrell Miller, even at 300 plus pounds, is at his lightest weight since 2018. It's a guy that fought his last fight at 333 pounds. So Jarrell Miller, who trained in Philadelphia with Bozy Ennis for this fight, is coming into it in pretty good shape.
So nearly 600 combined pounds in our first heavyweight fight, or second heavyweight fight coming up. First things first, it'll be Bakole and Jared Anderson. And we still got 2 rounds to go here, the championship rounds. And Chris, how close do you have this fight right now?
I think it's a very close fight because a lot of these rounds have been very competitive. I've got David Morell leading by a couple of rounds at this point, but I like the way Kalajdzic's body language has been in the second half of this fight. He's never landed some more impactful shots. Some of that jab stuff, the stuff that's getting gobbled up in the guard by David Morell, that's not going to grab the attention of the judges over these final 2 rounds.
And Sergio, feels like Hot Rod needs these last 2 if he wants a chance to win.
You know, he's in this fight, but if he wants to win this fight, then yes, I would say don't leave it to the judges. Make a clear statement. You already got your confidence. You already got the respect of Morell. Take some chances now. If you really want to win this fight, you don't want to just have the moral victory going the distance. You want this belt, you want to take this 0, you want to put your name on the map. Now it's time to take some chances.
Morell's never been in an 11th round before. A good uppercut, big uppercut from Morell, and then a straight left.
Kalajdzic took that punch well.
Excuse me, Morell has been twice into the 12th round, but not the same experience that Kalajdzic has.
Let him go, let him go. Let him go and take a point. Go out.
Kalajdzic better be careful. He turned his face and started talking about to Ray Corona. That could have easily been a punch that Morell could have hit him with. And it would have been Kalajdzic's fault. It would be a shame if all that work went to waste by one mistake like that.
Good right hand for Kalajdzic. This has been a good round for the Serbian.
There's been good rounds for the Serbian. Even the first 2-3 rounds where he gave those away, I liked what I was seeing.
So Morell needs to dig deep here. And if he thinks he can beat the Benavidez's and Canelos of the world, this is a fight he absolutely cannot lose.
This is a rude awakening already. Almost 11 rounds in.
Oh, and a right hand, one of the best punches of the fight from Hot Rod. And he gets a smile from Morell as he hits another right hand, and maybe he's a little bit buzzed.
Buzzed, embarrassed, and frustrated is David Morell.
And he's not throwing back, Sergio.
That's what I mean right now. Look, I've been telling you guys from the second round, I like what I see with Kalajdzic. Here we are going into the 12th round, and I'm still saying the same. I love it what I'm seeing from Kalajdzic.
Stop. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Turn around.
So 1 round to go. Are we going to get some drama here in our second fight of the night?
Work on this every day. Come on.
We got it. We'll get it.
Last round. Come on, man. Listen. I need you to fight the whole 12 rounds. I need you to fight the whole round now. Okay? Okay, come on.
Kalajdzic boxed him up. But here's that right uppercut. Beautiful shot. Big shot. Normally everyone else will get hurt or drop. Kalajdzic with the confidence and the bounce in the step and the shape that he's in, the condition, he's able to eat that up and come right back and return the favor with a straight right hand. The same right hand he's been landing this entire fight on Morell.
You can understand the urgency coming from Ronnie Shields. In 5 of the 10 rounds, or the first 10 rounds of this fight, they have been separated by 3 or less landed punches. So these rounds have been the very definition of competitive.
It could literally all come down to these final 3 minutes as we get set to look at Chris Mannix's unofficial scorecard. We're in the 12th and final round.
Yeah, I've got it 106-103 in favor of David Morell. I love that last round from Kalajdzic. I think he's starting to build some momentum here Like I said, a lot of these rounds are close. David Morell can't just try to one-punch his way to success. He's got to go downstairs to the body. He's got to be more diverse with his punch selection.
Body and jabs. He needed a double and triple jab on his way in. That would open up more openings for that aggressive power punching onslaught that Morell's known for. But without the jab and without footworks and without foot feints, you got Kalajdzic a little bit too experienced for that, to fall for that.
So Kalajdzic with nothing to lose here in the 12th. No one expected him to make this competitive or perhaps even make it to the end of the 12th round.
Step back.
As the crowd begins filling BMO Stadium in, we still have 4 fights to go after this and a performance from Eminem. Chris, do you feel confident that the judges are going to give Kalajdzic his due in this fight?
Well, who knows? They'll give him his due, but I do think he deserves it. That's for sure.
Now Morell is trying to show you some flash, but I know Sergio would like to see more substance. Minute to go. Light heavyweight debut for David Morell, who looks sensational at 168. That's a low blow.
Time. You all right? You all right? Hey, come on. Keep
David Morell wants to keep this fight moving.
Ray Corona tried to give him a break. Morell's like, nah, I'm good. Let's go. Let's just finish this thing. Oh, good shot there by Morell. That was a good body shot by Morell to the body of Kalajdzic. It was a little bit high, but still effective.
It was almost under the armpit.
Yeah, it was like the high part of the ribs, but you can bet that still hurt.
You know, Kalajdzic needs to pick things up here. He's letting Morell win this round, and he desperately needs it with 20 seconds to go.
I don't think he's letting him. I think Morell's finally having some success, pushing the fight. Good upper body movement by Morell.
So Morell needed a strong finish, and it appears he got it as we go the 12 full rounds between Radovoje Hot Rod Kalajdzic and David Morell. Well, Sergio, do you see any chance of Kalajdzic getting the nod from the judges?
No, I would say at best maybe a draw. I think Morell put some early rounds in, like I said. But that was a game plan for Kalajdzic. He couldn't start off fast and bank rounds in the early rounds and take chances with a dangerous puncher like Morell. So I think those early rounds are going to come back to haunt him, but it is going to be a close decision. I wouldn't even doubt if we see one judge have a draw. But a win, I can't see it.
No, you're ready. Stand up tall. You
gotta come on my podcast, dog. I know. I'm gonna do it.
Only the fans is just scared, trying to sell it to a man. He was smashed many times.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is back. Rising super middleweight star Diego Pacheco in another main event opportunity facing Madi Sulecki. Toughest test for the unbeaten Pacheco. See it Saturday, August 31st from Los Angeles.
Hey, what's up, man?
Well, Sergio, good news. The sun has finally gone below the overhang here ringside, and we are in the shade. How are you feeling? Your shirt looks soaked.
I think we have something in common now, Todd. My neck is burnt red.
We're both rednecks. Welcome to the club. And there he is, Turki Al-Sheikh, the man behind Riyadh season. Sergio, he's made it all happen and has given us maybe the best card in boxing history tonight.
His Excellency deserves his flowers, and I think he's getting them. I think all of boxing appreciates what this man is bringing to the sport. I mean, it's incredible to have this card and this magnitude in this stadium.
Amazing. Hi, Cruz. How you doing? No, he's very good friends with Jared Anderson. You know what we had? I said to explain, We are ready? I'm ready too. Yeah. I need to know now.
Hey, looks like he wants to make a fight for Stevenson. He wastes no time.
I want to know now, said His Excellency. Don't play around. Let's make the best fights happen.
And he says we'll talk later. You know, that's what boxing needs. It needs an authority figure. In my opinion, that's why the UFC has been so successful, because Dana White can say, you're going to fight him on this date. Let's go. We don't have that in boxing.
No, you're right, because it's all under one organization.
Umbrella,
UFC, one umbrella.
What's happening?
And now it seems, even though in boxing it is fractured, it's not under one umbrella. We got one wallet, one guy with the money bringing it all in, paying everyone to get the best fights, and the fighters have no choice but to take the best fights, and all promoters to work together.
With the referee's decision, we're about to get it from Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Jesse Reyes scores it 118 to 110, and both judges, Patricia Morris-Jarman and Zachary Young, score it the same, 117 to 111, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And now the WBA light heavyweight champion of the world, David Morell.
117, 111 sounds good to me. I think 116, 112 was probable, but like you asked me earlier, Todd, I don't think Kalajdzic did enough to win the fight, but he did enough to win the respect of David Morell and the fans here.
So David Morell, 11-0, but he didn't get that knockout that he wanted, but he does make a successful debut at 175 pounds. We gave him a little grief, Sergio, for this performance, but overall, how would you rank it?
Wait a minute, we're not the only ones giving him grief. Ronnie Chip is giving him a lot of grief as well. I mean, it's constructive criticism, but to get to your point, it's a solid C+, because he never stopped trying to look for a knockout.
David, congratulations. You got a new belt around your shoulder there. Wide scorecards for this fight. It felt like a tough fight, though, sitting ringside. How was it for you in the ring?
Como era dentro del cuadrilátero. Duro, parecía otro cinturón que tienes ahora, pero ¿cómo te fue?
Man, I told you before, like this guy is a strong guy. I respect him, good fighter. But it's, I don't think so. It's going to the 12th round. But the finish the fight and win. So that's it. I'm feel great. So two-time champion of the WBA. So thanks WBA. Thank you Water Boxing. Thanks my team. Hemo. Thanks Turkey for the opportunity. Like LA for this opportunity. So I feel great.
First time at 175 pounds. Did it feel different at this weight?
Yeah, of course. I feel more strong. The punch is more strong, but I feel good. I feel more fast. I feel more strong. Like, so look at me. That's it.
You've knocked out guys at smaller weights with the kind of shots you were throwing tonight. Are you surprised he was able to take your power?
¿Te sorprendió que podía con tu potencia, porque tú has hecho knockout contra otros a otros pesos? ¿Te sorprendió su actuación?
No, for nothing. For now, it surprised me because it's 7 more pounds. Like everybody this division is more strong. So I'm feel like a little bit side because every time I knock out, everything fight before is for knockout. But like I'm feel happy too. Like my opponent in the corner happy, like my team happy. So I'm great.
First fight at 175. What do you want to do next?
Right now. Next is my baby, my family is right here. So, you know, that's it. What about, I want a 175, I want a Benavides, so him, everybody knows, so it's him. It's him, I want him. What about different guy coming, like, I don't care, you know, I'm ready for everybody 175. In my second division, it's my second house, so I come in here for every time.
Why is that Benavides fight so important to you?
It's not important, you know, it's only for I wanna clear like everybody, like I'm the best. And 175 and 168 I'm the best, so coming here right now I'm the best too. You know what I mean? So everybody say like the Benavides the boogeyman, so I'm here, you know, and it's scared him, sorry.
Congratulations, David.
No, thank you, appreciate it.
Guys.
So David Morell still very confident that he can get the big fights that he wants, namely David Benavides. And there's not a long line of guys wanting to fight David Benavides, let's be honest. So the fact that Morell is game is a positive. Maybe we'll see that fight down the line as we take one last look at these highlights. Morell Jr. started out hot, looked really good, but what happens when you have a 90% KO ratio and you can't knock the guy out? You gotta outlast him, and that got a little tricky for David Morell as those counter shots from the Serbian continued to land. You see him splitting the guard there with an uppercut. Morell seemed to take a few rounds off. Ronnie Shields didn't like that, wanted him to fight through every round. And to his credit, down the stretch, Morell picked up the pace, closed strong, and got a 117-111 decision win. So his light heavyweight debut, a successful one, as our second Cuban on the card picks up a well-deserved win. So here's our main card. Cuba 2, the rest of the world 0 so far in our first fights. But now we get to the big boys. Man, the next fight I cannot wait for. Big Baby Anderson versus Martin Bakole, and then another heavyweight showdown as Andy Ruiz back after a near 2-year layoff to face Jarrell Miller. And then it's Cruz versus Valenzuela in the co-main. And for the WBA World Superweight title, the pound-for-pound king, Terrence Crawford and Israel Madrimov.
Be the right price. They know I'm too good, that's why they're avoiding me. He gonna show up to fight. I want to be a world champion. And he said he gonna stop me. He said he gonna knock me out. So I'm waiting to see that. Coming to take over. I'm here to fight.
Billy Nelson, your trainer, your manager, always says you're the most avoided heavyweight in the world. Is it now time to prove why that is the case?
It's very big time now. Anderson is number one right now in America. He's a good boy. So it's time now to prove, like you said.
Martin Bakole, what do you know about him?
He's tough.
Anything else?
He's tough.
What kind of fight are you expecting from him?
A tough fighter. You know, somebody to come forward, somebody to want to be a bully. He said he gonna stop me. He said he gonna knock me out. So I'm waiting to see that. Can't wait.
Do you think that's all talk, or do you think he's actually gonna come out and try to stop you?
I hope he do, but I mean, everybody don't back up what they say, so we shall see. I told you from the beginning, no knockout point, I'm going to win. But no one was standing before Martin Bakole without him going down.
Well, thank you for joining us for the fights here on DAZN. It is good to have you with us today. We are coming to you live from BMO Stadium in Los Angeles, California. where Terence Crawford is looking to make more history tonight when he takes on the WBA World Super Welterweight belt holder Israel Madrimov. Win tonight, and Crawford is a 4-division champion, and the noise will get even louder for him to get that Canelo fight. Very warm welcome back to our host position, everybody. I'm Kate Abdo with the retired welterweight champ, Showtime, Sean Porter. I know it's weird to talk about a fight past this fight, but all build up long to this fight against Madrimov. We've also been hearing about the potential fight for Crawford against Canelo at 168. We haven't even seen him at 154 yet.
Right.
Do you want to see him at 168 in against Canelo?
I think that's the only thing left for Terence Crawford is a fight with Canelo Alvarez. He's basically conquered the world of boxing between 135 and 47, of course, trying to do it here at 154. There's no bigger name in the world for him, and there's no bigger platform in the world for him. It has to be Canelo Alvarez. I will go out on a limb and say if he doesn't get Canelo Alvarez, he more than likely will retire.
You don't think he'll go for undisputed at 154?
I could see him going for undisputed if he's not able to get the fight with Canelo Alvarez. Of course, we just need Canelo to say okay, and we need Canelo to not make that number so large that he prices himself out. I can see that happening. I could also see Terence saying, all right, I'm going to go undisputed at 54, and then I'm going to leave it alone.
What's the upside for Canelo, though, in taking that fight? Because if you beat Terence Crawford, they say, okay, he used to be a 135-pounder. You were supposed to beat him.
Listen, I always tell people this. When you're calling somebody out and you're saying, I want to fight you, you put yourself in the ring. You said, I can beat you. That's what Terence is saying to Canelo. Well, Canelo's going to back down, and then what? You know what I mean? The upside is Terence has proven himself to be worthy of that fight. Obviously, we know the weight is that is something that we have to look at. But if he's saying, I don't care about the weight, then neither can we. We can't care about the weight either. You know what I mean? So that's how I look at it.
Okay, let's very quickly, I want to talk to you about the other fight that we got coming up, the next one.
Oh, boy.
I know. I'm excited for this one. Are you?
Oh, boy.
Yes. Martin Bakole against Jared Anderson.
Somebody asked me if there's an upset tonight, which fight would be the upset? I said, I think Jared Anderson versus Michael Bakole. I think if there is an upset, I think it's Anderson getting upset by Bakole. This man is 31 years old against 24 years old. If you're 24, you're still growing. You haven't gotten your full man strength, and the list goes on. He's 6'6", and Anderson is 6'4", which means Anderson's going to be reaching, putting himself in harm's way to get off. And this man is 284 pounds.
Bigger, heavier than anyone.
We got a man in the ring on fight. I really like this fight. Of course, I'm pro Jared Anderson, but don't be surprised.
No, you're right. He's big, he's skilled, he's confident, he's mobile. He is a problem for anybody.
He's got some things that can really give Jared some trouble. I know what's on this paper, but I keep looking at it because it's like real. It's real.
Okay, well, listen, we have another very special guest in the arena. Let's head over to Adi Oladipo, who is with, by the way, interestingly, sitting next to Eddie Hearn. Let's talk about that. Shakur Stevenson over there with Adi Oladipo.
Certainly is. The champ is in the building. Shakur, how are you, brother?
How you doing? How you doing, man? What's good?
What do you make of all of this, Shakur? I mean, you've been in some big fights, but when you see a stadium fight like this, your brother Terence Crawford main event, this is what dreams are made of, right?
Yeah, I love everything about this show. It looks fantastic, looks fun, and I would love to be a part of something like this.
And I'm sure you will. Andy Cruz, I saw you watching him ringside. It's your weight class. What did you make of him?
Great fighter, great fighter. Definitely a good fight later on down the line. He got to kind of get to that level, and then we'll see like what he's made of. But he showed good grit tonight.
No one knows Terence Crawford better than you, right? You've shared the ring with him, obviously, as part of your team as well. Big ass going up to 154 pounds against a really big Israel Madrimov. What do you make of Terence Crawford's chances?
He's going to dominate tonight. I think this going to be a hell of a performance. Terence Crawford is one of the best fighters in the world, and I think he's going to show it tonight.
Do you feel like this is the best weight jump for him? There's been a lot of talk about him potentially going to 168, you know against who. Do you feel like he's got the frame to currently carry that extra weight?
I think life is mental, and I think that when you believe you can do things, you can do everything that you believe you can do. And I know that Terence got great confidence in himself, and I guarantee you if he put his mind to it, he could do whatever he want to do.
Up next, a guy that you know very well as well, Jared Anderson against Martin Bakole. We were talking off camera about Jared Anderson's chances. You're smiling. It's a tough fight though, isn't it, against Martin Bakole? Big, strong. How do you think Anderson's going to get on?
I think this is a fight for him to shine. I think this guy is perfect. He's going to come to fight. And once Jared break him down, it's going to be night-night.
All right, that's enough of that. I want to know what's going on with you, Shakur Stevenson. I see you sitting next to Eddie Hearn. Obviously, you're the hottest free agent on the planet right now. Which way are you going? What's going to happen with you?
I don't know yet. I still ain't make my decision, but I'm active. I'm talking to everybody, and I want to hear everybody out.
Which is fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah. It's going to be an amazing journey, though.
Yeah. Everyone over here is saying one name: Tank, Tank, Tank. That's what these guys are saying next to us. Is that the kind of dream fight you want for 2025 as well?
That's the biggest fight in the world. We the best 2 fighters on the planet at 135 pounds, and whenever they're ready to make the fight, I'm ready to make the fight.
Let's hope we see that fight. Shakur Stevenson, enjoy your night. Big fight coming up next, Martin Bakole versus Jared Anderson.
Let's take a moment to talk about to discover the wonders of Saudi Arabia.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the big boys. Back-to-back heavyweight battles,
versus Madrimov match.
and they could go either way. We start with the man nicknamed the real Big Baby Miller. He's the brightest hope for an American heavyweight going forward, but he's facing a smashing machine tonight in Martin Bakole.
Yeah, there are levels to this game, and Jared Anderson is about to jump up another level. Martin Bakole, 1 loss on his resume. That was a knockout to Michael Hunter, but he has won 9 fights in a row, and Jared Anderson is going to get tested in this fight. He's looked really good so far in his young career. Has a win over Charles Martin a few fights ago, got a win over Rihad Murhi earlier this year, but this is a different kind of test. He's going into this fight, guys, with a new trainer in his corner. There you see Sugar Hill Stewart, only been around Jared Anderson for the last 4 weeks. And Sergio, as you know, sometimes with the new trainer, there can be an adjustment period.
No, it's always the case, but if you're going to adjust, you're going in the right direction with Sugar Hill there. But when it comes to an athletic fighter, you know, Anderson has the legs, has a full whip, the jab, the body shots. Bakole, on the other hand, that monster right there.
Jeez, listen to the pads.
I mean, you could just see, he doesn't need to hit you cleanly to really beat you up and beat you down. That's a monster right there, and it's a monster heavyweight match.
Let's get ready to, as they say, rumble in LA, because that's what these two guys are prepared to do. 252 pounds for Anderson, 284 for Martin Bakole. So much on the line for the winner of this fight. 10 rounds in the heavyweight division.
We continue with the big boys of boxing, the heavyweight division. Let's first welcome the challenger, Martin Bakole.
The heavy-hitting monster from Congo, who now resides in Scotland. Boy, Sergio, what an intimidating man. Just being around him all week, you're thinking, how is Anderson going to handle the pressure and power of Bakole?
And that's what Bakole is banking on. You know, he says he's going to take that heart of Jared Anderson. He's going to test him. He says he hasn't been in there with anybody of his stature. Now we know the resume, the better opposition is on Bakole's side, and he's going to test the resume of Anderson and the chin and the heart of Jared Anderson tonight.
Yeah, this is the gamble that Martin Bakole is making. He really believes that when the going gets tough for Jared Anderson, he is going to fold. Now, we've never seen Jared Anderson face the kind of adversity Martin Bakole could potentially bring. If you go back to that heavyweight fight he had against Charles Martin. Charles Martin, a faded former champion, but a big guy. 5th round of that fight, Martin had Anderson hurt, so you have to wonder if Bakole gets him hurt, will he be able to finish him?
Talk about a true 50-50. Those of you on the Fan Zone, on the DAZN app, say Anderson 51%, Bakole 49%. That's how this feels, Sergio. I think it could go either way.
Hey, listen, we work with a lot of Brits, and we work from a lot of people across the pond. It's 50-50. Of course, you know, the American Stig Anderson has a shot to do this. Everyone across the pond is Bakole. Either way, man, this is going to be a destructive performance from either one.
Bakole turned pro, and Jared Anderson was 14 years old. And we saw him in October of last year against Carlos Takam, and he absolutely destroyed the 42-year-old gatekeeper. Did you learn anything from that?
Well, that Martin Bakole still has great power, that's for sure. He's also a very active puncher. You see this guy's body, you think maybe he's just a one-punch, blunt force knockout artist, but he throws a lot of punches in his fight, especially to the body. So in every possible way, Bakole is going to test Jared Anderson tonight.
The undefeated defending champion, Jared the Real Big Baby Anderson.
Jared Anderson, is he ready for a fight of this magnitude at the age of 24 years old? He said, Turki Al-Sheikh called him directly and said, would you fight on this card? And he said, yes. He said, well, who do you want to fight? And he said, yes. Basically, I'll take anybody you give me. And he said, what about Bakole? And here we are, Sergio. If you were Jared Anderson, would you have said yes to Bakole?
Hey, if you have aspirations of becoming the heavyweight champion, you got to go through fighters like Moran Bakole, so you have to, especially on this big stage. I mean, where all eyes are going to be on you in front of His Excellency. Absolutely, I would have said yes.
I'll say this. If this was simply a top-ranked decision, top-ranked, of course, the promoter of Jared Anderson, this fight would not have happened. I think they would have preferred one or two more fights in between an opponent like Martin Bakole, especially since you have a new trainer in the corner of Jared Anderson in Sugar Hill Stewart. But when Turki Al-Sheikh calls and says, I got this much money for you to fight Martin Bakole, all those decisions, they kind of get thrown out the window. So here we are with Jared Anderson in what I think is a sink or swim moment. If he defeats Martin Bakole in the same way he's defeated other opponents, we could be looking at the next heavyweight champion of the world. If he doesn't, well, he could go in a very different direction.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds, and it will be for the WBO International and vacant NABF Heavyweight Championships. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Sella and Gold Star Promotions in association with Bob Arams, Top Rank Incorporated, and Boxer. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Chair Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster, along with the World Boxing Organization, President Francisco Paco Valcarcel, Supervisor Gustavo Olivetti, and the North American Boxing Federation, President and Supervisor Dwayne Ford. Our 3 judges assigned will be Max DeLuca, Fernando Villarreal, and Steve Weisfeld. Our referee in charge will be Jerry Cantu. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black and gray tartan trunks and weighed in officially at 284.4 pounds. A native of Kananga, Democratic Republic of the Congo, he is now fighting out of Green Gares, Scotland, and brings a professional record consisting of 20 wins, just 1 defeat. 15 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBC International and IBO Continental Heavyweight Champion, Martin Bakole. And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, he is the defending champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue with white and weighed in officially at 252.4 pounds. Hailing from Toledo, Ohio, he brings an undefeated record with 17 wins, 15 of his 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the reigning and defending WBO International Heavyweight Champion, Jared the Real Big Baby Anderson.
Mouthpiece. Your trunks are a little high, right here is going to be legal. Yours a little bit high, right here is legal. Gentlemen, you are giving your instructions in the dressing room. I want a good, clean, hard fight. You will obey my commands at all times. Touch him up. Good luck to both of you.
Jared Anderson taking a massive step up in competition. Is it a step too far, or is he about to break out on the world scene as the next great heavyweight? He'll be facing a monster in terms of power and output. He owns the number 2 and number 3 spots in terms of most total punches thrown by a heavyweight in a single round. He's thrown 147 in one round before. Let's see what he does here against the 24-year-old American heavyweight.
You could just see the size difference. I mean, how wide, how big Bakole is compared to the smaller, shorter, but more athletic Anderson.
Anderson, while a lot of people were concerned about him taking this matchup, he's not. Saying, listen, he's just brute strength, has no ring IQ. He'll be easy to hit.
Hey, George Foreman was just brute strength. He was the scariest man in the heavyweight division for a long time.
Bakole being very apprehensive early here, letting Anderson try and find the range.
I don't think he's letting him. I think this is the athletic part of Anderson. You know, Anderson's gonna want to use speed, footwork, get in and out. What he can't do is stay too long in front of Bakole with his head in the same place, because he will get time.
He's got that right hand cocked though, Chris.
Yeah, he does. But Anderson's doing a nice job focusing on that body. A couple fights earlier against Andre Rudenko, Anderson landed 72 body shots. That was more than 50% of his total output. Big midsection on Bakole. I'd expect to target that all night.
Anderson fighting from the southpaw stance, giving Bakole a different look.
Nice body shot with the right hand from Jared Anderson. 17-0, 15 knockouts.
You can't worry about Bakole taking those body shots now. These are an investment for later on in the fight.
Bakole absolutely a stationary target. But that means his feet are set to hit you with something hellacious. But it's Anderson with a nice left, then the right.
You could already see that Bakole is not going to keep up with the punches and the speed and the footwork of Anderson. He's just looking to time that one shot here. Flashes of Michael Moore and George Foreman right here.
I'm sorry, Sergio. It's just funny that Bakole does not care about these body shots coming from Anderson. He is giving up that entire mixed midsection while he tries to find his range.
Yeah, when you're that big, sometimes you take those shots easier, but no, they're bound to wear on you. They'll get annoying on it. Look at that.
He's just standing there and absorbing them.
Those are hard shots to the belly, but yeah, you don't see a look or a grimace on the look at Bakole at all.
Oh, left hook. Oh, and a right hand, and all of a sudden Anderson is down for the first time in his career.
And that's what I was talking about. Bakole was just timing him. Anderson was getting way too carried away, poking away from that southpaw stance.
The Congo monster was just waiting around the big shot, and he did it, and Anderson makes it to the end of the round.
2 minutes and 55 seconds. That was an entirely Jared Anderson round. Over 5 seconds, Martin Bakole changed that.
You know, just watch it when you stop pulling out so much, it's a slide in, you know what I'm saying?
When you're getting off,
Spit bucket. Look at me. Good round. Just got caught with one shot. Fix that. We got no problems here. You got to slide up in there.
Bakole wasn't punching much, but he was looking for the right punch. Beautiful shot, well-timed uppercut. And look, Bakole's more than just size and strength. It takes timing and accuracy to land that uppercut. Look, he was waiting for the right shot, the right moment, for the head to be there, and boom. What a shot.
We all wondered what would happen when Jared Anderson faces adversity for the first time. We thought maybe in the later rounds he would have to answer the call, but now, 1 round into the fight, he's got to answer the call, Sergio.
And that's what we want to see. Now we're going to test the heart of Jared Anderson, and this is exactly what Martin Bakole said he was going to do, and now he's doing it.
You know, the right advice from Sugar Hill Stewart in the corner, you don't need to change a lot. The way he was fighting was smart. Martin Bakole is susceptible to that. When he fought Michael Hunter won in most of those rounds behind a good jab and a lot of speed. That's what Jared Anderson's going to focus on and stay away from those big shots.
What's going through Anderson's mind right now, do you think, Sergio?
And he can't believe he went down in the first round already. He's going to have to respect this man every minute of every round, and he cannot stay stationary for 1 second. He's going to have to keep moving to the left or the right.
Straight right hand from Bakole, who looks like he's got cement bricks for hands.
Hands up.
He's got that Li Zhang power, doesn't he, Chris? If he touches you, you go down.
Bakole almost landed that right uppercut again.
These are big, powerful heavyweight.
Another uppercut, left hook. Anderson's getting his, though.
Not like Bakole's getting his.
Gotta get off the ropes if you're Jared Anderson. You can't get into a close range fight.
Trying to hold on to the big bear, that's not going to work. Only 1 loss in the career of Martin Bakole. And since then, he has been flawless. 9 straight wins, 7 by knockout since losing to Michael Hunter.
And that loss you can blame on a shoulder injury.
I think you can blame that on Michael Hunter, too.
And Michael Hunter as well, absolutely. But he did get his shoulder injured.
Boy, Anderson just can't seem to figure out how to get out of the line of fire. Trying to hold on, trying to escape.
And when I was watching and studying Anderson, I saw a lot of similarities to Michael Hunter. Michael Hunter's a brilliant boxer, but he's tough. He can take a big punch. Anderson, we question whether he can take a big punch. He went down the first time he took. Now he's going to have to face adversity for 10 more rounds.
Yeah, Anderson going punch for punch with Bakole right now. Not sure that's the smartest thing. That's as Bakole lands another right.
Hands free, let him go.
I'll tell you what, Bakole's just missing that right uppercut again. It's bound to land. If that's the game plan Bakole had, they're going to keep throwing that right uppercut.
Big uppercut from Anderson as the clock winds down in round 2.
One thing we can't do, right, is allow him to outwork it. Okay? You're hitting the bigger shots, but don't let him out jab you, Martin, okay? You hear me? Look at me.
Go on, you spray him.
Don't let him out jab you. Just keep my weight down, mate.
That's sorted.
Okay, do not let him outwork you at all. Okay? See when he's coming in, bring it up. Both hands. Okay? And roll away.
Here's that right uppercut, and that's exactly what they're telling Bakole in the corner. We need more uppercuts, right and left uppercuts, and that's because Anderson keeps dipping his head down in that position. See, even right there where he lands the right hand, he dipped down with his chin down, ready for another uppercut. It's going to be a long fight for Anderson.
You know, there really is, Sergio, kind of a Foreman-esque quality to Martin Bakole there. He'll take some of your mid-level punches, but if you get range of his shots, you can have a hard time going through it.
And we're talking about late in his career, George Foreman, not the 22-year-old George Foreman. There's a left, and you saw the head of Anderson move about a foot to his left. Talk about heavy hands. Bakole's got him. And again, Anderson just can't hold on. He's trying to grab Bakole's arms. Like that.
Heavy body shot by Bakole. Anderson landed a sneaky body shot, but it was nothing compared to the power of the ones that Bakole was landing. See, there it is again, another sneaky shot by Anderson.
And you can see Bakole now at least reacting to the body shots a little bit.
No, they're gonna take their toll. He can't keep getting hit cleanly like that. That's going to be the bread and butter for Anderson. That's going to be the key. Just keep picking and poking at the body of Bakole.
And Chris, look at the power punches landed through round 2.
Yeah, 21-13 in favor of Martin Bakole. 62 thrown power punches. Everything Martin Bakole is throwing is a knockout shot.
You look at a guy the size of Bakole and you're thinking he's got to slow down at some point. He's just too big, and a right hand lands for Anderson.
The body shot's a good uppercut by Anderson. That's going to be the key right there. You just focus on this monster's body, whether they're jabs, or they're uppercuts, or they're left or right. There you go. Beautiful body shot by Anderson, caught an angle.
It's like a Mike Tyson's punch-out, King Hippo, right? You got to go right to the body.
That's an excellent example. Only Bakole doesn't have the Band-Aid to aim for. There it is again. I love those body shots. That's going to be it.
We thought this could be fight of the night, and boy, is it playing out like it could be if Bakole lands a right hand again.
Bakole just barely missed a big right hook.
Anderson's eyes don't look too clear right now as he eats another one.
He's giving it back, though. Jared Anderson is not stopping throwing punches.
Incredible to think that this is just round 3.
Good body shot by Anderson. This is going to be one of those fights where Anderson must show hard. He's going to have to show resilience to beat this monster off him.
Swing and a miss.
This is what we expected, guys. This is exactly the fight we expected.
And it's a fight that never would have happened except for Riyadh season. And this isn't even close to the main event. We've still got 3 more to go as Anderson's having some success.
Keep digging and go hip to hip on him.
Don't abandon that body.
Get your breathing. Deep breathing out slow. Get that breathing. Slow it down. Slow that breathing down.
You tell the body, listen, you got 2 options. Either you touch the close the gap strong, or the and turn the angle. It's big ass slope right here.
Get your breathing together, big dog. Look at me. Get that breathing together. It's slow. There you go. That's the first thing you work on.
And there you go. There you see Anderson from the southpaw stance getting an angle. If he can continue doing that, but he has to check the defense, punch and dip. Bakole's trying to punch with you, and big uppercut right there from the left side now. Dropping Anderson in the prior round with the right uppercut. Now lifting that head up with a left uppercut. And right back comes Anderson. What a back and forth action here by 2 big men.
Stop. Go.
You talk about a fighter earning the other fighter's respect. I think they've both already done that in the first 3 rounds. These are the kind of heavyweight fights that everyone loves. Sean Porter, what do you think? We'll get with Sean in just a minute here. 2:30 to go in round 5. Left hook to the body from Anderson.
That's good. I'll say it again. That's going to be the key here for Anderson. If you can double up on those body shots, I don't care how much mass there is right there on Bakole. They're bound to break through.
All right, let's check in with Sean.
Yeah, I got to give this kid credit. He's more mature than I thought. I thought that after the first round, this fight might be over. Bakole is big, he's strong, and very, very determined. But I like Anderson still continuing to find a way to fight.
Nice left hand there from Anderson. He's not backing down from this monstrous challenge of Martin Bakole. If you're just tuning in, Anderson went down in the first, and it has been a slugfest ever since. Oh, and the head snaps back. Bakole with another good moment.
Anderson mixing it up with the bigger man. No more boxing. Flat-footed and mixing it up.
Got to be careful, though. I know there's an instinct to go in there and mix it up as a fighter, but his path to victory is that range. Keep going to the body, use that length, use that speed. Bakole is the bigger puncher in this match.
I don't think anybody can question the heart of Anderson anymore. He pulled himself off the canvas, fighting toe-to-toe with this monster.
Leaping left from Bakole, and again, last week it was Chisora and Joe Joyce with one of the best heavyweight fights you'll see. We're getting something very similar here in Los Angeles.
That's what Anderson better start doing. Just resorting to the jab and boxing this big man. Do not go toe-to-toe. Do not exchange with him. He's way too big for you.
And against the ropes is Anderson. He can't stay there. Needs to use every inch of this ring.
Bakole there doing the smart thing, leaning on Jared Anderson, putting his entire close to 300-pound frame on the body of Jared Anderson.
Boy, that right just missed.
Both of them exchange big right hands right there. They both hit each other's shoulders, but wow. Any of those punches land, someone's going down.
Bakole in his lone loss, granted, it was a long time ago, 5 years, but he was stopped in the 10th round by Hunter.
This is a good round for Anderson. I like what he did. I like what he did there in the second half of the fight, boxing.
Speaking of heavyweights, Riyadh season hits London. Wembley Stadium, close to 100,000 will be on hand for AJ versus Dubois.
Okay, you can't beat your job.
Stay still.
Okay?
Eyes, just eyes. Clean it.
No, clean his eye. Alan.
Okay.
Anderson's staying in that southpaw stance, going back and forth. But when he's in the southpaw stance, he's getting hit with those right hands, double right hands. And then that left uppercut he got hit with earlier. But then from that orthodox stance, that's exactly what Anderson needs to be focusing on. No more switching. Bacole's getting the better of him. He had a good second half of that round, but that first round was all Bakole.
Anderson has been in the ring, although sparring with some big-name fighters that come in with a lot of size. Most notably, he helped prepare Tyson Fury for one of his fights with Deontay Wilder. Good right hand from Anderson, and was set up by the left. Crowd filling it nicely here at BMO Stadium, and this is shaping up to be the fight of the night. All-action heavyweight slugfest.
Bakole is faster with his hands than his body looks. When he wants to punch with speed, just like that, he alternates his power and his speed. Very tricky fighter, Bakole.
Bakole almost doubling the output of Anderson, and he's got 14 more landed power punches. And his power punches have more power than Anderson's.
Good body shot there from Martin Bakole.
Little sneaky uppercuts again.
Caught him and he went down. Innocent looking punches, but they did the job for the second time.
You know, that isn't about an accumulation of punishment. Martin Bakole has been throwing that uppercut repeatedly through the first 4.5 rounds of that fight. That was the end result of them.
Anderson does not look good, Sergio.
No, the punches are landing too much. It's going to be another uppercut.
Is this the end of Anderson?
He's
taking his heart.
7. You want to go? 8. Rock toward me. Rock toward me.
I don't like the look in the face of Jared Anderson.
You want to go? One more time.
They're going to let him go one more time. Bakole, seconds away from the biggest win of his life. Martin Bakole has Big Baby bouncing off the ropes, and he's done it. Martin Bakole with an epic performance in Los Angeles.
Bakole, the beast of the Congo. Man, that was a beatdown he put on Jared Anderson. Taking the O of Anderson now. That's crazy. That is crazy.
And just think of the future opponents that he could take on. I'd love to see him in there against AJ, against Fury, against Usyk, against Ruiz, anybody. If Bakole sign me up.
He fits in just nicely in the era of these titans of 6'6" plus heavyweights. We got a new one in the mix with Martin Bakole.
Hold on.
Man, that was nuts. That was a beatdown. I didn't expect it.
There were a lot of people, Chris, that questioned Anderson agreeing to this fight. They thought he needed a little more seasoning, but I'm not sure any amount of fights were going to prepare Anderson for what we just saw.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Martin Bakole is simply one of the most heavy-handed heavyweights in boxing.
Mayweather back in action again. That'll be Saturday, August 24th. Part 3. Mayweather and Gotti live. So the man we haven't seen in the ring since October came out and looked sensational. And look at him doing the Scottish jig, Sergio. What personality.
You gotta love this man. We got a new player in the heavyweight division. This guy's a monster.
You compared him to George Foreman. He's got that same kind of personality, doesn't he?
No. Not only the personality. We saw it, in the second half of George Foreman's career, he became a jolly guy, a likable guy. That's when he made all his money. But the first half of the fight, he was a monster, an intimidating beast. We got a little bit of both in Martin Bakole.
So Anderson got dropped a total of 3 times, Sergio. Here was the first one in a round he was winning.
It was the exact same punch he got dropped with in the first round. In the corner, they wanted more uppercuts. They said, give me left and right uppercuts. Bakole did just that. Big left uppercut. Those shots you don't recover from. You can't prepare for uppercuts. Not from a big man like Bakole either.
And Sergio, he wasn't even rearing back and firing. It's just his natural strength from a short distance.
Believe it or not, those are arm punches. He's not twisting his torso, he's not twisting his hips, he's not getting the legs involved. That's just brute upper body strength by Martin Bakole.
21 wins, only 1 defeat, now 16 KOs for the 31-year-old man who lives in Scotland, but a native of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And I'm sure that country is going crazy right now, thinking about the possibilities that await their hero.
Man, what a statement Bakole made, I tell you. He said he was gonna do the exact same thing we just seen him do right now. I mean, Anderson needed to box, stay on his toes, stay on the outside. He was doing it in flashes, but Bakole was breaking the distance way too easy, absorbing those body shots to the gut just to land the big shots upstairs, and those uppercuts almost took Anderson's head off.
Unbridled joy of Martin Bakole. Let's make it official in Thomas Tribe.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 7 seconds of round number 5. Your winner by way of knockout and new WBO International and NABF Heavyweight Champion, Martin Bakole.
What a performance from Martin Bakole. And he will now speak with Chris Mannix, and this should be pretty entertaining. As the man who vowed to win by knockout just did it.
Martin, congratulations. You were extremely confident coming into this fight that you were going to win by knockout. You did just that. Did this fight go exactly as you expected?
Thank you. I want to thank Excellency Turkey for this big opportunity and American people to welcome me in America. And I will never forget to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I want to thank Big Baby here for accepting to fight me. I'm the most avoiding man in the world. So he took the fight. He's a really boy. I wish him good luck in his future. Don't keep up, champ. Go back to the gym, work hard. And thank you so much. I planned it, I say it, and I did it.
Did this fight go like you expected it to go?
Of course, I told you from the beginning. I came here to work. This is my work. This is what I'm doing for my baby. This is what I'm doing for my country, Congo. This is what I'm doing for Scotland people where I'm living right now. I want to thank Billy Nelson here. I want to thank Mom Rit for taking me care. I want to thank my team here, Alan, Boxer. I want to thank my people that always follow me everywhere. Women and his dad, David. I want to thank Alan and my brother here, Jano. We come all over from Scotland to take over in America.
First round of this fight, he seemed to land 20, 30 body shots on you, and you just walk right through him. Could you tell right away that you could take that power?
I told you from the beginning, I'm a machine. I'm in this sport to take over. I want to be number one. I want to ask the excellence here. No one wants to fight me, but with excellency, I know I can get any fight I want.
The uppercut was a tremendous weapon for you in this fight. Did you see something in Jared Anderson that made you know you could land that punch?
That we plan on it because this is what we plan with my coach. We saw him switch a lot. So we plan like as soon as he switch, you'll see I land big backhand and uppercut. I'm a little bit taller than him, so I knew it is going to work. He's a tough guy. I know he will come to give me the fight. That's a big mistake he made to give me the fight. He should box me. Maybe I'll go into 10 rounds. But don't stand with Martin Bakole. I'm a big machine. I can take punch 12 rounds.
10 wins now in a row for you. What's the biggest difference in you versus the guy that lost to Michael Hunter all those years ago?
Michael Hunter is here. My boy is here. This is the fight I always want. He always talk on social media. He's here. I'm here in America. I stopped the number one America here. I think maybe I'm looking for now. I'm number one WBA. So today I'm WBO. I'm looking for maybe to face Usyk, Tyson. And Michael Hunter will want the rematch. That's the reason why I'm calling him here. So we can do this, baby.
Michael Hunter, rematch?
Congratulations. Absolutely, absolutely. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Jared, we'll turn to you. What went wrong in this fight?
Hey, I made some of the same mistakes I've been making. First, I want to thank God for me and my opponent coming out and say, I'm going home to my daughter, man, at the end of the day. You feel me? That's all I'm really worried about. You win some, you lose some. Shit, I thought I had it. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't coming to this motherfucker to lose. So hats off to him. He did his thing. You know what I'm saying? I lost. Go back to the gym.
You had a great game plan in that first round. You landed those body shots all throughout the first round. Then you just got caught. What happened in that first round sequence?
Making the same mistakes. Got to quit pulling back. I ain't ashamed to say it. It happens. And the worst thing I could have did was not listen to my corner. You know what I'm saying? They were saying shit that I obviously didn't do. So it is what it is.
Did he surprise you at all?
Yeah, hell yeah. He was strong as shit. So, I mean, I can't complain. And I'm 24, man. So a lot of these niggas, you feel me, they 34, 35, and they wouldn't take the fight with him. So as you can see, thank you to His Excellency, Riyadh season, and everybody who allowed me to come out here, try and show out, try and do my thing. I did another great thing for my city, for my people back home. You know what I'm saying? I was able to put my people on TV. So I'm here. Like I said, I can't be mad. I'm going home to my daughter. So God willing, everything gonna be good.
Appreciate the effort, Jared.
No problem.
We'll turn to Ben Shalom. Ben, bring her over here. Promoter Martin Bakole. What do you think of that performance?
He's a beast. We know he's a beast. I think the America now knows there's a new king of the heavyweight division. It was incredible. Credit to Jared Anderson so early on in his career to take a test like Martin Bakole is incredible. But this man, for me, beats anyone in the heavyweight division.
I'd ask you what next, but I think Martin already decided what is next for him. Do you think that's a fight you can make for Martin's next test?
Look, possibly, but look, we want the best guys. We want him in with the best guys in this heavyweight division. We've got an eye on Fury Usyk in December, maybe the winner of that. This guy is the very, very, very best in that heavyweight division, and he proved it tonight.
Appreciate it, Ben.
Cheers, mate.
Guys?
What would you do with Martin Bakole if you were his manager? Michael Hunter, sure he wants to get that one back, but that doesn't further his career. It furthers Hunter's career if he can beat him. But for Bakole, I feel like that's a step backwards. What do you think?
How about the winner of Andy Ruiz and Big Baby Miller? That'll do just fine.
Let's look at these highlights. And the first 2 minutes and 55 seconds of round one, Miller looked great. But after that, the wrecking machine that is Martin Bakole took over.
Yeah, you can't be getting dropped like that this early with shots like that. And look, I told you guys that he was working on that in the gym, and they just said it. It was the uppercut that was going to be money for Martin Bakole. Left and right uppercuts. I mean, he was giving away, a few shots like that. Anderson was digging downstairs to the body nicely, but Bakole was actually looking for the bigger shots. He was willing to take 3 or 4 downstairs, just slam big shots like that upstairs. And wow, man, I mean, what a beatdown that was.
Chris Mannix joining us back ringside. Sergio says, hey, you should face the winner of Miller and Ruiz, not Michael Hunter. What do you think?
No, I think that's certainly possible. You've got 2 big heavyweights fights here, crossroads fights. Both of them, there's no reason why Bakole shouldn't face the winner before the end of the year. A couple of big Saudi cards coming up. But I'll tell you what, I would like to see Martin Bakole in a rematch against Michael Hunter, in part because nobody wants to fight Michael Hunter. He's always looking for a big fight. That's an American.
But what does that fight do for Bakole now?
It avenges a loss.
Yeah, avenges the loss, but what if he goes and fights Zhe Li Zhang? What if he fights those are steps up. I feel like Michael Hunter, that was 6 years ago. It's great for Hunter if he wins, but for Bakole, I feel like he's at a different level after that win.
You say that, Todd, but Martin Bakole, before Michael Hunter even got in the ring, brought him up. So you say it 6 years ago, it might feel like 6 days ago to Martin Bakole. Sergio, you know this, when you get a loss, you want a piece of that guy in a rematch. You want to get your get back. I don't doubt for 1 second that Martin Bakole wants Michael Hunter.
Absolutely. You don't want that lone blemish on your career to stay there. You want to get that rematch. You want to get revenge. Absolutely. I wouldn't mind seeing that fight. That rematch with Hunter.
Well, at the heavyweight level, it's all about show me the money. And he made a lot tonight, that's for sure. He was the underdog. Big upset tonight in our first heavyweight fight. Will we see another one as Big Baby Miller, Jarrell Miller faces Andy Ruiz next. He's the underdog. And then it's Pitbull, Cruz, and Jose Valenzuela. The crowd will be electric for that. Then the concert from Eminem and Bud Crawford and Israel Madrimov with our nightcap.
Is this in any way difficult, right? Animosity sometimes brings out the best in fighters, sometimes brings out the worst. But it gives you that edge. You guys are friendly. Let's not hide behind that. You guys are respectful of each other. Is it difficult to get in the ring knowing there's going to be damage on Saturday when you are friendly?
No, man, we're competitors, We both are on the same mission. I got to stop you, my brother. How are you going to stop me?
I'm going to stop.
I know, but
I ain't going to tell you what punch it is.
All I know is that everybody has a plan. Everybody could say this, they could say that, but when they're inside that ring with me, it's a whole different story. Everybody said they're going to beat me just because I'm big, I'm fat, I'm chubby.
Taco versus the cheeseburger. Let's get it. Guys, all done. I think it's going to be a respectful violence between you to Jerome and Andrew Ruiz. Good luck on Saturday, Pat. I appreciate watching. Thank you.
Welcome back to Los Angeles, California, where you have just seen one heavyweight fight and another one is coming right up for you. Andy Ruiz and Jarrell Miller are going to throw down next. Then we got a war between Isaac Pitbull Cruz and Jose Valenzuela. That is before Terence Crawford looks to add another belt and another division to his legacy in a fight for Israel Madrimov's WBA World Super Welterweight strap. We've got more great action coming up for you next week as well. Virgil Ortiz Jr. has won all 21 of his professional fights by way of knockout. He takes on an opponent who represents a real threat to his undefeated record. That is Serhiy Bohachuk in Las Vegas on August 10th. And in September, get ready for another Riyadh season card live, this time from Wembley Stadium.
Joshua takes on Jermaine Franklin, perhaps one of the most important fights of his career.
Joshua on a revival mission. The quest to become world heavyweight champion continues.
Anthony Joshua gets his 24th knockout. It is lights out. Anthony Joshua!
believe I'm going to be 3-time heavyweight champion of the world.
A week before that fight is Mexican Independence Day weekend. You know what that means. Pound for pound superstar Canelo Alvarez will put his unified WBC, WBA and WBO super middleweight world titles on the line against undefeated WBA #1 ranked mandatory contender Edgar Berlanga. That is Saturday, September 14th in the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. 7 days later then, remember, Riyadh season hits London. Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois in front of a massive crowd at Wembley Stadium. Ooh, look at this stadium filling up. Very good to have you with us. DAZN is the home of big-time boxing. Welcome back to Los Angeles, California, to BMO Stadium, where pound-for-pound great Terence Crawford will fight Israel Madrimov tonight. Kay Abdo and Sean Porter, we just got to see that fight that you picked as a potential upset tonight, Anderson against Martin Bakole. There is such a thing as building and moving a fighter for a reason, right? Was it too much too soon?
I'm so glad you said that. Yes, moving a fighter is a delicate situation, and we just saw why. 24 years old, you can absorb a 31-year-old punch, not at the heavyweight division, okay? Some of the things you can do to offset that, especially in other weight classes, but that heavyweight punch is much different, and we just saw it right there.
What did you make of this fight as it progressed?
As the fight started, I said, okay, he's got a good game plan, he's using his hands, and he's going to the body. And then when he gets dropped in that first round, I said, this fight's over. I don't think this young man can get past that moment. The kid got past that moment, but continued to get hit, continued to pull straight back, ran his hands himself, and made it look really good, like he might be able to do something. But Bakole, but again, 24 years old. Right. He doesn't have his man strength yet, and we saw it. Nothing that he hit Bakole with affected him. But on the other side of that, big uppercut from Bakole. Right hands, left hooks, heavy hands, the whole fight, and it caught up to Jared. Took more rounds than I thought, but it caught up to him.
If you remember a while back when Jared Anderson did that interview with Roy Jones Jr., it felt like after that people questioned his mental. I think after this performance, his resilience, his heart, it can't be questioned.
Absolutely. Well, listen, let's be honest. That's a delicate situation too. In the ring, he didn't show it. There's no telling what that walk back to the locker room is like. Right. There's no telling what he feels like now. Everything that he said before may be setting in now, but in the moment, he showed that he's got it. It's up to him now to recover mentally, emotionally, and take care of himself. And like he said, he's going back to his daughter. Best thing for him to do, be around his family right now.
What about Martin Bakole? Just a fantastic moment for him on this kind of stage as well. What does the future hold for him?
Beautiful moment for him. I was happy to see this moment for him. I actually thought that this was going to come. That being said, he needs the winner of Ruiz and Miller. He doesn't need that get back with the guy they lost to before. I'm losing his name. Michael Hunter. Excuse me. Yeah. Doesn't need his get back. He's beyond that. Sorry, respect to Mike, no Mike forever, but he's beyond that fight. Okay. He needs to be looking for the bigger, better fights, like the winner of Ruiz and Miller.
That'd be an interesting one for sure. Well, as we mentioned, we've got another heavyweight bout that is coming up next for you. That is the fight between Jarrell Miller and Andy Ruiz. It should be a real banger, this one. Both men, yes, looking to reestablish themselves in the sport. Big men with high stakes in the ring. That is coming up next.
There's a reason why I was the most avoided heavyweight for a long time. Miller! I don't win close fights. I knock you dead or I beat out you, decisively.
Right hand, down he goes.
I'll fucking starve. I'm dying. I'm gonna fuck him up.
They call me the destroyer, so, I gotta live up to my name. I know I'm here ready for war.
One of the most entertaining fighters on the planet.
If it comes down to that, then that's what's going to be. I need to eliminate all the fighters that they put in front of me.
Andy Ruiz is the heavyweight champion.
You guys believe I'm ready for war.
Welcome back to BMO Stadium. As you can see, the sun is slowly setting behind the arena here, and the crowd is filling in very nicely indeed. We've still got a few fights left to go for you, 3 fights. In fact, let's talk about the one that's coming up next, which is between Andy Ruiz and Jarrell Miller. Andy Ruiz, by the time he walks tonight, will have been out of the ring for a month short of 2 years. Jarrell Miller was banned for the sport, but has been way more active than Andy Ruiz in recent times. Before we go to that fight, I do want to get your thoughts in just a minute, but celebrities are here. Who are we going to hear from? Somebody help me out. We're going to hear from Emily Austin with Christina Milian, is that correct?
an amazing artist yourself. What do you think are the 3 best hype songs for a fighter to walk out to? Yeah.
Oh, Fight Night, Rick Ross, definitely. I have to say the other one, anything from Migos. You know, I think we got the okay, that one. And then I'd have to see another one is like dun dun dun, Eye of the Tiger. That's
and then
always.
Who would be your ideal boxer to walk out on Fight Night?
Oh, mine would be Jay-Z. I'm a Jay-Z. I love Jay-Z's music. I think he's like the #1 like rapper for me. So I would love Jay-Z or Beyonce. Hello, the couple. They can just do, you know, Crazy in Love or something for me.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the fight. We don't want to keep you because there's a lot of yelling going on in there.
Yeah, let's go.
Enjoy.
All right, very good. Celebrities are filing in. Let's go back to the fight that is coming up, Andy Ruiz against Jarrell Miller. I guess I'm interested in your thoughts on conditioning, which feels like it could play a big role in this fight. Andy Ruiz isn't a gym rat. He won't have lived in the gym in the last couple of years.
No, not Andy. He wouldn't have lived in the gym. But this is what I do know. When fighters get the call and they know that it's really about to go down, they get in the gym, they get themselves together. We see that he came in a little lighter than he usually does. However, still look pretty soft. Listen, here's the thing. Jarrell Miller, the original big baby, he can talk a great game, but he don't really back it up in the ring. I got to keep it real. He said he's going to beat that, you know, ASS. I don't see that happening tonight. I do believe that this is going to be a one-sided fight. I think Ruiz is going to come out, run his hands. While you said that Jarrell Miller has been more active, when he gets in the ring, he ain't punching. He ain't doing nothing but standing there blocking and taking a lot and playing a lot of defense. So I think he's going to come out here and do the same. He said he's ready. We'll see.
Could that maybe look different coming in, what, 40, 50 pounds lighter than we've seen him in his last couple of fights?
He is lighter. He did take this serious. But listen, this is what I know. When you are a fighter that doesn't throw your hands, doesn't do what you've been capable of doing for a long time, that usually is who you are now. So I think that's who he is now. But we'll see.
Who is Andy Ruiz now?
Listen, I think Andy is still fast. Andy still likes to punch. Don't forget he's Mexican. He still likes to fight. So I know he's been out of the ring for a while, but I got a feeling it's going to click to him and he's going to get the job done.
So you think that hand speed won't be affected by ring rust? That will still play to his advantage tonight?
That is his natural God-given ability, his hand speed.
That fast twitch doesn't go away?
No, that ain't going away. It needs to be nurtured. Let's not get this wrong. It needs to be nurtured, but it ain't going away. And he's got heavy hands too.
So what's your prediction in this fight?
Andy Ruiz, decision. Jarrell's a big boy, and he's gonna
He's
durable. He's durable.
Okay.
He's durable. We'll see what happens.
All right. Do you think you could be surprised in this fight?
Listen, I called the last one, so I'm feeling good now.
You're feeling very confident. What about Christina Milian? Have you got a favorite song?
Oh man.
Do you? Because you were enjoying that interview. I saw you.
Don't worry about that.
Okay. Sorry. Private. Okay. You know what? We are going to continue on. It is time for the next fight here on DAZN. The former unified heavyweight champion of the world, Andy Ruiz, versus Jarrell Big Baby Miller. Both men want back into big-time fights. This next one is definitive.
All right, we're getting set for our second of 2 heavyweight fights, and man, this is another one that feels almost 50-50. Andy Ruiz back in the ring for the first time in almost 2 years against a slimmed-down Jarrell Miller.
I don't know, man. I'm hearing my boy Sean Porter not giving Big Baby Miller any props. I think Miller's in this fight. I think he's going to be a live dog, and Andy Ruiz and him are evenly matched.
Look, I think it depends on which version of Andy Ruiz shows up. If it's the fighter we saw knock out Anthony Joshua, he is and deserves to be a big favorite, but he hasn't been in the ring in nearly 2 years. He has only fought 3 times, it'll be the 3rd time, since that loss to Anthony Joshua in 2019. A staggering level of inactivity. Is Andy Ruiz the same destroyer that won the heavyweight championship, or is he a lesser version of himself? And if he is, this guy, Jarrell Miller, is going to have a big opportunity tonight. Jarrell Miller going in at 305 pounds. Now, that is massive by many heavyweight standards, but he weighed 333 pounds for his last fight. This is the lightest Jarrell Miller has weighed since 2000. 2018. He's got a new trainer, a new training partner in his corner in Bozy Ennis. Spent his time in Philadelphia working that weight off. Are we going to see the same big baby from the earlier years? The guy that was mowing down a lot of good heavyweights? Or is he, at 36 years old, not the same guy?
Yeah, well, are we going to see back-to-back baby beatdowns as Anderson just got beat by Bakole? And here comes Jarrell Miller and Andy Ruiz. Jarrell Miller said, listen, I was out of shape in my last fight against Danny Dubois. When I'm not throwing punches, I'm not me. Tonight, I'm in shape, and I'm going to mow Ruiz down. Andy, 274.4. Miller, who will enjoy a 4-inch reach advantage, also weighs 30 pounds more. Here's Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the big boys of boxing, the heavyweight division. Let's first welcome to the ring, Jarrell Big Baby Miller.
You know, it's kind of fitting that Jarrell Miller starts his way back up against Andy Ruiz. In 2019, it was Andy Ruiz that took Jarrell Miller's spot after Miller failed multiple drug tests going into his fight against Anthony Joshua and had the biggest win of his career. Jarrell told me this week that he did watch that fight. He watched it at a wedding, and he watched it on his phone, and he watched it sitting on the toilet. So he watched that win by Andy Ruiz in one of the strangest possible places, but he is extremely motivated, guys, by that night. Andy Ruiz took what Jarrell Miller wanted. Andy Ruiz got the fight against Anthony Joshua and became the unified heavyweight champion. Even at 36 years old, Jarrell Miller still believes he can get back to the top.
And Miller says if he loses this fight tonight, you can flush his career down the toilet, Sergio. He says it's all to fight for tonight. He's got to beat Andy Ruiz.
This is do or die for both these guys. I mean, Andy Ruiz has been inactive 2 years. Was he a one-hit wonder? Can he get back to the heavyweight championship? He's had a lot of personal problems in his life, in his career, personal demons that he had to overcome. Now, Big Baby Miller, a little bit of a same, coming off a knockout loss. The PED allegations in the past, he has a lot to overcome as well. This is a perfect matchup for both.
Yeah, look, let's be real, Sergio. They're not allegations. He tested positive for multiple banned substances. And I said to Jarrell Miller during our fighter meetings that there are a lot of people out there, understandably, that believe that your success is a byproduct of performance enhancement. He said he is motivated by that. He has some reasons that he says has his excuses for why he tested positive those multiple times, but the reality is he did test positive for multiple different fights. Now he has to prove that he can still be a top-level heavyweight without those substances.
I'll tell you what, if he starts boxing and moving, this is what I loved about Big Baby Miller back in 2018 and 2019 when we were calling his fights. He's a big man from the waist up, but from the waist down, he moves like a middleweight. He has a footwork. He knows how to maneuver, and then with that big mass and power, if he can come and start boxing like he did back in the day, he can give Andy Ruiz all the problems in the world.
And remember, against Andy Dubois, Jarrell Miller had a lot of success in the first half of that fight. He just ran out of gas because his training camp was really short and his weight was really high. I still think there's a guy that can win a big-time heavyweight fight standing in the ring.
And now let's welcome to the ring the former world champion, Andy the Destroyer Ruiz Jr.
week, especially in his interview with Chris Mannix, and he said, Chris, I'm just getting goosebumps thinking about being back in the ring. I'm as nervous as I've ever been. What did that tell you?
It told me a lot. It told me Andrew Ruiz is feeling some anxiety about this opportunity, but he did say when he feels that anxiety, he's at his best. He felt anxious going into that fight against Anthony Joshua, and he had the best performance of his professional career. The question is that fighter at 34 years old still within him? Can he overcome the kind of layoff he's coming off, the stops and starts, Sergio, that have plagued his career? That, to me, is the biggest question surrounding Andy Ruiz tonight.
You know, you can channel that nervous energy to do what you practice to do. I mean, you've been here before. Andy Ruiz has been the heavyweight champion of the world by upsetting one of the biggest upsets in boxing history. He knows what it takes to become a champion, to upset the odds. This isn't that big of an upset here, but it's a big challenge in Big Baby Miller. Man, that's really hungry. This is a 50-50 fight. You've been saying all night long, every fight has been good, every fight has been competitive. This is just one more of the books.
Andy Ruiz said he had 160 rounds of sparring in this camp. I may not have fought in almost 2 years, but I'm fight ready. Sergio, can you replicate a real fight in the gym?
Every fighter loves to say that, but no, Todd. You cannot replicate the crowds, the lights, and you can't replicate those small gloves. And you cannot do that inside the ring. You can stay sharp, but you can't stay professional sharp like inside the ring. Once those punches start flying, it's different than sparring.
This is his second straight appearance in LA. He beat Luis Ortiz at the Crypto.com Arena in his last fight. That was in 2022. The former unified heavyweight champion back in the ring. Here's Thomas Tribers.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 rounds in the heavyweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearn's Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Sella, and Gold Star Promotions. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Chair Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster. Our 3 judges assigned will be Robert Hoyle, Lou Moret, and David Sutherland. Our referee in charge will be Thomas Taylor. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing blue with white and weighed in officially at 305.6 pounds. Fighting out of Brooklyn, New York, he is proudly representing the country of Belize. His professional record consists of 26 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 22 of his 26 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sharrell Big Baby Miller. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with white and weighed in officially at 274.4 pounds. Hailing from Imperial, California, he has a professional record of 35 wins, 2 defeats, with 22 of his 35 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former WBA, IBF, WBO, and IBO Unified Heavyweight Champion of the World, Andy the Destroyer Ruiz Jr.
Chief second. Okay, gentlemen. Coach, again, I'm going to Come over on this side, coach. Come on this side. I'm going to stress. We got a high belt line over here. Anything in the white, even half a glove in the white is going to be good. Andy, your trunks are good. So we've got middle of the letters here and up, gentlemen. You got my instructions in the back. Protect yourselves at all times. Listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to your corner, gentlemen.
Both of these men have spent the last 5 years dealing with issues both inside and out of the ring. Andy Ruiz reached the mountaintop and he gave it all away. Jarrell Miller blew it before he could even get there. Both won another crack at that heavyweight championship. To get there, they have to get through each other.
You don't know what you got till it's gone. That's been the message from Andy Ruiz. He had the championship, let it slip away. He vows that this will be his first step towards reclaiming the crown. 12 rounds, Jarrell Miller and Andy Ruiz.
See, Miller has 2 inches in height, and he has the reach, 4 inches in reach, so you can bet that he's going to want to use that, not let Andy Ruiz come in and do that right off the bat. You want to keep him at bay, keep popping that jab, keep foot feinting, use your athleticism if you're Miller.
Miller has that right hand cocked, sort of like Bakole did in the last fight.
Yeah, but Jarrell Miller's got to be careful because I think Andy Ruiz is one of the best counter punchers at heavyweight. He gets into exchanges, and most of the time he wins those exchanges.
He has extremely fast hands for a big man, and he can catch and counter really well, especially with that left hand. So if Miller throws a right hand that's going to ricochet off the left hand of Ruiz, you can bet that he's going to want to catch it and shoot that same left hook with the same left hand. That's the reason Miller's thinking twice about throwing that right hand right now.
Miller being very patient. He keeps that left hand low down by his waist.
As soon as Miller throws that right hand, you can bet Ruiz is going to counter with a big left hook. Catch and counter.
Just by instinct.
Yep. I like to call it like a rat trap, left hook. Anytime he touches, it's going to snap.
Andy not wanting to be first, neither is Jarrell, and that means a slow first round.
Yeah, but this is how Andy Ruiz came out against Luis Ortiz. A different situation. Luis Ortiz is a strong southpaw, and actually the first southpaw that Andy Ruiz had faced as a professional, so he was a little leery in that respect, but he is waiting for those opportunities to counter.
Overhand right from Ruiz.
Pull the hand off the head. Right, stop, no punch, straight back.
It's too early for Ruiz to start throwing that right hand. He still needs to invest that with that jab to the belly, just like that. See, keep touching that belly, and then you can drop the guard of Miller. Then you can try that overhand right again. You gotta fool your opponent into it. There you go, see that? Big exchange by both men. Both of them barely missed big hooks. Miller's looking for a big shot himself.
And they both sat down on those right hands.
They're both sitting down in these punches. They want to hurt each other. I'm curious. We all know Andy Ruiz takes a huge shot. I want to see how Miller's going to respond once he gets hit.
There's those lightning quick hands from Ruiz, and he caught him again.
Listen for the bell, gentlemen. Time right there.
Voy a dar poquita agua. Sigue trabajando ese jab al cuerpo, mijo, ¿ok? Y bien vivo, siempre arriba. Estás caminando perfecto,
keep touching that body. You're walking him down all right.
Salte rápido y chiquito.
Doing good. He's looking for the right hand. Be careful.
Ahí le dolieron ahorita con los golpes, ¿ok?
And this is an exchange right here. Big Baby Miller forgot to put his hands up in the clinch, in the guard. Protect yourself at all times. Ruiz took advantage of that.
Well, you got just a glimpse of the hand speed of Andy Ruiz. He still got it at the age of 34.
You know, Sergio, I don't know if it's intentional or if it just plays out this way, but Andy Ruiz is very good at landing those equilibrium shots, the ones on the side of the head. Clipped Anthony Joshua with one in their fight, dropped Luis Ortiz with a similar type of shot. He just seems to find a home in the right spot in the head.
No, you're right. I just think he has good accuracy with that shot. I don't think it's intentional. I just think he's one of these punchers that he's very accurate. When he throws a shot, it just happens to land in the right spot.
Ruiz said, I've got to let my hands go. I can't be tentative. But Miller's saying the same thing.
See, Ruiz doesn't throw that many punches until the combination starts flowing.
Right, stop.
But I love the fact that he's jabbing to the belly of Miller. That right there is going to serve dividends. It's going to pay dividends.
Well, one of Jarrell Miller's best attributes during his best years was that work rate. He was a guy that would throw 60-plus punches per round. That's what made him the most successful. He's not the one-punch power knockout guy like Mark Bakole. He's got to win against Andy Ruiz with volume punching.
Well, he said to us yesterday, he said Andy Ruiz cannot fight going backwards. He loves to eat jabs and can't handle body shots very well.
Well, right now, Ruiz is doing just fine on the back foot.
All right, stop. No fight.
Stabbing Miller to the chest and to the belly. Trying to set shots like that up top.
I was expecting more from Miller, at least from a work rate.
I think the hand speed of Andy Ruiz has a lot to do with the inactivity of Jarrell Miller.
You know, this heavyweight division, especially, Chris, since we're getting the premier matchups of top 10 guys all the time now, heavyweight's one big win away from being thrown right back in the mix. Oh, a right hand lands from Miller. Best punch of the fight.
There's a big uppercut by Miller and then over the top. But that's the thing about Andy Ruiz. He knows how to take a big shot.
Miller's just trying to line him up.
Yeah, he's telegraphing that right hand. He should start just letting it go without power. He's looking for the perfect right hand, Miller is. It's too soon for that right now. Just be touching and pecking. You're losing rounds. Momentum for Ruiz right now. Miller's just getting outworked right now by the faster hands of Ruiz. Nothing landing cleanly, but he's winning rounds convincingly.
It was a good round, but we finally get that shit at the end. You understand? Yeah, stop picking up. Forget about the head, bro. Touch the body thing. Stop coming up the middle. Forget about the head. The head is gonna come. But rip this shit and start coming up the middle. We'll stop him. He gonna get tired. What? He getting tired. Do this. Just tighten up the defense a little more, okay?
Get there, man. Both sides, man. Once you get that ice out, get that ice out.
Let's go, yeah.
You gotta have a set. Get the ice thing up.
And we see Andy Ruiz against the ropes. We don't want to see him against the ropes. And look, this was a good segue of punches right there by Big Baby Miller. Nice uppercut towards the end right there. Over the shot, over the top right there. Ruiz can't be getting hit with big shots like that. And you could tell he was about to engage and exchange with Miller right now. Miller doesn't want to do that either.
What do you think of the advice from Miller's corner to stop targeting the head and go to the body?
I love that, and that's exactly what Ruiz has been doing well. He's been jabbing and pecking the body. I think Miller better start doing the exact same thing. Miller, they both have fast hands, but the speed is on Ruiz's side.
Let's take a look at some CompuBox numbers as we enter round 3 here in our second heavyweight fight of the night. Ruiz has landed 19 power punches compared to 10 for Big Baby.
Yeah, that's a pretty low output for Jarrell Miller.
Yeah, Miller's not letting his hands go. He's walking back, Andy Ruiz, but he's not punching, walking him back. So Ruiz is doing well off the back foot, just like that.
These are big power shots from Andy Ruiz.
For the most part, Miller's not giving him much back.
You know, I questioned Andy Ruiz on Friday about his weight. Came in at 274 pounds, which if you exclude his first 2 professional fights, would be the second highest weight of his professional career, second only to that second fight against Anthony Joshua. And he insisted that it was a planned decision. He knows Jarrell Miller is going to weigh in around 300 pounds. He wanted to be able to match some of that weight.
There's a body shot from Ruiz, then comes over the top of the right hand, and Miller finally answering back.
That was a good shot by Ruiz, but Miller came back. Miller needs to start getting respect here. And I like the fact that he's aiming for the body. Miller is. Both of them are digging down that upstairs. Big target for both of them down in that belly area.
Ruiz getting his licks in wherever he can.
And that's what you got to do. You just got to touch whatever your opponent gives you, that's what you touch. Just like that. And I love the fact that Ruiz is not standing in front of Miller. He's punching and moving. Usually it's Miller that has the better footwork.
There's a digging right hand to the body for Miller. And even if you block a punch like that, Sergio, it still does us some damage.
Actually, that one actually was a little bit telegraphed and slappy, but yeah, you don't want to give too many of those.
Oh, good right hand on the inside for Ruiz. That's where he's been really excelling.
Actually, that second body shot for Miller right now, that one right there, those are more effective than the ones that come around. You lose all your power when you open up your arm like that.
That's the uppercut that Miller's corner had been calling for. They want him to go to the body and then come up the gut with an uppercut.
Listen for that bell, gentlemen. Let the arm go, let the arm go. Time, right there. Way to hold back.
Days after signing a contract extension with Matchroom, it was announced Eduardo Rocky Hernandez will face Tomas Matisse in the main event September 13th from Hermosillo, Mexico.
Nice jab there by Miller, but it was that shot right there, that right there gets the attention of any big man. I don't care how much size you got in that midsection. They're bound to get you, and there he goes. He returned the favor right back. This big baby Miller, and those are the shots that are going to take it out of you. Big uppercut in between by Miller, just too far in between. Andy Ruiz had his moments. Miller needs to start picking it up, in my opinion.
Chris, which direction do you see this fight going here after 3 rounds?
Oh, I think it's going in the direction Andy Ruiz wants it to go in. I mean, his accuracy and output has been pretty clear to see at this point. Jarrell Miller just doesn't look like the guy we saw beating mid-level contenders at heavyweight during those first couple of years on the zone. So I'm with Sergio. If Jarrell Miller wants to get back in this fight, he's got to increase his punch output. When he's walking Andy Ruiz down, he's got to let his hands go.
This is what he said. Andy Ruiz can't fight going backwards, and he's going to eat my jab.
Jarrell, don't push off, don't push off.
And the early rounds is where Miller should be taking advantage of the inactivity of Ruiz. But shots like that, I mean, beautiful body shot there by Andy Ruiz. It comes right up back upstairs. Those will take a toll the later this fight goes.
And you're right, Sergio. These are the rounds that Andy Ruiz was most worried about. Coming off that 2-year layoff, he didn't know how he was going to react in these first few rounds. He was pretty confident he'd settled into the fight as it progressed, but so far so good for Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm saying that Miller is actually playing in the game plan of Ruiz. Let him get into this fight and shake off that rust. See right here, Miller should be jabbing his way in. He's just walking. Good body shot, but he should be jabbing his way in.
Right cross on the inside from Jarrell Miller. There's the double jab.
Let go of the arm, let go of the arm.
He's being the aggressor, Sergio, but not the effective aggression.
He landed a good right hand, Miller, right there. He's doing well in the last 20 seconds. Miller, he's landing some good shots. I think he's trying to pick it up.
Jarrell, get him up. Ruiz snuck in some of those quick hands there. But Jarrell Miller trying to impose his superior size on Ruiz.
I think he is imposing it right now in this last minute. He needs to keep doing it, but he needs to do it behind a jab. You know, pop that shotgun jab on Ruiz's face. Then you can start your combination. combinations.
Nice flurry there from Ruiz.
You know, every time a fighter shakes their head and says, I didn't feel that, it means that they felt it.
They felt it, but do something back. I mean, okay, if it didn't bother you, fine. How about you get yours back? Let your hands go over your nose.
What I'm seeing here, correct me if I'm wrong, Sergio, is a fight that Miller should be winning. He's doing all the right things position-wise in the ring, but he's just not landing enough punches.
Because he's not throwing the jab, so without the jab, you're not going to have confidence to let the right hand go. Without the right hand, you can't let your combinations flow. So there's no fluidity to his offense. He's just, the only thing he's doing right is walking back Andy Ruiz, but that's not enough.
He's getting the ball down in the paint, Chris, but he's not making the hoops.
Right there, guys, hold up.
And let's check in with Emily, who's with NFL star Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson in the house. Game that recognizes more game.
Sure.
Who you got tonight?
Man, I only got the one and only, man. Bud Crawford, man. Come on, Bud. You ready? I'm ready to see a knockout early on, too. Probably like round 4.
Round 4, knockout.
I'm predicting it, round 4, man. Bud the dude, man. I'm excited to be here, man. Just been rooting for him for a long time in his career, man. He's doing some great things, so I just want to see a good fight. But I got him knocking out early.
Wow, looks like you got a nice left hook. Is this something next for you in your career?
I'm messing around a little bit, but I don't know. I ain't gonna step into that world.
Well, you're good at what you do.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Enjoy the fight. Thank you.
Está en tu ritmo, venga. Digo, con los ojos, persigue trabajando el cuerpo.
And this little flurry towards the end, I don't know if it was enough to swing the judges, but both of them at their moments. Andy Ruiz was actually landing really good shots.
Number 5.
Miller needs to start picking it up.
Number 5. Go. Well, he admitted he ran out of gas in his last fight against Daniel Dubois. Maybe he's trying to save some of that energy for the later rounds.
No, he wasn't in shape last time he fought against Dubois. This time he's in shape. He's ready to go. This is it.
Andy, don't use a forearm.
I'll be honest with you, Todd, after his last performance, I didn't think he was going to get an opportunity for another big fight, and here he is. I mean, even bigger fight, he must capitalize.
Nice left on the inside by Miller, cracked the jaw of Ruiz there.
The body shot by Ruiz to answer back. Both these guys loading up on shots.
For what it's worth, Miller does seem fresh.
Well, he's fresh because he's not letting his hands go. And he's not moving his feet like he normally does. Notice the size difference of Miller's upper body to lower body. That's what I used to be impressed with. He has big thighs, but he has skinny calves. That allows him to actually be good on his feet, be light on his feet. And that was giving him an advantage as a heavyweight, but he's not doing that right now.
Guys in the corner talking to Aureliano Sosa, the trainer for Jarrell Miller. They do think the pressure of Miller is starting to wear Andy Ruiz down, but they're like us guys. They're saying he's got to let his hands go, got to throw some punches, throw them from the outside, and we get on the inside, let that uppercut go.
That's like an elbow. Watch the heads.
But that 300 pounds of humanity being rested on you all the time, Sergio, will certainly take its toll, and that left hand moved Ruiz back.
Oh, those body shots moved Ruiz back. That's digging down now. That's what I'm talking about if you're a big baby Miller.
And this is a good spell for Miller as Ruiz looking a little slow.
It was the body shots got the attention, left and right. He landed 4 in a row. That opened up the top. This is momentum for Miller. He needs to keep going downstairs. That's going to open up uppercuts and hooks. The straight shots are in the favor of Ruiz right now, but if you're breaking the distance that easy, go around the guard with the hooks if you're Miller.
Best round of the fight for Jarrell Miller. Crowd trying to get behind Andy Ruiz. Miller says no. And maybe Ruiz's punches are losing steam here in the fifth.
It looks like they are losing steam, and it looks like Miller's not respecting the speed nor the power of Ruiz now.
Stop,
and body shots. Ruiz is not liking those body shots.
Andy, look at me. You pulled his head down, that's your fault. Stay right here. Just try to keep him up. Stop pulling the head down. You caused your own foul. Back up. Go.
Excellent hard warning by Thomas Taylor, because that wasn't a low blow, even though Ruiz tried to sell it.
Let the arm go. Let it go.
So are we seeing a pendulum swing in the momentum of this fight? Ruiz lands those quick hands. And Miller sitting down on some punches here at the end of the round. And Ruiz may And coming up, our co-main event of the evening, Mexico versus Mexico, Pitbull Cruz versus Jose Valenzuela.
I love this matchup. Valenzuela is motivated. He's a tall southpaw. He has Robert Garcia in his corner. He had a great camp, but that man right there, Pitbull, is a fitting name, always stalking, looking for the big shots. He's maybe shorter and smaller and stockier, but he fights big men, tall men just perfectly.
Yeah, some parallels in this fight. Pitbull Cruz back in March made the jump up to 140 and won a world title in his first professional fight. Jose Valenzuela trying to do the exact same thing, making the jump up to 140 pounds after beating Chris Colbert the last time out to win this belt in his first fight at junior welterweight.
And he saw Cruz has become an attraction with the fans, especially Mexican fans. You're gonna hear the roar that man gets once he comes out. People love his performance coming up short with Tank Davis, and they've been supporting his career.
Right now, all eyes on Andy Ruiz, who seems to be fading fast as we enter round 6.
And you wonder, Sergio, like, was there a method? Is there a method to the madness of Jarrell Miller? He took some big shots in those first few rounds. I thought lost them cleanly. Now here he is, coming off a win in a round and starting to build on that in the 6th round.
I don't think that's a method, man. That's his style now. You know, he wears people down with his intimidation and size.
Yeah, he's right there in the face of Ruiz, not letting him breathe. Good right hand on the inside. And Miller, like Bakole, doesn't have to hit you that hard, Sergio. His fists are so massive.
Well, I would say this.
No punch.
Jarrell Miller can punch, a big heavyweight, but Martin Bakole is a KO artist. Like that is it.
I was looking for the words to say exactly that. You can't compare the two. There's a different type of pop. You know, Miller does have power, but it's not Bakole power.
22 knockouts in Jarrell Miller's 26 wins.
Mark, left eye, blue corner.
See those looping shots, that's going to take it out of Miller. He shouldn't be throwing looping shots like that. You can keep walking your man down, but keep the punches straight and keep digging to the body like he did there. Whenever you see your man getting winded, keep digging downstairs. Ruiz is looking winded. He's breathing with his mouth open now.
Yeah, and a long way to go. We're not even at the halfway point.
Yeah, the body language are backing up, the mouth open. Ruiz is not made for the 12 rounds.
Yeah,
Miller should just keep digging away. Forget the head, dig away at the body.
Yeah, Miller looks fresh. Ruiz looks like damaged goods.
Yes, he does. And that's the thing with inactivity, man. I don't care, like I said, I don't care how long you've been in the gym. Once you get up there and the adrenaline starts rushing, it doesn't matter. Inactivity kills careers.
But Ruiz has banked some rounds here, so it's not like the cause is lost. He still has plenty of time to get back, but this has not been his round.
Listen for the bell, gentlemen.
Clubbing body shots from Jarrell Miller, and then upstairs in an uppercut. That was right after the bell, or maybe even a little after it.
You know, one thing Jarrell Miller is doing here, last few rounds, when he hears that 10-second clap, he's shoe shining, making sure the judges see his production at the very end.
Jesse, pon vaselina de este lado, por favor. Mete aire, güey, mete aire mismo. ¿De qué lado dices? Mete aire, güey. Vamos, venga. La ceja, Jesse. ¿De qué lado?
To set him down, man, you gotta breathe. Take a deep breath.
Ahora un poquito más de agua.
Oh, you gotta get your hands up.
Jesse, a la esquina acá.
Big Baby Miller stalking like he's been doing the entire time, but now he's letting his hands go. Short right hand right there. Ruiz is not jabbing to the body anymore, so making it easier for Miller to break that distance, and boom! Big right uppercut right there, picked up the chin of Ruiz, and a solid back-to-back rounds for Big Baby Miller.
Let's see how Chris Mannix has this scored through 6 full rounds.
Yeah, I've got it 4 rounds to 2 in favor of Andy Ruiz. I thought the first 4 rounds were pretty easy to score. Ruiz was landing with greater volume, accuracy. We talked all throughout that Miller was just stalking Ruiz, but not throwing punches. But over the last 2 rounds, Jarrell Miller has really turned the tide. He's letting his hands go, especially to the body, which is having a big impact on Andy Ruiz.
And you can see that Miller is not respecting anything coming back for Ruiz now. And I love what he's doing now. He's just throwing short shots. He's not loading up Miller. He's just countering with nice momentum, movement with that right hand.
You see a bit of some swelling underneath and around that left eye of Andy Ruiz.
And that's because of those right hands I was talking about. He's not loading up on him no more, Miller. He's just throwing them to touch him. But when you have 300 pounds behind you, touching is enough.
Here's that little jab on the inside from Miller. Anything that scores. Another one. And there's a clubbing right hand stabbing downward from Jarrell Miller, who according to Chris Mannix has won the last 2 rounds after a slow start.
I like that. Miller is not letting Ruiz clinch. You know, clinching saves you some time. You can get some breath. You know, you can walk your opponent back. Anytime Ruiz starts to clinch, big baby Miller, you know, doesn't let him. He pushes him or moves his arms.
So what can Ruiz do here, Sergio, other than...
Ruiz better start moving his head.
Watch out. Yeah, he better move that head right now. We're going to have a knockout.
Yeah, he better start moving that upper body. Right now he's getting way too relaxed because he's tired. So he needs to keep the hands up or the upper body movement right now because Big Baby Miller, he's just getting started.
Ruiz told us that Miller suits my style. I can counter and shoot back, use his aggression against him. And he was doing that early on, but the punches just aren't coming back anymore.
That's fatigue setting in on Ruiz. The fact that he hasn't fought in almost 2 years. It takes its toll in the second half of the fight. And we're seeing it now. You can see Ruiz is tired.
Yeah, anytime Miller rears back and fires, he misses. But it's those little short shots, like you were saying, Sergio, those are the ones that are scoring.
And the snap on the punches of Andy Ruiz are not the same as they were early in the fight.
Right there, gentlemen.
And there's Jose Valenzuela. He gets Pitbull Cruz. And Sergio, you feel Valenzuela's not been getting the respect deserved heading into this fight.
No, he is not. And he's a tall southpaw. He's had a great camp. He has Robert Garcia in his corner. This is one of these fights, the sleeper, man. Not only do I think he's going to give Isaac Cruz a tough fight, but one of these fights where a possible upset could happen here because Isaac Cruz is there to be hit, but you got to get him respect.
How about Isaac Cruz doing this workout prior to the fight? Isn't that the stuff you do at, like, title boxing?
Well, I mean, that means he's in good shape.
Hey, it's the fundamentals, Chris. There you go.
I get it. I get it. I've done that, but I'm a terrible fighter.
That we can all agree on. As we head to round 8. Can Ruiz find a second win for a second chapter of his career? The former unified heavyweight champion, since that glorious night at Madison Square Garden, has looked less than stellar.
It's going to be an important round for Andy Ruiz to switch the momentum. The last 3 rounds have been really good for Miller, even though Miller started off slow. Now he's not, with 3 rounds in the bank.
CompuBox numbers say that Jarrell Miller has landed 20 more power punches and thrown 52 more, 39% each.
Yeah, a lot of that work being done over the last 3 rounds. One thing Sergio Andy Ruiz is doing the first 4 rounds, it was quick 3-4 punch combinations that came off the shoulders, with burst. Now he's kind of loading up on these shots that Jarrell Miller is seeing coming and is able to cover up.
Not only that, but that takes more out of you when you're tired, when you're loading up and not landing. So everything's really heavy and kind of lethargic on Andy Ruiz, and you see Miller just walking him up, looking for that big right hand. I would love to see Miller go back down to the body right now, even if it's just jabs or right hand straight to the gut. When you have a tired and fatigued man in front of you, and he's giving you that body, you should take it. Keep poking him down there, keep pecking.
Power punches, as we just saw, have swung greatly in the favor of Jarrell Miller. That 7th round alone, it was 10-2 in favor of landed power punches for Jarrell Miller.
At the same time, I almost feel like Miller should be doing more. He's got a fighter in front of him who's obviously fatigued, who's lost most of his power. And Miller has him on his back foot constantly.
See, both these guys are reluctant to throw that right hand, the straight right hand, because they know they're just looking for a counter. So the jab is all they're doing, they're neglecting the right hand.
Like this round, Ruiz has thrown so many more punches. Miller's obviously in control, but he could lose the round.
Right. And all his jabs.
There's the shoe shine.
Listen for the bell.
But did Miller wait too late?
Time right there.
But they never pay. Let's go to Detroit! Let's go to Detroit! All that I get, I'm feeling the resemblance. I look into my son's eyes and still see a citizen.
We got number 9 coming up. How we doing? Siéntate para trabajar poquito. Ponle poquita vaselina nomás y así.
Sit down, let me see the best in my face.
Vamos a ir a la 9, necesitamos cerrar, mi padre, necesitamos cerrar.
We're going to the 9th round. Hold on strong.
Vamos a cerrar.
That was a jab. That was actually a quiet round right there, but Ruiz did enough with shots like that. Little flurry towards the end, try to sway the round in his favor. I don't think that was enough. But Ruiz really needs to pick it up and start strong towards the end.
And it's almost become too predictable, hasn't it, Chris? Where Miller just kind of methodically follows Ruiz around the ring in the last 10 seconds, throws body shots.
I think Jarrell Miller's got now a 3-round window to win some rounds against Andy Ruiz. He dug a pretty big hole early on and he's dug himself out of it. But you got to believe in the 12th round, Andy Ruiz is going to get that burst of adrenaline and look more like the Andy Ruiz we saw in the first couple of rounds. So these next few rounds are just as important for Jarrell Miller as they are Andy Ruiz.
The way this round's opening up, it feels like this is going to be the round that's going to tell us who has more left, because they're throwing some heavy shots right now, and it looks like Miller's finally letting his hands go.
There's a right hand on the temple. As Chris Mannix pointed out earlier, that's kind of been his go-to punch. That body shot Ruiz did not like.
Get him up, Andy. Get him up.
There's some quick hands, a little power being shown by Ruiz. Is at least coming to life a little bit.
No, he's coming to life, but Miller's blocking those shots. It can be discouraging whenever you're throwing shots that hard, that fast, being blocked, and your opponent keeps walking towards you.
For whatever reason, Jarrell Miller's kind of gone back to the guy we saw the first few rounds, where he is continuing to press forward, but not throwing punches as he is.
You look at this fight, it's clear that Miller seems to be much fresher, but he's not dominating these rounds. In fact, he might even be losing some of them, despite seemingly being on cruise control. There's an uppercut. Oh, and a nice left cross. And this is what you want to see if you're a Jarrell Miller fan.
Just letting your hands go. See, everything's not loading up with power. He's throwing it with speed. He's not letting Andy Ruiz clinch or smother him, stepping back. We need to see more of this from Miller.
Well, here comes the body work.
Bell, gentlemen.
So a good close to the round for Miller, but it was a good start for Ruiz. You're looking live at BMO Stadium. Every ticket has been sold tonight, and only 2 fights remaining after this.
You gotta go, then you have to set the rib shot. All right, you're not doing enough touches to set the rib shot. You understand? You have to climbing 1. I want 3 or 4. You gotta pick that shit up, Eddie. All right? You gotta stay close, man. You know they're gonna give it to him. Yeah. So now you gotta pick it up. Round, that's a 10th round. 10th round. So now we pick this shit up now. I want the mean motherfucker to come out. I want.
See those shots right there? He's not loading up. Miller is not loading up on those shots. He's just touching them, but that's doing enough to keep Andy Ruiz thinking defense. Those are short shots.
Thank you.
We need to see more of that. That's exactly what they're telling Jarrell Miller in the corner. Keep going. It's an even close fight.
So 9 minutes to go. It's still anyone's fight, but Miller is putting himself in the opportunity to really grab this fight by the scruff of its neck and take control, but he just hasn't done it.
And it's there for him, Todd. You know, if he can keep walking Ruiz back, which he's been doing the entire fight, but doing it behind the jab, like you have a game plan to do. Not the fact that Ruiz is walking himself back, but you're pushing him back with the jab, even if it's to the chest or to the shoulders.
Oh, there's good work. That's what you want to see from Miller. 1, 2, 3 downstairs and ends it with a left upstairs.
A big body shot by Big Baby to the body. Ruiz didn't like that shot.
Miller says, come on to Andy Ruiz.
It seems like Ruiz needs to be pushed into a fight and wake up.
Chris Mannix's scorecard as close as you'd like.
86-85 in favor of Andy Ruiz. Thought Ruiz did just enough in that 8th round. But Jarrell seemed to kind of take off. Jarrell squeezed out the 9th, but right now, back and forth action. Very competitive fight. 86-85 right now in favor of Andy Ruiz.
Credit to Ruiz, who looked gassed as early as round 5, but he's hung in there, still letting his hands go.
Work out that, guys.
You know, when fighters are this tired, it's a skill to learn how to fight tired. You know, you don't really load up on shots. You don't pull back your arms. There's little tiny shots where you gotta actually use your hips. Little shots like that. If you could do that and keep getting your opponent hurt and keep him tired, then the big shots will land after.
Good jabs from Miller. Minute to go here in the 10th.
See, loading up on shots like that for Ruiz, that is not as effective as if you do two shots that are actually, you're punching with your shoulders and your hips with better technique instead of speed and trying to put too much power into one.
Well, no one's ever questioned the heart of Andy Ruiz, and he's showing you a lot of it in this fight. 30 seconds to go here in the 10th. Pretty good round for Miller.
The thing about Jarrell Miller is that he can always take a punch.
Yeah, because that was a solid 1, 2, 3 on the back foot for Ruiz. Miller ate those up and came right back.
Gentlemen, listen for the bell.
Much more activity from Jarrell Miller.
If you were born in California, put this one on Instagram.
And our main event just around the corner, and there he is, the WBA champion of the world, Israel Madrimov. Sergio, you were a champ in the junior middleweight division. How much of an advantage does he have being this his natural weight?
Well, it's a big advantage because he's a natural 154-pounder, but here's the advantage that he has. He's being overlooked by everyone but Crawford. He's one of these guys that's really good. He has that amateur pedigree. He has the power. He's a strong fighter. He has good technique, but it's the footwork. It's the footwork in these Uzbek fighters that's really special. If he comes down moving and punching, he's going to be a trouble to that man right there.
Yeah, that man right there, Terence Crawford, one of the great pound-for-pound fighters of this generation, trying to become a 4-division world champion. And I tell you what, guys, watching him this week, physically, he looks like a junior middleweight. So I think size is not going to be an issue for Terence Crawford in this fight.
Well, size has been an issue in this fight as Jarrell Miller's 300-plus pound frame has exhausted Andy Ruiz as we enter the championship rounds. Still feels like this fight is up for grabs, though. Ruiz had a hot start, won at least the first 3, maybe first 4 rounds before Miller found his form. What would your advice be to Ruiz if you were his trainer, Sergio?
Not to load up on shots anymore. I mean, this is a big man walking you down. You got to start using your jab, start poking him on the chest, and don't load up anymore. Concentrate on speed, not power if you're Andy Ruiz. See right there, he loaded up on that big shot. Just one shot. Instead, why don't you throw three at 50%.
At least he's throwing, Sergio.
No, at least he's throwing, but it's not the effective. It's not having the effect on Miller like it should if he's throwing 2 or 3. Because you could brace yourself for that one big shot. You see it coming. But the other ones, it might catch you off guard. See those shots right there? They're loading up. You can see those coming.
Miller was stopped in the final round of his last fight, round 10, against Daniel Dubois. This one scheduled for 12. And he looks like he still has plenty of gas in the tank, does Miller. It's not easy to go 12 rounds and be active when you weigh 305 pounds, is it?
I wouldn't know, but yes, it doesn't look that way.
Work on that, guys.
You know, for Jarrell Miller, this is well-conditioned. Right? He hasn't fought at a weight this low since 2018. Randy Ruiz is the 2nd highest weight of his pro career, if you exclude the first 2 fights he had. So, Jarrell Miller in great condition by Jarrell Miller standards.
And another big fight awaits him if he can get past Ruiz. Good right hand for Ruiz, but Miller's there. It's just not affecting Miller, is it? No matter what Ruiz hits him with.
No, it's not. And it hasn't affected Miller.
Stay off the top of the head.
Miller came to fight. He came to win. Good
There's
shot.
a good right hand. That was the best punch for a while from Ruiz.
That was. Miller keeps coming forward. See, right here's where Miller could be jabbing Ruiz, beating him down with the jab. When Miller, a tired fighter in front of you, that jab right there would do more damage. Then loading up on a big right hand.
Right there. The excitement continues to build, not only for our main event, but Eminem performing live in just a few minutes. Great venue, by the way. Here at BMO Stadium, the home of LAFC from Major League Soccer. Riyadh season hitting the United States for the first time with a bang.
Slapping right hands there by Miller. Both of them tired, obviously, but you still got to turn that punch into your fist. There you go, just like that.
Final round.
You can see both Both men are fatigued. Both big men are
Last round,
tired.
gentlemen. Let's keep it nice and clean, all right? Go.
And like I said, it's an art to fight tired, and these guys need to close out strong.
3 minutes to go. The fight could hang in the balance. Who knows?
Stop. Strip it. Let's go.
Ruiz has to find a way to dig deep and win the 12th. And Miller, who still looks relatively fresh, does not want to go.
Stop.
Back.
Go.
Oh, the referee Thomas Triver saying stop. No, go. And Ruiz lands a right hand.
Let it go, Andy. Let it go. All right, stop. No punch. Straight
But I
back.
was going to say, Miller doesn't want to go back to the locker room after this thinking, I had more to give. Now's the time to let it all hang out. You know that's what Ruiz is going to do.
That's what Ruiz is doing.
Off the head. Let it go, guys. Work out of it.
Reminds me a little bit of that third fight between Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe. Holyfield just looked completely gassed and found that second win to drop Bowe.
Well, this is what I was talking about earlier. You always knew in the 12th round Andy Ruiz would find that burst of adrenaline to have a good one. That's why it was so important for Jarrell Miller to rack up some of these rounds in the second half of the fight.
Use it, Andy, or pull it back.
Digging body shots from Miller. Ruiz is going to be in pain for a few weeks after this. "60 seconds to go. Plenty of very lucrative offers for the winner of this fight, but it's doom and gloom for the loser.
Right now it looks like the body language is more on Miller. The second win is more on Big Baby Miller, who's still walking back Ruiz, but this time he's punching coming forward. No jab, but punching.
Miller said he ran out of gas in his last fight. He looks like he's got some left in the tank here.
Yes, he does. It's a good 12th round.
10 seconds left. Deep breath for the destroyer as it's Miller who's pounding the body. Good finish for Miller, and that will do it. Did the Big Baby do enough? Andy Ruiz doesn't seem too happy for what that's worth.
No, he does not, and he shouldn't be because, you know, he ran some early runs. He banked some early runs. He didn't capitalize in the second half of the fight. And it's not just fatigue. It's not just that he wasn't in condition. You got to give credit to Miller. Miller actually fought really well in the second half of the fight, and he closed out stronger.
Thank you, bud.
Well, Miller used his size, was very aggressive, and according to those of you watching on the DAZN app and the Fan Zone, 59% think that Miller's going to get the decision. But again, Ruiz banked so many early rounds. If he just won 2 or 3 of those later rounds, he'll get the decision. It doesn't get more exciting than Virgil Ortiz Jr. Every one of his fights, he has won by knockout, but he takes on Ukraine's Serhei Boachuk next week live, and it could be his very toughest test. Let's see how he does in Las Vegas next Saturday.
There.
Here we see the three judges, Robert Hoyle, David Sutherland, solid judges. I got to be honest, Dr. Lou Moran scares the crap out of me. He does. He has had some absolutely outlandish scorecards in recent years, and I have a bad feeling this could be one of them.
It was close. Who's going to get the nod? Thomas Triber has the numbers.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Robert Hoyle scores it 116 to 112 in favor of Jarrell Miller. And both judges, Lou Moret and David Sutherland, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 114 to 114, a draw. This bout is a majority draw.
What do you think?
You know, seems about right, majority draw, but I think Miller squeezed it out in the second half of the fight, but I can't hate on the majority draw. He gave up way too many early rounds, and that's what I think caused the judges to see it as a draw.
Well, I think Miller's going to look back at this and say, this is the one I let slip away. There were some of those rounds where literally if he just threw a few more punches, he would have gotten the round.
Look, personally, I had Miller winning, but I'm not a judge here. He let this one slip away.
Chris Mannix is in the ring. I would say normally with the winner, but pick your interview, Chris. Who you want first?
Close. I think it was crazy, man. I haven't fought in 2 years, but I'd love to do a rematch. Let's do it again here at the BMO Stadium.
You know, you seem to be in complete control through those first 4 rounds, but it did seem like from ringside you were run out of gas from the middle stage of the fight. How did you feel in the ring?
Well, it's pretty exhausting, man. We got a 300-pound coming towards me, throwing and throwing, so I think I did pretty good from me doing the 2 long year layoff, but like I said, let's do it again, man. I hurt my right hand. You guys can see the freaking bone right here. But let's do it again, man. Let's do it again.
How much did that hand bother you in this fight?
It bothered me a lot, man. Like in the 5th round, it started hurting me with those big right hands that I kept hitting him in the head. But he's a strong motherfucker, man. He keeps coming forward and forward. But like I said, let's run it again.
All right, Andy, thank you for the effort there.
Thank you, man.
Jarrell, we'll turn to you. Disappointment on your face. What did you think of the decision?
Praise be to Allah. Thank you, God. Thank you, Brother Turkey. Thank you, Brother Spencer Brown, Gold Star Promotions. Eddie, still love you, old man. Thank you to my team. Thank you, California. Thank you, all my Belize and Mexican fans in Central America.
Certainly won over a lot of fans here tonight. Andy Ruiz came in as the fan favorite. This crowd clearly thinks you did enough to win the fight. Do you think you did enough?
I know I did enough. Threw more punches. It's called effective aggression. He threw some clean shots, didn't hurt me. Had him backing up the whole entire fight. Hit him with some good shots, stumbled him a couple times. But I knew that, you know, I told Spencer Brown, I'm like, we got to get different judges not close to California. You know, we got California judge, a Nevada judge, you know, and we know he's coming in the hometown. And, you know, one judge had it for me, 2 had a draw. So that tells all my story. You know, like I said, outside of boxing, you know, Andy's my brother. But I know I worked my ass off. I know I had this in the bag. There were some moments where my feet were a little stuck in the sand, but I kept the pressure on and let my hands go as much as I could. And I know we had to fight in the bag, you know. But that's when you find somebody hometown, man. And how hard your fucking head is, bro. Look at this shit, man.
That's a pretty bad looking bone there, Andy.
In the 5th round, this is how it was. Man, like I said, you're a warrior, bro, but I push it through. I push it through so much as I can, but my fucking hand, oh my gosh, it was hard. We all know that's part of boxing, man. That's part of boxing. But like I said, one judge had it for me, 2 had a draw. He's the hometown favorite. That's all she wrote. But I want to give a big shout out to my kids, Achilles and Belize watching, my son Akai,
my daughter somewhere over around here, Sienna. You know, I love everybody, man. You know, I just want to tell everybody around the world, man, no matter where you come from, if it's from South Central or Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, man, just work hard towards your goal. Boxing is a dirty game. Stay focused, stay on the ground. This is not a sprint. This thing we call life in boxing is a marathon.
First 4 rounds, Jarrell, looked like you might be in some trouble. He was landing a lot of shots. Your output was a little bit lower. Was it part of your plan to wear him down in the middle, late rounds?
No, I know sometimes I'm a low starter. I'm a slow starter in the beginning. Just wanted to get a feel for the ring. You know, fighting outside is a little different than fighting in the arena sometimes. I just want to get my feet under me, you know, settle into the fight a little bit. But I knew I was going to get him later on. I knew I was going to put the pressure. I was going to get him. I was getting him. He was wearing him down, you know. But like I said, I knew if I let my hands go, I was letting my hands go, putting the pressure. I was hitting him with multiple shots. But, you know, that's boxing, man. You get robbed, man. It ain't the first time I've been robbed. But we going to keep working, man. I just want the fans to keep supporting me, man, and know that I'm an underdog. Always been an underdog my whole entire life. And I thank you guys, man. No matter if it's Mexicano or not, man. I love you guys, and without the fans, we ain't going to beat nobody, man.
Andy says he wants a rematch. Obviously, that hand might need a little bit of time to heal. If he can't go, is there something out there you want to do next?
I like to fight in the Fury Usyk undercard. There's a couple of guys out there. Like I said before, I told you Anderson was going to get fucked up. I told y'all that. I said, listen, I'll still fight his ass to December. There's only one big baby, and that's me.
Congratulations, Jarrell.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, DAZN. Thank you, Matchroom Boxing. Thank you, Turkey and Riyadh. Riyadh season, baby. Hey, guys, you haven't been to Saudi, man. Go check it out. Check the Mecca out, man. It's holy, man. God bless you guys. Tune in, DAZN.
Ever the salesman, Jarrell. Guys.
Boy, he had more shout-outs than a NASCAR driver, thanking his sponsors, his family, his friends. But in the end, a draw, a majority draw for Jarrell Miller. And again, I think he'll go back and say, if I'd won one more round, if I'd just done a little bit more, even there, he still looks so fresh, Sergio, not a scratch on him.
That's how it is, man. I just, you know, whenever you give up early rounds, you can't be doing that and think you're going to get a decision. You can't be disappointed if you're Miller. You know, you just started way too slow. And the fight went away from you. And if you're Andy Ruiz, I mean, yes, injuries are part of boxing, but you know, that was just a lackluster performance on his part as well.
You want to see a rematch?
No, not really. Not really. It wasn't rematch worthy.
Well, Ruiz did land his shots. And the early work paid off. And the late work, let's be honest, Ruiz, he won a few of those late rounds or he wouldn't have gotten the draw. But in the end, Ruiz is now 35-2-1. And Jarrell Miller gets a draw after suffering a loss to Daniel Dubois. Now we send it over to Ade Oladipo, who is with Turkey Al-Sheikh.
Much, Chris. I am here with His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh. Turkey, how much have you enjoyed this so far?
So much. Of course, so much.
Can I ask you, you were watching that fight just there, Andy Ruiz versus Jarrell Miller. They gave it a draw. What did you think?
It is fair fight, but I give it to Miller.
You thought Jarrell Miller won the fight?
Yeah, I think so, but it is fair. It's too close.
This is our first Riyadh season event international. Obviously, it's been so many good Riyadh season events in Saudi Arabia. Your first one in America, in LA. The crowd like it. Are we coming back? Are we doing more?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Look at the reaction, the noise. They want more. They want more big fights. We have two more big fights to come. Obviously, Terence Crawford is the main event. Terence Crawford versus Madrimov. That's a tough fight.
Yeah, it is a tough fight. It is a tough test for Crawford. But I think he will handle it.
If Terence Crawford does handle it, are we going to see Terence Crawford versus Canelo?
As I tell before to the ESPN, I give him the offer. If he's smart, he will accept it.
So just so we're clear, so everyone understands, you've already sent an offer to Canelo to fight Terence Crawford if Terence Crawford wins tonight.
But if he doesn't, I want Ortiz.
You want Ortiz? Virgil Ortiz versus Terence Crawford?
Yeah, if they accept, we want to see this fight, and I want to see Shakur Zubaydah.
Shakur Stevenson is here as well.
He accept, De La Hoya accept, Eddie accept. Let's do it.
Let's do the big fights. You've done so many big fights already. You clearly want to see more big fights being made.
Yeah, of course. Now we have the Riyadh season in the 12th of October, the opening ceremony, Arthur and Bevel, and great card. And we have in Wembley in the 21st of September, big card with Joshua Dubois main event. And now we see, and we are glad what's happened here in America, and we think this will not be the end. We will come again and again and again more to California and each America.
You know, a lot of this crowd love the guy that's coming up next, Pitbull Cruz.
Yeah.
Obviously, he takes on Jose Valenzuela. Pitbull Cruz is a superstar as well.
Yeah, he's a superstar, and we want to do work with him more and more.
So many big fights coming up. You said that you've got, obviously, Artur Beterbiev versus Dimitri Bivol. We have Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois. We have Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury. Inoue may be involved as well sometime soon.
Yeah. I said to you, Canelo, we are ready to February. Crawford ready, except.
If we do Canelo versus Crawford, where are we going to do that fight?
The first one, I need to discuss with Silla. Silla is our right hand, but it is two options. Even in Vegas, in the biggest stadium in Vegas, or in my country.
In your country, but we are going to come back to LA, trust me, and do so many more big fights. Jared Anderson, me and you have spoken about Jared Anderson so much against Martin Bakole. Tough fight for Jared Anderson, but he's still so young, and there'll be more big fights for Jared Anderson in the future.
My message to him, and I tell him after the fight, he's still young, he can come back. This is the result for all the great fighters. He have a future, he must focus.
Okay, final one, your prediction for Terence Crawford versus Madrimov. Do you think Terence Crawford's going to get the knockout?
Yeah, in the 8th round.
In the 8th round? Yeah. Okay, there you heard it. Terence Crawford getting the knockout in the 8th round. His Excellency, thank you very much.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Okay, stick with us when we come back. Obviously, it is a big one. Pitbull Cruz versus Jose Valenzuela for the WBA super lightweight title.
Hello people, me again. Fight Week on DAZN is non-stop action. Access all areas of the biggest fights. That and so much more, even before the bell rings.
The #1 pound-for-pound fighter on the planet is back. Having conquered 3 divisions, he now has his sights set on a 4th. Camp has begun.
Once we get to Colorado Springs, we all know what time it is. It's like, all right, here we go.
Let's go, Trey.
Bud Crawford, let's go, August 3rd. Tune in. Be there or be square.
First week is gonna be hard because you gotta get acclimated to the climate and the altitude, but we know it's work time.
It ain't about beating. We already know you're gonna beat Madrimov. We gotta make a statement, bro. Go. Catch him, bud. I see you, champ. Catch him, champ. Hunt him down, champ. Okay. You got a head start, too.
Money truck don't come to the front door. You got to go get it.
Everybody look here. Business in the front, party in the back, baby. What's up?
DAZN is the global home of boxing, available in over 200 markets worldwide, live and on demand. You can catch all the sports from your smart TV, tablets, cell phones, computers, and gaming consoles, making DAZN more accessible than ever before.
Hey champ, I know why you're here. You're a born winner, the top dog. You have a proper punch on you. It only takes one, eh? But I know you're not all about throwing haymakers. You know your bobs from your weaves, and you know DAZN's got over 150 live events every year. Over 150, proper stacked. All the action, the chaos, the comebacks, the non-stop knockouts. Big fights every week. So get those gloves back on. Together, we're boxing royalty. DAZN, undisputed.
Hey everybody, very warm welcome back to BMO Stadium in Los Angeles, California. It is good to have you with us. Big crowd now here as we get ready for the co-main event, then the main event, of course, between Terence Crawford and Israel Madrimov. It is fantastic to have you with us. Kate Abdo here with Showtime, Sean Porter. Let's talk about the fight that we did just see, which is the one between Andy Ruiz and Jarrell Miller. Draw in that one. Everyone hates a draw. It's just what it is in boxing. But Andy Ruiz called for the rematch. The crowd didn't seem to want it, Sean.
No, they don't want it. Andy, you know, they're in rust. You know, I think also you can look at that and see that there was something he missed in camp. Looked like it was the running more than anything. Probably should have been swimming too. All that being said, though, I felt like Jarrell Miller did everything he needed. Well, not everything, but I felt like he won the fight. Felt like he needed to separate himself even more. There were moments where he left some things in the ring. You know, he didn't leave it. Well, left some things in the locker room. Didn't leave it all in the ring. There were moments where he could have punched more, moments where he could have took control, and probably even put a lot on Andy and made him feel like he had to quit. You know, so I felt like Jarrell, he left it close, and this is the outcome.
What does the performance do for either man? Where does it leave us in terms of what they do next?
Listen, you know, with His Excellency Prince Turki Al-Sheikh, it's almost like there's no telling. You know, if you put on a performance that he appreciates, he will put you back in the ring. And again, that's what boxing needs. One loss should not wipe you off of the face of the atmosphere of boxing. You should have another opportunity to redeem yourself, whether that's in a rematch or with someone else, but there needs to be more opportunities for fighters. And I do believe that His Excellency is here to do that.
Jarrell certainly won the crowd over, didn't he? Seemed to win some fans in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously coming out, we saw that this was a pro-Ruiz crowd. We're in LA, that's what we expect. But leaving the ring,
that turn,
Big Baby was the guy.
Andy Ruiz obviously making sure that everybody was aware of the hand injury that he suffered during that fight, showing it on camera too. When you see a hand injury like that, what are we looking at in terms of time for him to be able to get back in the ring?
I don't know. There's no telling. I think the number one thing, though, is that he has to do other things to supplement not being able to punch with that hand. Get on the road work, get in the pools and things of that nature. He's got to build his endurance, especially if he wants another crack at Big Baby Miller.
Is that a fight that you want to see again?
You know, this was entertaining enough, and us understanding that Ruiz hurt his hand, we were entertained by that fight. If Ruiz has a healthy hand, we're probably even more entertained, you know? So I think that's probably what, again, boxing needs to understand that this is entertainment. Yes, it's a sport, but we're here to entertain. If we're putting on great performances, yes, we want to see it again. I think that Jarrell Miller does deserve a shot at the winner he does deserve that Bakole fight. However, he said, hey, I still want Anderson, so I like to see that fight too.
Yeah, there's another good one as well. Well, next up in the ring tonight is our co-main event. Cruz is going to defend his WBA World Super Lightweight title against Jose Valenzuela. Both men look great in their last outings. Pitbull stopped Rolly Romero. Valenzuela knocked out Chris Colbert. This next fight says absolute banger.
Totalmente, nosotros sabemos que es un chico fuerte y bueno, nosotros venimos más que preparados para cualquier tipo de pelea.
This is a classic Mexican matchup.
It's a big moment, the moment I've been working for my whole life. You know, this is a life-changing opportunity and I'm going in there to make the best out of it.
It's going to be an all-out war.
You know, this is a dream come true for me to be able to fight for a world title, and I'm ready to get my hand raised.
Okay, this one's going to be a shootout, Sean. This is going to be good.
Yes, this is the one that everybody expects to steal the show. We're all here for the main event. But if you aren't here for the main event, you're here for Pitbull and Rayo Valenzuela. It's going to be a great fight. Styles make fights. We've never seen Pitbull get hurt. And we've seen Rayo hurt a lot of people. I think he's a natural 140. This is going to be a good fight.
So what does that mean? What are you saying you think will happen in this fight? How does it play out?
Listen, when Rayo is the naturally bigger fighter, he's also taller, rangy.
It's his first fight at 140,
a southpaw, so what? He's been sucking his way to 135.
Okay,
I'm sorry, but yeah, he's been making his way to 135. But all that being said, I do think that he has what it takes to hurt Pitbull Cruz. We just have not seen Pitbull get hurt. And we know he's relentless, and we know he swings with everything every time he gets in the ring. So this one's going to be exciting, top to bottom.
Here's the thing, though. You also know that Pitbull Cruz has what it takes to hurt Rayo Valenzuela. goes both ways, no?
Very true, very true. Yeah, you're right. Did I make that so one-sided?
Well, I suppose what's interesting to me is that, you know, if he wins, he beats one of the most highly thought-of names in the lightweight division in Pitbull Cruz, right? If he loses, he's on 3 losses in 4 fights. The stakes feel high.
Yeah. Listen, Pitbull is the guy right now. He's the guy, you know, here's the thing with this fight with Rayo. He's short and he has short arms. It's going to take a lot for him to get at Rayo. Rayo has pretty good movement. I expect to see Rayo Valenzuela move a lot and try to work his jab from the outside and set it up from there. Rayo can actually move his way to a decision. You know, you take a step back, and that gives Pitbull a lot of problems, you know. So 2 steps, you do the math. He can move his way away from Pitbull, touch him when he needs to, and win, get out with a decision.
So what's Pitbull's best route to victory? How does that go for him?
He's got to be tenacious, and he can't stop. He's going to swing, and he's going to miss. That's what I'm going to say. He's going to swing with the first one, and he's going to miss. He cannot go in the cycle of starting over and start over. It's got to be swing, miss, keep going, and keep going. I haven't seen Pitbull do that.
On the inside.
I haven't seen Pitbull do that in the past, you know, so he's got to have another gear tonight.
All right, okay. The celebrities continue to arrive here at the BMO Stadium. We've got another one coming for you. Emily Austin has spoken to Piers Morgan.
Hi.
How are you? Nice to see you.
You too.
Ready? Fire away.
Fire away. It's a hard question tonight. Piers Morgan, who's usually on the other end of this mic, has made it to LA. Before you head in there, who do you have winning tonight? I overheard you're actually quite a boxing fan.
I am. I think Crawford's going to win it. And don't tell Eddie Hearn I said that, because he's
Eddie Hearn, he said that.
He got me the ticket, so I feel bad. I feel like I'm betraying Eddie, but no, I think he's just too good, Crawford.
Well, Eddie has a lot of faith in Madrimov tonight,
He
but
does.
most of the fans do think that Crawford has it in the bag.
I think it'll be a great fight. I think he's going to put up a hell of a fight, but I think Crawford will win. But if you tell Eddie I said that, I'm in trouble.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing you in London at the Anthony Joshua fight.
You will. I love boxing. I think this is great for LA to bring this to LA. It's great for Saudi investment in sport to come to LA, home of entertainment, obviously in the world. And I think they'd like that to be Riyadh, which is they're not far off it. And I think London obviously is a great entertainment and sport capital of the world as well. So yeah, these are the places you want to see this stuff.
Well, we hope to see more of it. Enjoy the fight.
Can I just say I'm very relieved you haven't asked me for any Eminem lyrics, because I don't know any.
I'm Slim Shady.
I know you are.
Oh, come on, Piers.
There you go. The BMO Stadium almost full to the brim right now. It's been fantastic to see Riyadh season make its first stop here in America. We've got the fight between Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois coming up in London. More fights surely to come in Riyadh as well. It's been a fantastic time to be in boxing. Any thoughts on what you heard from Piers Morgan? Are you of the same mind? Do you think Terence Crawford wins tonight?
Yeah, I think he wins tonight. You can tell Eddie I said it. I think that Terence is the better fighter. He's more talented, and he's got way more in his arsenal.
Is this a mismatch? Because I don't hear many people picking Madrimov.
You know, the funny thing is I don't think it's a mismatch. I think it's going to become a mismatch. Coming out of the gate, out of the blocks, when this fight starts, this is going to be very even based on how both guys fight, especially how both guys start their boxing matches. But as long as this thing goes on, then it'll start to slowly become a one-sided fight.
How many rounds do you think it takes, Terence? Or does it go the distance?
I've been hearing 8 rounds. I heard His Excellency say 8 rounds. I like it.
If he says 8 rounds, we're going with it, are we?
We're going with 8. That's what we got to do.
Okay, fine. So Isaac Cruz and Jose Valenzuela are next up in the ring. If you like fights where they throw down, you are going to like this one. Your co-main event is next.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the co-main event has arrived as Pitbull Cruz takes on Jose Valenzuela. Sergio, I know you had this one circled on your bout sheet for fight of the night.
Yes, I did, because I love the fact that Pitbull always comes to fight. We know he comes forward. You know he's looking for the big shots, and he knows how to fight tall opponents. Well, he has a tall southpaw in front of him. In Rayo Valenzuela, Valenzuela has the right style to give him issues. We've seen Pitbull have issues with tall southpaws before in Cabrera. I think Valenzuela can actually capitalize on that.
Yeah, Pitbull Cruz coming off the biggest win of his professional career, a knockout win over Rolando Romero in Las Vegas. Picked up a piece of the 140-pound title. He told me this week, even after winning that belt, he's more motivated now to succeed at higher levels than he was before he became a world champion. He does have his eye on some bigger fights. There are certainly unification fights that could be made at 140. There's a Gervonta Davis rematch that's potentially out there, but first, he's got to get through this guy, Jose Valenzuela, who has been desperate to get an opportunity just like this. Back in December, Valenzuela picked up the best win of his career when he knocked out Chris Colbert. He intended to stay at 135 for his next fight, but when the phone call came to fight Pitbull Cruz, he jumped at it. He's had some good sparring. He's had a great camp. He believes he's ready for the pressure that Pitbull Cruz is going to bring.
This is the scene, ladies and gentlemen. BMO Stadium, Los Angeles, California, Mexico versus Mexico. Pitbull Cruz, 26-2-1. He's only 5'4", but he's the little engine that could. He won't stop coming forward. He'll be at a 6-inch height disadvantage and a 7-inch disadvantage with the reach as well. Let's get the introductions. And Thomas Triber.
Live worldwide, let's now welcome to the ring our co-main event participants. First, the challenger, Jose El Rayo Valenzuela.
Jose Valenzuela, 13 wins, 9 coming by knockout. But Sergio, he had a great answer to the question of how do you handle the pressure of Pitbull Cruz if you don't have the power to get his respect with your hands?
By boxing. By boxing, picking your moments. Whenever you're dealing with an aggressive fighter, you got to get around him. Footwork, that's what's going to do it. Footwork, and you know that you're not going to knock this hard-headed Pitbull coming at you. So you got to use angles, you got to flank him, upset him, win some rounds. We have seen Pitbull lose rounds. You're going to have to do that all the way to the finish line in order to get the decision.
Yeah, Valenzuela's team makes no illusion. They know the type of challenge that's in front of them. They know they're probably going to have to box for 12 rounds to beat Pitbull Cruz. They believe that they are prepared. I mentioned the sparring that they've got in that gym. One of the primary sparring partners for Valenzuela during this fight was Oscar Duarte, who is one of the best pressure fighters at 135 or 140 pounds. They believe that if they can handle and succeed against the pressure of Duarte, they'll be able to handle Isaac Cruz.
Yeah, Jose Valenzuela, when we asked him, how do you handle this pressure Mexican style? He goes, I'm a Mexican. I've been fighting Mexicans my whole life. I know exactly what to do.
And I know exactly what he means by that, Todd. I mean, look, Mexican style can be handled. Just need footwork and intelligence and a game plan all the way to the end.
And now let's welcome to the ring the defending world champion, Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
To use the cliche, Pitbull Cruz is your favorite fighter's favorite fighter. He looks like the underdog when you stare at his size, Sergio, only 5 foot 4 inches tall. But when he gets in the ring, he becomes much, much bigger.
And intimidating. I mean, look at that. Coming out like a Mexican Hannibal Lecter with that mask on. I mean, this guy gets in front of you, heavy hands, every shot is for a knockout. He doesn't like decisions. He's looking for the knockout. And it's relentless pressure from bell 1 to the end.
You know, not much was known about Cruz before that 2021 fight against Gervonta Davis, but even though he got the loss, that was really a coming out party for Cruz, because a lot of people, I think, ourselves included, Sergio, believed he did enough to get the draw. Since then, he has been targeting that rematch with Gervonta Davis. He got the win over Rolly Romero. He got the title that comes along with it, and he believes with a big performance tonight against Valenzuela, his next fight will be that second fight with Gervonta Davis.
We asked him, hey, what about Shakur Stevenson? He goes, I don't want to fight that guy. He's too boring. It'll be like a Mozart concert. Everyone's going to fall asleep. And for those of you watching on the DAZN app, our fan zone says 85% of you think Cruz gets the job done in our co-main event.
That is wildly disrespectful to Mozart.
You're a fan.
Huge fan. Can't you tell?
The WBA super lightweight champion, Pitbull Cruz.
Now time for our co-main event. It is scheduled for 12 rounds, and it'll be for the WBA Super Lightweight Championship of the World. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, and promoted by Eddie Hearns, Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions, Stella and Gold Star Promotions in association with the PBC and Warriors Boxing. It is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission, Chair Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster, along with the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Jose Oliver Gomez. Our 3 judges assigned, scoring on a 10-point must system, will be Rudy Badragan, Eddie Hernandez, and Pat Russell. Our referee in charge will be Edward Collantes. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks with white and weighed in officially at 139.8 pounds. Fighting out of Renton, Washington, by way of Los Mochis, Sinaloa, Mexico. He has a professional record of 13 wins, 2 defeats, 9 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former WBC Continental America's champion, Jose El Rayo Valenzuela. And his opponent across the ring in this co-main event, he is the defending world champion, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing a black with silver and weighed in at an even 140 pounds. His professional record consists of 26 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, with 18 of his 26 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending WBA Super Lightweight Champion of the World, ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, de Ciudad de Mexico, Mexico, Pitbull Cruz.
Aquí regresa legal, okay? I expect a good, clean, professional fight. Espero una pelea buena, profesional y limpia, okay? Obedéceme todo el tiempo, obey my commands, and protégete todo el tiempo. Choco antes. Let's go.
Well, it was just over 4 months ago that Isaac Cruz made that jump to 140 pounds and won a title in his first fight at that weight class. Now Jose Valenzuela will attempt to do the same thing. It's Mexico versus Mexico, and something both fighters said this week, they love these kind of matchups, and neither one of them plans to take one step back.
Well, I'll tell you what, Valenzuela better take a step back, because that's not the way you beat this man, this bull. You gotta fight sideways, use lateral movement, and get that jab in his face, and of course, get respect of Isaac Cruz early.
Jose Valenzuela in the red gloves, Pitbull Cruz in the black, and true to form, Pitbull coming out guns blazing. Sergio Mora, Chris Mannix, Todd Grisham here ringside for this, our co-main event. And this crowd has arrived.
You know, it's not just the style of Pitbull Cruz that takes some getting used to, it's the size. You either like fighting smaller guys or you don't. Someone like Ryan Garcia likes fighting against smaller opponents. Someone like Gervonta Davis prefers fighting taller opponents. We're going to see early on if Jose Valenzuela has the style to fight a guy that fights like Pitbull Cruz.
And they're already having issues with the front leg. That's what happens with the lefty and the righty. You're going to see a lot of clashing with the legs and tripping in this fight.
Boy, Pitbull doesn't even wait to get his feet set, does he?
No, he does not. He's already swinging for the fences. And Valenzuela's doing a good job right now. I mean, I like the way he's planting his feet, trying to get power. He's trying to get the respect of Cruz. And I love the way he pivoted away from the ring and got right back to the middle. Didn't move himself back. This fight's going to be all about ring generalship and boxing for Valenzuela.
Okay, stop. Step back. Oh, don't lean on him. Don't lean on him. Okay, hey, don't let that.
Elref trying to use his frame to his advantage there. The referee, Edward Calantes, says no thank you. But the moment doesn't seem too big for Valenzuela so far. He looks steady.
No, better than steady. I like the way he's starting off. I like the way he's boxing and the way he's countering off the ropes.
Check hook there from Valenzuela, but Pitbull Cruz can do this all night long. Coming off a KO win in the 8th over Rolly Romero.
The thing that concerns me about Valenzuela is that he keeps his chin up. He's doing a good job bending his knees and staying small, just like that. But then he pulls back and keeps his chin in the air. Cruz does like punching high as far as when they pull their chin back.
Body shot there from Valenzuela.
That's going to be tricky for Valenzuela. Pitbull creates such a small target when he crouches down. He keeps those elbows in, makes it very difficult to land body shots.
Sube the golpe, sube.
That looked a little low from Cruz.
Line. Hey, raise him up a little bit.
That was a good body shot. I hope that doesn't discourage Valenzuela. Keep on the
10
body.
seconds. That's a segundos. Stop. Step back.
This is what I mean by a good run by Valenzuela. Even though maybe the round didn't sway in Valenzuela's way, that's exactly how he needs to fight this fight to be successful.
Guess who's with Emily? It's Iron Mike Tyson backstage.
Mike Tyson in the house, the greatest. Who did you come out here to see tonight?
I came to see Crawford fight Pitbull. I didn't know Pitbull would fight, but it's going to be good seeing him as well.
Yeah, what round do you see it going down in?
Hey, I don't know, but I'm coming to see a good fight.
And you think Crawford got it in the bag?
I think so, yeah.
Seems like most people do.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we hope you enjoyed tonight.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
And there he is. One of the most recognizable athletes in the world. And right over his left shoulder, it's Lomachenko. Iron Mike Tyson. Julio Cesar Chavez over his right shoulder. I'm talking about the best names and biggest names of boxing history are here today. I saw Roberto Duran a few moments ago too. Sergio, this is the kind of fight that he'd love to be in.
Oh man, it's all about Tyson and Duran for fights like this. They love the style of this Mexican and Isaac Cruz. And there's a
nice left, yeah. Got him on the inside, and now trying to cover up is Valenzuela, but there's nowhere to go when you're in the corner.
Cruz better be careful with that head.
No losses otra vez. Okay, go.
See, this is a perfect example of a boxer versus a straight puncher, right? So a boxer can outbox a puncher, but he has to have a perfect fight the entire distance for 12 rounds. A puncher, one punch, he can change everything. That's the difference. He has the eraser. The boxer has to use his head, his legs, and strategy the entire time.
Uppercut from Valenzuela, but then he pays the price with an overhand left from Cruz.
Because that's what I see. He always keeps his head in the same place. You better start punching and dipping, so don't leave your head in the target of where Cruz can just wing the shot and land.
Nice body work from Cruz that made Valenzuela drop that left elbow down.
Because even if you're boxing good, if you're Valenzuela controlling the tempo, keeping Cruz at bay, if you throw one combination and keep your head in the air, Cruz to just wing one shot, and it could ruin all the good work that you did.
Okay, let's go. Work out of there. Work out. Raja.
The right from Pitbull Cruz. Cruz has fought 4 world champions and has beaten 3 of them.
Raise them up.
Nice left hand by Valenzuela. He was backing up, had a nice left hand, tried to convert into a left uppercut. The uppercut can be there to land on Pitbull, but it has to be perfectly timed, just like that, just like he did right there.
I think the challenge for Valenzuela is going to can he keep fighting like this over 12 rounds? I thought he had some success, Sergio, like you said, in that first round, but this is the style that takes a lot out of you. You keep moving and having to stay off the out of the range of Pitbull Cruz.
That's why it's a sweet science, man. That's why it's so difficult to be a pure boxer. You know, everyone wants to have power and knock everyone out, but the beauty of a boxer to keep a monster like this off you for 12 rounds, that's hard. You can see Rayo Valenzuela's looking for that left uppercut.
Trying to roll with the punches is Valenzuela.
Did a pretty good job rolling with the punches, but this is the type of fight that Cruz is just getting more comfortable. Coming forward, letting his hands go.
Time!
Alicia Keys is in the house tonight. One of the all-time greats. You Alicia Keys fan?
Of course I am, man. Look at that. Swiss Beats in the house as well.
Diego,
Vince
we're good.
Vaughn.
Everything's good.
Double down, baby. Vince, double down.
Chris Mannix's look-alike.
Hey, Vince, let me tell you, Vince Vaughn, one of my favorite actors of all time, Swingers. One of the best movies ever made. And by the way, can we get Old School too? Can I get a minute to go talk to Vince Vaughn about that?
Yes, take the rest of the night off. Enjoying his apple juice.
Stay back. Stay in the corner. Atrás en la esquina. Okay, hey.
The 4 champions Pitbull Cruz has fought Francisco Vargas, Gervonta Davis, Yuri Gamboa, and Rolly Romero. The one common opponent they have is Francisco Vargas. Cruz won a decision over him, whereas Valenzuela knocked Francisco Vargas out. That was in round 1.
That's the confidence that Rayo Valenzuela brings into this fight. The fact that he was able to knock out someone that a puncher couldn't knock out. And there's that left uppercut by Valenzuela again, but he better check himself because he almost got time with the left hook.
Let's check in with Sean Porter. How you seeing this fight so far?
Came out, had a good first round. Pitbull starting to do Pitbull. Just walk him down and bang him out. Valenzuela's got to move more and pot shot, move and pot shot. And Sergio's right, that left uppercut is going to be key for Valenzuela.
Just about an hour ago, it was, what, 90 degrees in here? We were pouring sweat. Now a breeze, a chilly breeze, is blowing through BMO Stadium. Perfect night for boxing. Perhaps the biggest card boxing has ever seen, and so far it has lived up to the hype.
I love the way that Valenzuela, once he gets near the ropes, notice how when he pivots away, he doesn't back himself up all the way to the other side of the ring. He stops right in front of Pitbull to have Pitbull walk him back. Look, see, he stands right there.
Good spell here for Valenzuela, but then he eats a left. And that's how Cruz can get you. You land 3 punches, you start feeling good about yourself, and then bam.
This is the type of fight where Valenzuela can win rounds, but he's always going to be susceptible with that looping left hook because he keeps his head high. Body shot by Cruz.
Yeah, you take what you can get.
It's beautiful right there. Get off the rope, stayed in the middle of the ring, didn't push himself back. Valenzuela's a really good boxer puncher, man. He really is. He has the goods to make this a rough night for Cruz, but he has to be focused, laser focused the entire fight.
And he's doing a nice job of getting that left hand to the midsection. Every time he comes up with the jab, he drops down, lands a body shot at Pitbull Cruz.
And look, man, we all accustomed to Mexican style, but this man's from Sinaloa. You know, it's from those mochis where Jorge Arce from. A lot of greats come from Sinaloa in those mochis area. This is not only a man that can fight, but can box, can bleed, and he can weather the storm of Pitbull.
Doing pretty well as we count down the final seconds here of round 3.
10 seconds.
Right hand landed from Valenzuela, and he caught him coming in again with a left uppercut.
It's a really nice round. This is the way you beat a monster like Pitbull Cruz. Uppercuts and hooks and then swivel away.
And Chris Mannix. Guess what? We got some NBA stars here.
James Harden in the house.
The beard.
And Clipper star. This is like my worlds colliding. James Harden in the building. Saw him checking out Kalajdzic early. And Scottie Pippen sitting next to Eddie Hearn right now. That was not on my bingo card tonight. The ex-Bulls legend hanging out, watching some boxing. So the first row, a couple of big-time NBA stars hanging out there.
I know James Harden's career is not over yet, but who's the better overall player, Pippen or Harden?
Pippen's got the titles.
Pippen.
Well, you know, Valenzuela could win a title tonight if he keeps this up. He had some really good moments.
If he can box like he did in that second round, it's going to be interesting, man, because that's how you beat a guy like this. Shots like that, jabs, but then, look, getting out of the way. Once you land your punch, don't stay there to get hit, countered back.
But like Chris Mannix said earlier, can he do this all night long? It's very taxing.
Hey man, nothing great comes easy, and this is for a world championship. This is the way it's supposed to be. The odds are against you. You're the underdog. With a perfect 36 minutes of boxing, you got a new champion here. The Seesaw Crew does give you opportunities to win rounds because he doesn't look to out-punch you and out-volume you. He wants to hurt you. He wants to really get that one big shot in. But if he can box and really be pivoting away from the ropes, he can actually do really well in the middle of the ring. And like Chris Mannix touched on earlier, I mean, he got a perfect captain, perfect sparring partner in Oscar Duarte, who has the same frame, the same shoulders. They hide their head inside their shoulders, kind of. So perfect style matchup.
The further away he can keep Cruz, the better Valenzuela's going to be. He's got a 7-inch reach advantage.
7 in reach, 6 in height. I mean, that's exactly what you need to keep a bull off you.
But Sergio, you said before, you don't like fighting shorter fighters. You don't want to punch down, you want to punch up.
No, well, see, I didn't like it, but I got myself small. I didn't fight tall against shorter fighters. My trainer had me bend my knees and get under them and then push them back.
But that's a long way down for Valenzuela.
But you have to have strong legs. You have a lot of leg work to be able to do that. See, the chin is up in the air of Valenzuela. And the later this fight goes, and the closer Pitbull's going to land to landing a sweeping shot. I was telling Chris earlier that this is the type of fight I could see Valenzuela doing really well, banking rounds in the bank, but then getting hit with something later in the fight. Something big.
Does Pitbull Cruz have a plan B, or is he just going to do this all fight long and hope for the best?
I personally never seen him need another plan. You know, this is his style. You know, he finds a way to break you down. Even when he's struggling. When he fought Giovanni Cabrera, another tall southpaw, he was struggling with him. He's got a split decision, but he still found a way to make it rugged, make it rough, and get a decision.
Hey, don't pull him down. No,
What a beautiful evening for a fight, and we've still got one more to go, and nobody from Mexico was better than Julio Cesar Chavez.
Say with me, el gran campeón mexicano. That's it. That's how you label that man right there.
And Oscar De La Hoya, his name got mentioned earlier by Turki Al-Sheikh. He said, listen, I want the two Golden Boy fighters, Virgil Ortiz maybe to fight Crawford, and Zepeda to fight Shakur Stevenson.
I'm pretty sure that man right there, the Golden Boy with the golden smile, would love to make those fights.
A lot of worlds colliding right there. Turki Al-Sheikh, Scottie Pippen with Eddie Hearn in the middle of it.
Heard Johnny Depp was going to be here tonight. We're in round 5, scheduled for 12. Chris, is Valenzuela doing better than you thought he would?
A lot better than I thought he would. He's been active with his combinations, and he's not staying in one place. When Cruz gets some pins in the corner, he does a really good job of spinning out, and not just spinning out, but throwing punches while he's doing it. So while Pitbull Cruz has not been in any trouble up until this point, I like the scoring shots being landed by Valenzuela.
I noticed that Valenzuela's not throwing that many jabs because he doesn't want to get countered or timed by the shorter fighter. So everything's just pot shots. Everything is punching hard and getting out of the way, just like that. Really nice strategy by Valenzuela here. And I love the fact that he doesn't go the opposite side of the ring. He stays in the middle and comes right back. And pushing Cruz back now. Nice left hand there by Valenzuela. Didn't pull it back. Just nice chopping shot to the top of the head of Cruz.
Jose Valenzuela said that his parents left Mexico for the United States for a better life for him. They sacrificed everything for him, and tonight he said, I will pay them back with this performance. This is dedicated to my mom and dad. And they got to be proud of him so far, for sure.
Absolutely, they got to be proud of him. And he came to his country at 3 years old, and now he's on top of the world right here, boxing the champion.
Cruz just can't seem to figure him out.
I'm telling you, that's beautiful boxing right there by Valenzuela. If he can keep this up, I mean, this is gonna be a long night for Pitbull Cruz. Because the footwork, that's what it is. It's the footwork and the fact that Valenzuela's not loading up on shots. He's happy with touching Cruz and then sneaking in a hard shot and then getting out of the way.
Cruz tried to fake with the left and then fake with the right and land the overhand left, but Valenzuela was not buying it. He's been almost perfect so far as the 25-year-old.
Yes, he has. Got a long way to go, so.
Left hand connects for Cruz, not flush. Here's a body shot as Valenzuela bounced off the ropes, but it has been the man from Renton, Washington, by way of those Moquis Mexico, who's been sensational. Jeremy Piven.
Where's Khalifa?
Chris, would Jeremy Piven make a good boxing agent?
He can make a great boxing agent. Shout out Entourage. Shout out my guys. My guy Jerry Ferrara.
Y que lo sigas haciendo. No quiero que te desesperes, por favor. Quiero que lo hagas con inteligencia y con muchos huevos. Yo sé que tú puedes, ¿sí? No te desesperes de quererlo agarrar. Porque si te desesperas no nos va a servir de nada. Necesito que sigas.
I need you to throw more punches. And that's what I'm talking about right there, guys. Is Valenzuela is the type of guy that would do really well and pull out with his chin up in the air. That's exactly what falls into the hands of Pitbull Cruz.
But certainly some concern in the corner of Pitbull, as they said, don't get desperate, which probably means they think he might be getting desperate.
Yeah, because, you know, there should be some frustration right now. I mean, Valenzuela's boxing really nicely. He's fighting off Pitbull right now. But I'm really impressed with the ring generalship. I'm really impressed with how he's managing the space of the ring. He doesn't back himself up to the corner. He stays in the middle.
Oh, that right hand connected for Cruz. Valenzuela thought he would be able to win over the crowd here. He said it may not be 50-50 from the beginning, but slowly they'll turn towards me.
The quieter this crowd is, the better Rayo Valenzuela is doing. I love the defense. I love what I'm seeing. This is boxing. This is how you beat a tough guy. All you got to do is keep that chin tucked, and you're going to be all right. If you're the taller fighter.
Well, Valenzuela's only fought past round 4 only 3 times. This is the second consecutive scheduled 12-rounder. So Cruz with much more experience, having fought 29 times compared to 15 for Valenzuela.
Nice left uppercut again. That's a money punch.
Good right cross from Valenzuela. And he's using Pitbull's own momentum against him.
Yeah, it was a sweeping check hook, actually. And yeah, anytime you have an aggressive fighter coming at you with so much pressure, it doesn't take much. It's just a well-timed shot because they're using their momentum, and you can hurt them.
Good uppercut, and that may have hurt Cruz, but then he answers with the right hand just when he thought he might be in trouble.
Wow, Cruz's knees buckle with that left uppercut and comes right back after that. Even when you hurt Pitbull Cruz, he's still dangerous.
Pulling away those punches was Valenzuela. Defensively, he's been really good.
Yes, he has, because he's staying off the ropes and keeping the fight in the middle of the ring. All I want him to do is bend his knees and keep that chin tucked a little bit more. Other than that, beautiful boxing from Valenzuela so far.
And Pitbull kind of taking a breather there. Don't see that much.
A breather, or maybe that left uppercut really shook him up a little bit.
And now Pitbull comes out of the gate swinging.
Or maybe playing possum.
There's the left. Chris Mannix said if there's one celebrity I want to meet tonight, it's Kate Beckinsale.
I actually really did say that. I will own up to that. Serendipity. Great movie.
Well, Chris, you know, in 1 week you'll be a married man. You got to pump your brakes. Anthony Anderson, the actor and comedian. Best known perhaps for Blackish. There's the uppercutting. Cruz looked to be in trouble, Sergio, and then this punch comes right. No, we didn't see it. There's the uppercut.
You know what impressed me right there? Yes, that uppercut, but the fact that he did back down. So he's getting his offense, then checking his defense. That's what he needs to keep doing against Pitbull Cruz. Don't just think offense, because something's going to come back. Always mind and of course stay off the ropes, which Valenzuela has been doing really nicely.
Well, we know Cruz basically has one gear, but what would you be telling him right now that would allow him to have more success?
Jab your way in. You know, you got to double and triple your way in with your chin tucked. Maybe even quadruple your way in. That way you can back up Cruz. You can back up Valenzuela. You can bang away at the body. Mike Tyson used to do that really well. He used to out-jab taller fighters as a shorter man. And we know Mike Tyson's a big fan of Pitbull and vice versa. He should take a page off of Tyson and start moving his head and jabbing his way in as a shorter man.
Nice escape from Valenzuela.
You know, I was talking to Robert Garcia in the corner of Jose Valenzuela, and he was telling me, just stay, he wants this guy just to stay away from Pitbull. Throw his 3-4 punch combinations and then get out of there. Don't get into exchanges straight ahead.
There's an uppercut again, Sergio.
There it is. You took the words out of my mouth. Beautiful shot. It's been landing early. It's been landing in the middle of the round. It's going to definitely land late.
And this is a very high-energy pace. I don't remember one moment where the referees had to separate these guys.
Those are the type of fights we all like seeing, and we don't even know the referee exists.
Chris, are you finding these rounds easy to score?
No, I think they're difficult. I think, you know, when Pitbull throws those power punches, they are very eye-catching, I think, for the judges. But I have been really impressed with the ring generalship of Valenzuela. He has done an excellent job of landing his shots and then moving away from these attacks.
I'm impressed with Valenzuela's boxing, the way he extinguished the fire coming from Cruz. And I'm telling you, the ring generalship, the boxing, the effective aggression, I mean, this is nice, right? I wouldn't be surprised if he's winning this fight, but I just love what he's doing and controlling the always violent and dangerous Pitbull Cruz.
Nice head movement from Valenzuela, but he's living dangerously there in the corner.
Step back. Let him off.
He got trapped in the corner with some heavy body shots there. It's not that he wanted to stay there. Cruz trapped him with a series of body shots where he couldn't escape.
10 segundos.
Nice work to end the round for Valenzuela, but Pitbull Cruz gets some leather landed as well.
I'm loving what I'm seeing.
And what a scene here in Southern California, normally the home for LAFC of Major League Soccer. Tonight, the home of the greatest boxing card perhaps ever assembled. And that's one half of your main event, the WBA Junior Middleweight Champion of the World.
That is a dangerous, unknown man that people are going to get to know tonight. Even though he's the champion, everyone thinks he's the B-side tonight. He's definitely not carrying himself like a B-side, and he doesn't have the talent of a B-side. That's the champ tonight, going up against the pound-for-pound champ moving up in weight, and Bud Crawford.
So we enter round 8. And if you're a Jose Valenzuela fan, you're thinking, man, we're doing great. But at the same time, these are close rounds, and you wonder if the judges are seeing the slickness and the inside work of Valenzuela when Pitbull comes rushing in.
So far, it hasn't really, there's been spots of effective aggression by Pitbull, but mostly, you know, one of the judges' criteria is ring generalship and defense. And with that, you gotta favor Valenzuela.
All right, interesting scorecard coming up here unofficially from Chris Mannix through 7 full rounds.
Yeah, I've got 67-66 in favor of Jose Valenzuela. You're right, Tom. Some of these rounds, a lot of these rounds have been exceptionally close. But the first 5 rounds, Valenzuela outlanded Cruz in 4 of them. So Cruz is having some effectiveness throwing those power shots in spurts. The better work over the 3 minutes of each round is being done by Jose Valenzuela.
and it lifted Cruz off the mat.
Yeah, that uppercut was to the gut. It was to the breadbasket of Isaac Cruz. Man, those shots normally hurt when you get hit in the sternum right there. Cruz ate that up and kept coming.
Okay, stop. Yeah. Okay, we got an external headbutt, right cheek, no cut. Let's go.
Pitbull Cruz fighting for the 11th straight time on U.S. soil. He's become very comfortable in this country and has become a fan favorite as well. But tonight he's being tested perhaps as strenuously as he has since Tank Davis.
Another great left hand from Valenzuela.
Look, man, I don't know how you guys have a scorecard, but I love the way Valenzuela's boxing. If he can keep this up, I'm telling you, it might sway his favor. This is how you beat a fighter like Pitbull Cruz. He's doing everything you should do against a fighter as aggressive as him. He's nullifying him, and he's extinguishing that power.
Pitbull Cruz doing the zigzag, trying to find a way in. Anything he can do.
He threw 5 shots, all of them missed. Rayo gets back to the center of the ring.
10 seconds.
El Rayo putting on his best ever performance on the biggest possible stage. There he is, hands of stone, Roberto Duran.
Las manos de pierdas, an all-time great right there. The greatest lightweight champion, moving all the way to middleweight to win a world championship. Nice jab right there by Cruz. And you can see Valenzuela trying to paw off the glove of Cruz just to land a hook. But just, I'm telling you, this is going to be a hard fight to score. I love the boxing by Valenzuela. I like the power punches by Cruz. There's too much in between. But in this fight, I mean, it's so far so good for Valenzuela. Couldn't be going much better if you're in this corner.
We're at round 8, scheduled for 12. It's been a very competitive fight. Do you like the swarming brawler, or do you like the precision work of the boxer? Oh, there's the left hand from Cruz.
And that's the punch I'm talking about. Valenzuela leaves his head up. Even he did it again right there. Cruz already is catching on. He's getting closer and closer, starting to wing that left hook around the head. He's punching where the head's going to be at, not where it's at. And there it is again. This is what Valenzuela needs to get himself smaller. He needs to step out before he pivots away. He's pivoting away from the ropes, but his head's in the same place.
That was the moment there. The uppercut and the spin move from El Rayo.
You know, the accuracy numbers up until this point really favor Jose Valenzuela. Through that first 7 rounds, 112 to 87 for Valenzuela. Power punches, 88 to 83 for Valenzuela. So he is just doing his thing out there.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful boxing by Rayo Valenzuela right now. Not intimidated by the power or the reputation or the toughness of Isaac Cruz. Just focusing on his game plan and boxing, sticking, moving, but planting his feet and getting respect as well.
Okay, stop. Step back. No bigger than the
The question you guys had early on was, can Jose Valenzuela keep this up for 12 rounds? He's done pretty well so far, but this round has belonged to Pitbull Cruz. And that was certainly low.
Yeah, that caught Valenzuela well below the belt line and reacted immediately to that shot.
that got you in the side, and then with the super clean, yeah. But if you're okay, you got a good cup, okay? Take a second. Can you move? Walk a little bit. Yeah, I got it. But you got a cup. You all right?
But you got a cup. It still hurts, right?
Stay here.
Yeah, let me kick you right there with a cup on.
Valenzuela pointing at the big screen for the referee to turn around and take a look at it.
Está bien. Move around a little bit. Move around. Move around. You ready to go?
In case you're wondering, El Rayo means the light
Time in.
Spanish.
Lightning. So we'll see if he can catch El Rayo in a bottle tonight and upset a tough guy like Pitbull Cruz.
Can he see the El Rayo at the end of the tunnel? That makes sense?
I knew what you meant.
There's a right hand that lands, and he's staying in the pocket, which his corner told him not to do, but a good end to the round for Jose Valenzuela.
Ya está ese cabrón, ahorita hizo demasiado tiempo, sí le pegaste, pero es más que nada el cansancio que ya trae. Síguele pegando, síguele pegando. Espérate, necesito que sigas trabajando. Necesito que sigas trabajando izquierda y derecha. No te confíes, no las manos, ¿vale? ¿Cómo estás? Estás muy bien, estás
And that's what they want, left and right hands. That's the only thing missing right there, Valenzuela. He needs to start fighting smaller, bending his knees because he's keeping that chin in the air and Cruz is catching on.
Yeah, best punch of the night for Isak Cruz there, that sweeping left hand. But I thought Valenzuela both took it well and rallied out to finish the round pretty strong.
How do you have it scored at home? Looking on social media, many of you say Valenzuela easily ahead, while others saying Cruz is landing the more damaging punches.
I haven't seen Valenzuela damaged once. I like the way Valenzuela's boxing, and this is the way he beat a fighter like Isak Cruz. By outboxing him and outfighting him in spurts.
This could really throw a wrench into Pitbull Cruz's boxing future. He was set up for another huge fight after this one, perhaps against Gervonta Davis. But that will certainly go up in smoke if Valenzuela can get the win.
It's not the first upset we'll see tonight. We've seen big babies. We've seen Jared Anderson get knocked out by Bakole tonight. I'm not expecting a knockout here, but no one knocks out Pitbull Cruz.
Power punches landed through 9 rounds. Valenzuela, more landed, fewer thrown, higher percentage.
Yeah, great accuracy numbers for Valenzuela, 40% to 29%. I really like when he sneaks in that rear uppercut, lead uppercut. It's been a really effective weapon for Valenzuela. Look, at the conditioning of Valenzuela has been excellent as well. As I said, it takes a lot to fight this type of style and do it effectively. You look at him midway through round 10, and he still looks pretty fresh.
Step back.
It looks like he's not being denied, guys. I'll be honest with you. Even when he got hit, he came back. He's boxing beautifully, fighting off Cruz. He got the respect of Cruz. Now he has Cruz going backwards. I really hope the judges get it right tonight, because right now, man, Valenzuela's boxing a beautiful fight.
When you say get it right tonight, how many rounds have you given Valenzuela? Is he ahead on your card?
He's ahead, clearly on my card.
And usually I was going to say, Cruz will try and lull Valenzuela to sleep, let him land some punches, and then come out with a ferocious combination. Just like this, he'll lay back.
And look at this. I love that Valenzuela's not falling for what Cruz wanted him to do. Cruz playing possum. He wanted Valenzuela to throw something hard. then Valenzuela started touching him and clawing him, saying, I'm not doing nothing. I'm controlling what I want to control.
Oh, there's a left. A big left from Cruz.
He rolled with that shot, but still.
Yeah, he needed something because this round was dominated by Valenzuela. And there is Roberto Duran, the Hall of Famer. He's still got so much energy.
I think everyone has energy when you start playing La Chona.
What's La Chona mean?
The party girl. You play this song in any Mexican party, it's going.
Ya está cansado el cabrón, ya no puede, Rayo. ¿Ok? 6 minutes and you're world champ. Saque sus golpes de poder con velocidad y no le dé chance de regresar.
He said a few more rounds and he'll be world champion, Rayo.
And now it is officially packed here at BMO Stadium. Every ticket sold. That's coming up next, Eminem with a live performance. As we've entered the championship rounds, Jose Valenzuela, 6 minutes away perhaps from unseating Cruz and becoming a world champion.
That's what they told him in the corner. 2 more rounds and you're world champion.
All right, stop. Step back. Let's go.
And for me, it's desperation time with your pit bull. He can't be comfortable because he hasn't really landed something clean. He hasn't dominated. Anytime he did get a lick in, Valenzuela will come back and get his own shot back.
Chris, how do you have it scored?
97-93 in favor of Valenzuela. Look, the accuracy numbers significantly in the favor of Valenzuela. He's doing a great job of getting out of the way of most of these lunging attacks from Cruz. And even when Cruz does hit, to Sergio's point, he bounces back, lands 2 3-punch combinations. So 97-93 right now for Valenzuela. And I'm with you, Sergio. Pitbull Cruz got to do something to change the tide.
Well, he's got 18 knockouts in his 26 wins. He could use a big landed punch if he can find it.
That left uppercut has been money by Valenzuela. Just landed it again. Cruz stepped back. He has to acknowledge what's coming from Valenzuela.
Step back.
Sergio, you said all week long Valenzuela was a live dog. What was it that you saw coming into this fight?
Man, as cheesy as it sounds, just hunger. The hunger in his voice, the look in his eye, the way he carried himself, the body language, his story, everything. And the fact that he has Robert Garcia in his camp, and the fact that he's been training with Oscar Duarte. All the stars have aligned for this man to have this performance.
You bring up Robert Garcia, Sergio, and one of the reasons that Valenzuela came down to Southern California from Washington was because he thought his career was stalling up there. He wasn't getting the type of work you need to get to fight at the championship level. So it's clear that the time in that Robert Garcia gym, which is one of the best gyms in all of boxing, a lot of great sparring in that gym, is helping him produce in this fight.
Oh, there's the uppercut. And you know Cruz is going to come out like gangbusters after he gets hit. But Valenzuela has been able to somehow control the monster.
And now it's Valenzuela that has the monster on the back foot.
And Chris, while some of the earlier rounds were kind of too close to call with any sort of confidence, the last few have been all Valenzuela.
Yeah, I would agree. A couple decent moments for Isaac Cruz. Landed that good left hook a couple of rounds ago, but overall, Valenzuela's fighting his fight. Like, this is he was a man of few words throughout the week, but he said he had a great game plan. I think he's got one tonight.
Yeah, but he's still keeping this chin in the air. Look, he won this round. He's having success in this round. One big punch and this happens.
You wonder, did Cruz steal it there at the end?
He's a fucking knockout. I don't need the knockout to win. Stood there with them. Don't do that shit. Don't give it to him, bro. I got him. I got you. Please, don't give it to him, bro. Please. You're a fucking champion. Último pinche round, Rayo. Último round, okay? Las piernas. 3 fucking minutes, Rayo. One round.
world champion in 3 minutes.
Saben lo que hay que hacer, Rayo. Saben lo que
You know what you need to do. And they're urging Rayo not to keep his chin in the air. Shots like that from Pitbull Cruz can bring him right back. One punch can change the trajectory of this fight when everything has been going right for Jose Valenzuela.
3 minutes to go. Can Jose Valenzuela survive 3 minutes and perhaps become a world champion for the first time? Or can Cruz muster up some late magic and defend his title?
Clearly a sense of urgency from Isak Cruz coming out of the corner, just winging punches in the first 20 seconds of this round.
Okay, stop.
Sergio, I think if you're Valenzuela, though, I don't think you can afford just to not get knocked out in this round. There have been several competitive rounds. You got to go out there and try to win it.
No, fight on your terms, but don't exchange with Cruz. Like right there, don't exchange with Cruz. You grab him, and if you can, start walking Cruz back. One, you can buy time, and two, you can take the legs of Cruz by walking him backwards. See right here.
Oh, Cruz with a big right hand. And Valenzuela has got to be careful. His corner basically said, you make it to the end of the fight, and you're a champion. Another right connects for Pitbull.
I'll be jabbing if you're Valenzuela, just jabbing at the gloves, trying to keep this guy off you. Move laterally, don't go straight back, and get off the ropes. Jab, right here we should be jabbing at the gloves of Pitbull.
Don't push in the head.
There's Chris's scorecard. According to him, Valenzuela just needs to survive.
Yeah, I thought that 11th round from Isak Cruz, they kind of stole it there at the end with that big flurry in the final 20 seconds. But Valenzuela, great work, especially in the second half of this fight.
A minute to go. Are we about to see a major upset? Jose Valenzuela dedicating this performance to his parents, who he said sacrificed everything to bring him to America and help him become a professional boxer. Tonight his dream can come true if he can make it past the final round.
That was an emotional story that Valenzuela told us, coming here at 3 years old and winning this championship for his parents that sacrificed so much.
He
20 seconds away from that.
He fought as good as he could possibly fight. Will it be enough? Cruz gonna try and have one final punch land, but a nice left from Jose Valenzuela. Has he won the world title, or did Pitbull Cruz do enough to defend? What do you think, Sergio?
I think Valenzuela got this, man. I think we got a new champion here. I think we got a new champion, and what a story it will be for that man right there and the Valenzuela family and Team Garcia and everyone in that corner. But it will be tight. It's not going to be easy. It will be tight. But judging off of body language, you know who feels like the winner right there.
Yeah. Not a lot of smiles in the corner of Isak Cruz right now.
Now let's hope the judges do the right thing.
Saturday, September 14th, Canelo Alvarez is back, this time taking on the unbeaten Puerto Rican in Edgar Berlanga. Expect fireworks from this one as long as it lasts. said earlier, Sergio, I hope the judges get it right. What is right?
To declare Valenzuela the winner here, man. I just think he did everything right. He did everything right. He fought the perfect game plan to beat a fighter like Pitbull Cruz. And I think he did it handily, even convincingly maybe. I don't think it was a wide decision, but it was a clear decision. Jose Valenzuela found Rayo in a lightning in a bottle.
Now the waiting. But just look at the body language. Valenzuela acting like the winner, Pitbull Cruz acting like he wants to head back to the showers.
Let me tell you something, man. If that man right there hears the three most beautiful words in boxing, and the new, those words are going to resonate for the rest of his life, man.
According to those to you watching on the DAZN app, they agree with you, Sergio. 75% think Jose Valenzuela got the job done. Let's find out now. Thomas Triber has the scorecard.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Pat Russell scores it 116 to 112 in favor of Jose Valenzuela. Judge Eddie Hernandez scores it 115 to 113 in favor of Isaac Cruz. And Judge Rudy Badadagan scores it 116 to 112 for your winner. And new WBA Super Lightweight Champion of the World, Jose Almaayouf Valenzuela.
A massive upset in our co-main event as Jose Valenzuela dethrones Pitbull Cruz.
What an amazing story this kid has. From leaving Mexico to coming to the States and realizing the American dream. With that man right there, there's a creator of champions, Robert Garcia, man. It can't get no beautiful. And the new. Man, I'm emotional. Oh, that's great. That is so great. I love seeing this, man. I love seeing it. I feel it all over again myself.
Jose Valenzuela. A title opportunity that some didn't think he even deserved, Sergio. This was kind of going to be a showcase fight for Isaac Cruz, perhaps in preparation of a rematch with Gervonta Davis, but you can never check one in the win column until it's over.
Oh man, you can never do that in boxing because hunger trumps everything. That guy was hungry from the beginning. Pitbull, we know what he is. I mean, he's a wrecking ball, but he's been to the top and he's come up short a little bit. He's the champion today, but tonight, Valenzuela followed the championship game plan, and you can't beat that hunger, man. He had it in his eye from the beginning all the way to the end. Just a brilliant performance.
Chris Mannix is with the new champ.
Congratulations, world champion. How does that feel?
Man, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Dream come true.
When that final bell rang, how sure were you that you did enough to get the decision?
I was 100% sure. I was 100% sure.
You knew coming into this fight, Pitbull was a pressure fighter. What was the key for you in dealing with that pressure?
Just be smart. Just be smart. I didn't get desperate. I didn't get, fall under the pressure. I stayed calm.
You felt his power a little bit in those early rounds. I think it was the mid-rounds you caught a decent left hook. What did you think of that power?
It was cool. It was cool. Nothing crazy, nothing I've never felt. It was good. It was solid.
Your conditioning was excellent throughout this fight. You were able to keep moving throughout this fight. How did you feel in the ring?
I felt great. I felt like I was in control the whole time, using my jab, using my footwork, and, I felt like I was in control the whole time.
You're coming off a win over Chris Colbert. At that point, the biggest win of your career. Now, the win against Isaac Cruz. What's the difference in you over these last few fights?
These two guys right here behind me.
Robert, what'd you think of that performance?
I think it was a great performance. You know, Pitbull's a tough kid. You know, we have to fight smart. Keep the distance, keep the jab going, and fight him out the distance. You know, that he kept following the rules, instructions, and he became champion now.
You know, you've talked about the journey that it's taken for you and your family to get there. You got a little bit emotional during our fighter meetings talking about what they sacrificed to get you here. What does this mean to your family?
This is not for me. This is for my mom and dad. This means everything. This is all the sacrifice. This is all for them, to pay them back.
Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Isak. Isak. Bring Phil, the translator, in here. Come on over here, Phil. Right in the middle. Isak, do you think you did enough to win the fight?
¿Piensas que hiciste suficiente para ganar la pelea?
Yo no voy a decir nada. El juez es el mejor público y solo quiero darle las gracias a Turki Kalajdzic por darme la oportunidad, a mi esposa y a mi familia que están aquí apoyándome.
Listen, I don't need to say a word, just take a listen to this crowd. They're the judge of all this, not me. What I would like to do though is thank the Sheikh, thank my family, thank my team, but just listen to this.
When that final bell rang, how sure were you that you've done enough?
Cuando sonó el último timbre, estaba 100% seguro que habías ganado.
Yo nunca me confié, yo vine a hacer mi trabajo, vine a dar buena pelea y la gente es el mejor juez. No sé qué vio un juez, pero bueno, nosotros venimos a dar una gran pelea.
No, I just get on with my job. I never like to make a decision on what the result of the fight is. I just get on with my work and let everyone else decide.
Do you think this fight deserves a rematch?
Otro pelea, ¿no? Mereces una revancha, ¿no?
Totalmente, aquí estoy listo para la revancha directa. Se la pedimos oficialmente ante esta gente. Turki Kalajdzic, Al Haymon, PBC, Madrimov, toda la gente. Rayo, dame la revancha. Por favor, Gilberto Mendoza, que la ordene nuevamente.
For sure, I'd like to lay it on the line now. I'd like to officially request a rematch on behalf of my people, PBC, everybody. I'd like to definitely throw that down now and ask for a rematch for sure.
Appreciate the effort, Isak. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias y vine a dar una gran pelea para toda esta gente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for everyone. Thank you for my fans. Thank you very much. Good night.
Guys.
So Pitbull Cruz, who was a 5-1 favorite in this fight, was beaten by Jose Valenzuela. He thought he did enough to win, Sergio. What would your message be to him and to what seemed like the majority of this crowd who thought maybe he got the job done too?
I don't think he got the job done. I think when he goes back, he's going to realize that he was just outboxed. Jose Valenzuela came with a strategy, and he executed the strategy, but it wasn't easy. That's the thing. To become a champion, it's not going to be easy. Valenzuela made it look somewhat easy, but he still went through some adversity and scary moments, and he still came out on top. It was just a beautiful display of a strategy executed, a great teamwork effort in that corner. And man, I applaud it. I'm emotional right now, Todd, because I know exactly what that feels like, being an underdog, and the story of his family coming to this country, and how the American dream came true. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, he wants a rematch. Would you like to see it again?
Man, if I was Valenzuela, I would have given him a rematch. I would have get the biggest purse I could possibly get.
Well, it might be a rematch.
Well, if that's it, then cash in.
All right, let's look at the highlights again. As Pitbull started fast, but Valenzuela just stuck to the game plan and did what he had to do.
It was the game plan, Todd. It was the game plan. It was the uppercut. It was the punching and dipping. There was scary moments because, like I said before, Rayo Valenzuela keeps his chin up a little bit too high, a little bit too long. But it was the footwork, the ring generalship, how he would get away from the ring, and he wouldn't back himself up to the corner. He would stay in the middle of the ring. But shots like that is what kept Cruz back in this fight, what gave him confidence to stay in this fight. But anytime it started swaying in the favor of Pitbull Cruz, you got to give Valenzuela some credit coming back. Right here you see Pitbull landing some clean shots at the later part of the fight, but this was just a beautiful, beautiful boxing match, man. I love this fight.
There's Ak getting the latest from Jose Valenzuela as he makes his way to the back. A world champion at the age of 25 years old. Now we go back into the ring and Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we welcome the founder of the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame, Mr. Rich Murata, with a very special presentation.
Thank you, Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I am here on behalf of the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame and its president, Michelle Corrales-Lewis, to personally recognize a man who has changed the global dynamics of boxing around the world in an extremely short period of time. And we are seeing part of what it means right here tonight in Los Angeles. And we're talking about His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. When we founded the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame 11 years ago, it was with the idea of bringing the boxing community together. Promoters, fans, fighters, everyone. But Your Excellency, what you have achieved the same vision that we had, but on a much grander scale, certainly worldwide. You did it by combining through three words: passion, vision, and innovation. And so tonight, we would like to make a presentation, our first presentation that we have ever done from the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame, and I'd like to invite His Excellency into the ring where we can make this presentation to him and salute his passion, his vision, and his innovation. The Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame feels strongly that your accomplishments are undeniable and your pursuit of the growth and the betterment of sport, of boxing, undeniable.
And we also welcome to the ring, the Hands of Stone, Roberto Duran. The Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya. And Mr. Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome all these greats into the ring, and we want to say that both Roberto Duran and Oscar De La Hoya have been inducted into the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame. And tonight, for the first time, we are announcing our first ever honorary inductee into the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame. It goes to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. We admire what you have done for the sport of boxing and wishing you nothing but the best in the future. And to commemorate it, we present you with this handsome bronzed fighter trophy, which we hope you'll enjoy and display in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. All the fans of boxing in my heart. Thank you so much.
So congratulations to Turki Al-Sheikh, who becomes the first ever honorary inductee into the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame. And Sergio, let's be honest, he's done enough in what, a year, that the sport of boxing will have done in a decade as far as making big fights happen.
And that's the power of that man right there, and that's the reason he's here, because you know, he has a passion for the sport of boxing, and he has the resources to make it happen. And you know, this is prize fighting ultimately, and fighters are always going to take the bigger purse, and you know, that's why we're getting these amazing events, these amazing fights all over the world, and I hope to continue.
Still to come, of course, our main event, but before that, Eminem with an exclusive live performance here at BMO Stadium. But first things first, a special announcement from Thomas Triber. What could it be?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a special announcement. For everyone lucky enough to be here tonight for the Riyadh season card, you can also be walking away with an amazing prize. One lucky winner will win a brand new top-of-the-line Lucid car. At this time, we welcome His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, to present this incredible prize to one lucky winner. Your Excellency, we ask now if you can please press the button that will select our winner. And the winner is, in Field Club C, Row J, Seat 10.
Is that him? Is that the winner? I'd be more excited than that. You just won a brand new car. Turki Al-Sheikh has become popular.
We now invite our winner to the ring to collect the prize.
I don't think he believes it. I mean, we've never seen this in the boxing event, so I don't think boxing fans know what to expect here. I mean, a brand new car at a boxing event.
Todd, I need you to provide us with some details about this car. Give us the breakdown.
Well, it's a Lucid, I believe, all electric.
Lucid means easy to understand.
All right, please stop. Stop trying to be a thesaurus. Hey, great thing. Come to a boxing match, get yourself a free car. Something to drive home in.
Hey, do we get a free car when we go to your wedding next week, Chris?
No.
What are you giving out as the party favors?
Free beer.
Close enough. So here's our winner. Imagine how nervous he's going to be right now. How many cervezas do you think he's had, Sergio?
Let me tell you something. He may be nervous, but he did that little move stepping into the ring that we see boxers do all the time. The dip in, the dip out, and the dip back in
I wouldn't
again.
be surprised if he was probably a boxer in his amateur days. Yeah, I've seen that. He knew how to get in the ring.
Congratulations to the winner of a brand new Lucid car.
All this can be yours if the price is right. So Jose Valenzuela leaves with a world title. That fan leaves with a new car. Coming up next, the performance, live performance here at BMO Stadium from Eminem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, if you will. On behalf of the WBC President, Mauricio Suleiman, he is proud to present the iconic WBC Riyadh season belt to His Excellency, Turki Al-Sheikh, as a special appreciation for the United States of American inaugural Riyadh season, Los Angeles. Thank you for being an unbelievable supporter of boxing. And presenting the belt is the ambassador of the WBC, Chico Lopez.
So more awards given to Turki Al-Sheikh, this time a WBC belt.
That's only fitting. You know, so many belts in boxing. Might as well create One more. Still stuck on the car guy. Still want to be him. I want to get a peek at that car.
I'm ready to get a peek at Eminem.
First fight at 154, undisputed at 140, undisputed at 147. Do you have the same ambitions at 54 that you did in those weight classes?
Of course. Nothing's changed but the weight. I'm a competitor. I don't see myself just doing this just to be doing it. I'm doing it to win.
Why was Madrimov the right guy for you at this time?
I believe Madrimov the #1 guy in the division. If I'm going to be campaigning at this weight division, I want to fight the best in the division. We all know he's strong. We all know he's smart. He got a good amateur pedigree. He got good footwork. He's elusive at times. He's rugged at times. These guys you can't take lightly.
He is probably the naturally bigger man coming into this fight, maybe the naturally stronger guy coming into this fight. Does that make you have to fight any differently? Do we have to see a new Terrence Crawford at this new weight class?
I've been fighting bigger guys my whole life. So this is nothing new. I'm going to fight the style that I need to fight to get the job done.
It is a packed event here for Terrence Crawford against Israel Madrimov. The main event, the only fight left now on the card. Riyadh season making its US debut right here in Los Angeles, in California. It's been a fantastic fight night so far, and we've still got one more to go. Welcome inside BMO Stadium as well. Good to have you with us this evening here on DAZN, the home of big-time boxing. And we're going to bring you right over to our host position, which is up high tonight. Welcome along. I'm Ken Abdo, joined by the former two-time welterweight world champ, Showtime Sean Porter, and he's joined us, very big time of you to only make it for the main event. Former two-division champ, Hall of Famer, Andre Ward is with us. Before we talk about anything else, the main event, we want to talk to you about your new role. Obviously, we've seen the launch of All the Smoke Fight. You're the chief content officer. What's the vision there?
Well, it's hire me. Yeah, you know that's coming. Go ahead. It's really just to give fighters an opportunity to control their own narrative. One of the narratives about Terrence Crawford was that he couldn't sell.
Right.
There's some people that lied on Terrence Crawford. But sometimes you got to just keep working and keep grinding, and then you'll show people. We knew Terrence Crawford was a sell, but there's so many websites and so many YouTubers that can spell lies about you. We want to give people a safe place and a platform to go places they typically won't go, and again, to control their own narrative.
If you want somebody to break all the dress code rules and flaunt all the regulations, then Sean is your guy. So one of the first pieces of content that you guys dropped was you getting in the ring and sparring. I think, was it 3 or 4 rounds with Terrence?
It was 3 rounds, 4-minute rounds.
Did you give him good work?
I gave him good work. I went through a little mini camp. Yeah. I had about 3 weeks notice, so I started running, I started going to the gym. I can't go in there looking crazy. We had a good time.
Was that your first time in the ring with him?
That was my first time.
What did you notice? What stood out?
It just confirmed everything I knew about him. He's the truth, very sharp, got a lot more skill than he's given credit for, and it showed me that I'm very, very rusty, but my hands still work, so I was happy.
How serious do you think he went with you?
We weren't trying to kill each other, but we definitely were hitting each other when we made mistakes.
He doesn't play when he gets in the ring, but it's SOG.
Neither one of us do.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Ooh.
What's he been drilling in camp? Do you know?
I can't get into specifics. I mean, I was there for a few days, but one thing about Terrence and his team is they got 3 coaches. They do a great job of breaking down film, and they're always trying to exploit the opponent's weakness and, obviously implement their strengths. It's rinse and repeat for his team. They've been successful to get to 40-0, and I don't think they're going to change anything now.
You shared the ring with him. You went 10 rounds with him. What was the hardest thing to deal with?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me to deal with was just trying to outthink him. And that's one thing that I truly believe I never was able to outthink him. I started off the fight, I think in some ways ahead because of the game plan that I came to the ring with. But once he started to figure out, oh, he's not going to come after me, and he made his adjustment. And now I'm trying to give him other looks. He would never give me what I wanted.
Take the bait?
He never took the bait. And he's just, you got to break him mentally. I think if you can break Terrence Crawford mentally, you might be able to do something with him, but you can't break him mentally.
It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. Nobody's done it to this point.
We often see you do the ring walk with Terrence. You're obviously kind of inside with that crew. We appreciate you being here with us instead. But you've been tapped into what's been going on in the dressing room. There's some kind of issue with the gloves for the main event. What
I don't have the full story, but what I do know is Terrence Crawford normally wears Everlast gloves. I think he has a deal with Everlast. He's now wearing Grant gloves. The first pair of Grant gloves that he put on, they burst during the warm-up, had to put another pair of Grant gloves on. So from what I'm hearing, Terrence is wearing a totally different glove. I don't know if we can see it right there. Those are Grant gloves, I believe. Fighters don't like that. We like our stuff to be a certain type of way. He's got to overcome that, but I'm sure he's not happy about it.
What that does is that adds fuel to the fire, especially, when we show up on fight site, we show up, order the gloves that we had prepared to match our uniform, and we have 2 pairs of gloves sent in case of emergency, in case something like this happens. I've opened up my gloves. We open them up after the weigh-in. We take a look at our gloves and see what we like, which ones feel the best. Yeah. I've taken one glove from one pair and another glove from another pair and matched those together because I felt like these 2 feel right to me. You know what I mean? So I feel like something was taken from him, and that only means he's coming to the ring extremely mad.
That's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing.
How do you game plan to beat Terrence Crawford?
Man, I don't know, right? Like, he does so many things well, but even if skill for skill, you may have an advantage about him. He's got something that every champion has. Those are intangibles. It's a meanness, it's a toughness, it's a competitiveness that says you're gonna have to really hurt me to stop me tonight. You can't teach that. You can't really train for that. Terrence has that. So if all else fails in here, where things aren't clicking and he doesn't feel sharp, he's always got that bite down in him, and that's also hard to beat.
What about Israel Madrimov? What have you made of his demeanor throughout the week? Because he doesn't seem fazed by any of it.
He doesn't.
I love the demeanor. I think that's something that's common amongst those guys from the Eastern Europe. They always have this cold kind of feeling about them. This I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to entertain. I'm not here to slap hands and do pictures. I'm here to come in here and do a job and win. And I like that approach to this fight for him.
One of the things Sean talked about at the weigh-in was just kind of how solid Madrimov looked. Yeah. What did you think of it?
He's sturdy. He looks very, very strong. He's very, very skillful. The more I watch him, the more I like him. And the more I realize it's going to be a tough fight. People are looking at the amount of fights that Madrimov has, and they don't realize he's got 3, some say 400 amateur fights. Right. He's been through an amateur system his whole life. They don't understand that. That's why a guy with that amount of experience can be on the fast track and be in a fight like this with only 10 fights.
Power is also the one factor that people keep talking about and saying maybe that's the differentiating factor for him.
Sure.
A true out-and-out 154-pounder. Terrence fights bigger fighters all the time. Does it really matter?
I don't think that it does. And when you have a guy that's 40-0, you're always looking for, well, what's that secret sauce? What is it that's going to beat him? And the question now is, has he climbed up too high? I personally don't believe that 154 isn't too high. I think that's even closer to his natural weight, which means he's going to be full of nutrients, full of everything, didn't have to pull everything out of himself to get here like he has over the years. And so he's a much better fighter now and stronger fighter now.
A lot of times when you go up in weight, you are going up a weight class, but you still have to lose weight to make that weight class. So Terrence walks around probably 168 pounds. So yes, and he's going up in a weight class, but he still had to lose weight to be able to make this 154 limit.
This is going to be your final thought very quickly. How does it end?
I think Terrence is going to have to overcome the style, the strength, the power of Madrimov, but I think Terrence Crawford is going to slowly start to figure things out, and it's going to become a high-level stakes IQ game. And I think midway through, you'll start seeing Terrence land those body shots and those head shots that start to get Madrimov. I think 7, 8, maybe 9, we can see Terrence get him out of there.
It's very similar to what you said, Sean.
So I'll say something different. I like to see Madrimov start fast. If he starts fast, this might go a little different.
All right, let's send you over down by the ringside over to Adi Oladipo, who's with Eddie Hearn.
Thank you very much, Kate. Eddie, Matchroom and DAZN have done some incredible events around the world, some big events in the US. You look around here now, This must be one of your best.
Unbelievable. I mean, Riyadh's season has truly arrived in Los Angeles. You know, the work that's gone into Riyadh's season in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, the vision of His Excellency, this has blown us away. The promotion's been incredible. This place is packed in here. You've got every single star from the world of boxing, from music, from film, from sport, sitting ringside around this arena. What a night of boxing, upsets, great heavyweight fights, and now the big one. Well, that's just Eminem. And then the small fact of Crawford against Madrimov. Cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Eminem's going to appear behind us in a few moments. But let's talk about the main event. Terence Crawford versus your man, Israel Madrimov. You've gone backstage and you've seen Israel. How is he?
Honestly, ice cold. You know, worryingly, probably a little bit too calm. But that's his personality, you know. And I said to him tonight, just really clearly, you have to grab this moment. You know, when you walk out there and you come down these steps, you've got 36 minutes to create a legacy that you dreamed of your entire life. From a young man in Uzbekistan coming out over 300 amateur fights, one of the best amateurs ever from Uzbekistan. This is your moment. Don't let it pass you. Don't go 6 rounds behind early doors. Don't get pinged around. Get inside, let your hands go. Quite frankly, I said to him, bust his ribs up. You've got to hit him there, everywhere. Terence Crawford is amazing. This is your moment. This kid can do it. It's a big task, but I'm so excited for him.
Yeah, you wonder if the moment's going to be too big when he walks out. But I guess we're only going to find out in a few minutes, right? We don't know if he's ready for that big step up. We have seen fighters in the past do that, but whether or not Madrimov can do it or not, we'll soon find out. He is taking on, though, the pound-for-pound king. As you say, the pound-for-pound #1. It's going to be difficult, but the rewards are so big if he wins.
That's why you take it. It's the gamble for everything. You know, 10 fights in, you win a world title. You should have another 2 or 3 fights before you even think about Terence Crawford. But when you have the ability of Madrimov, when, you know, the rewards are there, look at this, like this plate, you know, this is the pinnacle of boxing. You're taking on the best fighter in the sport. A 3-division world champion, a 2-weight undisputed world champion. You win this fight, Israel Madrimov becomes a legend of Uzbekistan, of the sport of boxing, and you change your life forever. And he's got the kind of temperament of Dmitry Bivol when he faced Canelo Alvarez. It feels so much like that. You know, Canelo moving up in weight, Crawford moving up in weight, everybody overlooking the fight, talking about what's next. I hope it's the same, because if it does, you know, it's going to be a special night. But I guarantee you one thing, a brilliant fight, and this kid's going to give it everything.
Yeah, I think a finale is going to be fantastic. Eddie, and you can go and take your seat again ringside. Don't be too nervous, Eddie. Kate, back to you. A special night is awaiting us.
Yes, we are so ready for this one. This time last year, remember, Terence Crawford got the biggest win of his career to become undisputed at a 2nd weight class in one of the baddest ring walks in memory. He came out for that fight with Eminem, one of the biggest names in rap, one of the greatest MCs of all time, multiple Grammy Award winner. Guess who's back?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the main event before the main event. Entertainment before boxing, as we proudly present a truly undisputed heavyweight champion of the world of entertainment from the Motor City, Detroit, Michigan, USA. Let's make some noise for Shady, Aftermath, Interscope, superstar recording artist, the rap god, he is Slim Shady, a.k.a. Eminem.
Hi, my name is Slim Shady.
This motherfucker, man.
Yup, I've been sent from the past to save our career.
To save my career. My 25-year career, where I sold like 1 billion albums.
was to ask for Megan D. Say I get if she would clap with me. Would I really have a shot? I don't know, but I'm glad to be back. Sing it, Joe. Come on. Hands up. I'm about to reach in my back, bro. It's like just like that when I'm back, bro. Now back in the days of old me, right around the time I became a dopey, ate some codeine as a way of coping. Take the vote beat, it's case of emoji, turned me into a smiley face emoji. My shit may not be age appropriate, but I will hit an 8-year-old in the face with a participation trophy. I have zero doubts that this whole world's bound to turn into some Girl Scouts. That censorship bureau's out. So when I started this verse, it did start off lighthearted at first, but it feels like I'm talking in my boggling. How my profit is skyrocketing. Look what I'm rocketing. Yeah, the shit is just like y'all have been, like jogging in. I've been running at full speed, and that's why I'm ahead like my noggin. I'm the fight jogging in. When you debate who the best about some white chalking, I step up to that mic cocking it. I'm like, God, it's hit you, not again. Hands up. I'm about to reach in my back, bro. Just like that when I'm back, bro. Sometimes I wonder what the old beat say. If what? If he could see the way shit is today, he'd probably say that everything is gay. What's my name? What's my name? Los Angeles! You can also refer to him too as the one and only motherfucking Let's go! I'm beginning to feel like a rap. All my people from the front to the back. Wait, I'm racing around the track, call me NASCAR. Dealing hard to the trailer park, the white trash. Before General Zod, this plan is Krypton. No Asgard. So you be Thor, I'll be Odin, you Odin, I'm omnipotent. That often I'm reloading immediately with these bombs I'm toting. And I should not be broken. I'm the walking dead, but I'm just a talking head. A zombie float. But I got your mom deep throat. I'm out my rhyme with you, we have nothing in common. Brutal, I'm a Doberman, pinch yourself in the arm and pay homage, pupil. It's me. My honesty's brutal, but it's honestly futile. If I don't utilize what I do, though, could it be once in a while? So I wanna make sure somewhere in this shit scratch out, give it enough rhymes to maybe try to help get some people through tough times. But I gotta give a few punchlines just in case that they be unsigned. Rappers are hungry, looking at me like it's no time. I know there was a time where one side was king and the underground, but I still rap like I'm on my fair. So I punch rhymes, but sometimes when you come up here with the skin color of mine, you get too big and hit it. I'm trying to sing to you like that one line. I said, on up back for the madness. P1 when I tried to say I'll take 7. Put them all with a line in an AK-47 and a revolver. See if I get away with it now that I ain't as big as I was. But I'm morphing into an immortal, coming through the portal. You're stuck in a time warp from 2004, and I don't know what the fuck that you like for. Your point, this is rehearsal with fucking cornrows. Right? Hey, fuck being normal. And I just bought a new ray gun from the future just to come and shoot you. Like when Fabulous made raging. His pants with a fag and make his pants into a man while he playing. Yeah, no man, oh man, that was a 24/7 special. Only cable track. So Ray J went straight to the radio station the very next day. Hey Fab, I'ma kill you. Never coming at you to the sound of speed. Some of them are doing living, you assuming I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it through to you? I'm superhuman, innovative, animated rubber. So anything you say is ricocheting off of devastating more than ever demonstrated how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading. And I know the haters I've been waiting for the day when they can say I fell up themselves. Cause I know the way to get them motivated. I make elevating music, you make elevated music. Oh, he's too mainstream. Well, that's what they do and they get jealous like a music. It's not hip-hop, it's pop. Cause I found another way to fuse it. With rock, shock rap, with don't lose yourself, I make a loser. I don't know how to make songs like that. I don't know what words to use. Let me know when it occurs to you while I'm ripping any one of these verses. The verses you, it's curtains, I'm inadvertently hurting you. How many verses I gotta murder to prove that if you were half as nice, your songs you can sacrifice virgins to school flunky, build junkie. But look at the accolades, the skills brung. Full of myself, but still hungry. I bully myself cause I make me do what I put my mind to. When I'm a million leagues above. Ill when I speak in tongue. Still tongue and cheek, fuck you. Cross the take the fuck. Wheel, I'm asleep in the front seat. Fuck me, heavy eating the poison. Still chunky, but in my head there's something I can feel. Tugging and struggling. Angels fight with devils and here's what they want from me. They're asking me to eliminate some of the women hate, but if you take into consideration the bit of hate that I had, then it made me a little patient and more sympathetic to the situation. If understand discrimination, nation, but fuck it. Like tanning your limits, make lemonade.
If y'all still with us on the count of three, make some noise. 1, 2, 3. That's not loud enough. We here to see a motherfucking fight. 1, 2, 3.
Yo, California. Make some motherfucking noise for Bud Crawford, y'all. Yo, left, yo, left, yo, left, Cali, right, left, hands up, yo, left, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, right, left, look, now say Nate Dogg, say Nate Dogg, say Nate Dogg, now scream. Till I collapse, I'm spilling these raps, long as you feel them. To the day that I drop, you never say that I'm not killing them. It's when I am not, then I'ma stop pinning them. And I am not hip-hop, and I'm just not Eminem. Subliminal thoughts, women stop sending the wind in the court. Where it's cinnamon hard, venom, adrenaline shot. The penicillin could not get the illin to stop. Amoxicillin just not well enough. The criminal cop killing hip-hop, killing the minimal swap. The cop millions of pop listeners. You're coming with me, feel it or not. You're gonna fear it like I showed you the spirit of God. Listen us talk. You'll hear it a lot, lyrics to shot. Is it a miracle or am I just product of pop? Listen up. It's just on my whistle, this is the plot. Listen up. If this was Opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. One moment. Would you capture it? Or just let it slip? His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking how? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. Choke. He's so mad, but he won't give up. Daddies, he knows he won't have it. He knows his whole back to these ropes. It don't matter. He's dope. He knows that, but he's broke. He's so sad that he knows when he goes back to this mode for home. That's when it's back to the lab again. Yo, this whole rhapsody better go capture this moment. Hope it don't. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss a chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss a chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself. Oranges, peach, pears, plums, oranges. Yeah, here I come, I'm inches away from you, there fear none. Hip-hop is in a state of 911, so let's get down to business. I don't got no time to play around, what is this? Must be a circus in town, and shut the shit down on these clowns, and I get a witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main event in the world of boxing is upon us. Boxing fans, are you ready? Then let's get this party started! Coming to the ring at this time, first, the champion, Israel, the Dream, Madrimov!
So here comes Israel Madrimov, the reigning WBA Super Welterweight Champion. What an electrifying performance by Eminem, as I'm joined here by Chris Mannix and Sergio Moran. Sometimes those things go over like a lead balloon. The fans are here for boxing, not music, but everyone rising to their feet for Eminem. And like that last song said, Sergio, for Israel Madrimov, You only get one shot at an opportunity like this.
I mean,
the pound-for-pound king, Terence Crawford.
I mean, look, his name says it all. The dream off. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's realizing the dream. This is his moment right here.
In his 12th professional fight, he gets a shot at Terence Bud Crawford, and all of Uzbekistan is behind him. He told us that this is their version of the Super Bowl. Even at the Olympics, all of the fighters in their interviews, all the boxers are saying, hey, Madrimov is our motivation, our inspiration. And Chris, if you ask those that are close to him, they are extremely confident that he gets the job done tonight.
Yeah, Israel Madrimov is part of a very talented camp in Indio, California that includes MJ Akmadaliev, Bentamir Melekuziev, Shakir Giasov. These guys have been training partners, working together through the amateur ranks, coming up as a pro for these kind of opportunities. In addition to potentially becoming a pound-for-pound fighter himself, Israel Madrimov could become the greatest fighter from Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan has had many good fighters. They haven't had a true superstar yet. A win tonight will put Israel Madrimov in that category.
And we talk about the hard road to the top for Terence Crawford as we see the fireworks show going off. Israel Madrimov dreamed of this moment as he grew up extremely poor, so he had to go collect firewood and get water from a well for his family growing up. And now this, the grandest stage of them all. He looks pretty relaxed.
I'll tell you one thing, man, the fighters relish the ring walk, but we never think or imagine a ring walk like this. It doesn't get bigger or better. Look, this man has been a poker face the entire time. Finally we see a smile, finally we see excitement. It's time, man. Adrenaline running through their veins. Moment's real.
And you see that fan zone statistic, 85% picking Terence Crawford to win. Terence Crawford is an all-time great fighter. Let me tell you, that is a big number because Israel Madrimov is a very live underdog here.
When we asked Madrimov what he thought about Crawford, he said, I don't think about it. I only think about me. This is my division, and I'll show him what it's all about tonight.
Relax your hands.
built for moments like these. We saw what he did to Errol Spence in his biggest fight ever. A complete dismantling of the former champion, and he said the plan is to make it look easy again tonight.
Listen, man, when he fought Spence, he came out with a fishnet outfit. He was a big fish, catching the bigger fish. Tonight, he's coming out like the general. Just an excellent ring walk. from the pound-for-pound man. Can't stop, addicted to the shindig is him.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, making his entrance to the ring, the challenger, Terrence Bud Crawford!
No entourage needed. He stands alone. A three-division world champion now says, I fight for my legacy. I only want legacy-defining fights, and this is certainly one, Sergio, as he looks for a fourth weight class world title in your former division, junior middleweight.
I'll tell you one thing, for this guy to be coming up from lightweight to junior middleweight and try to conquer another weight division, that's something like Roberto Valenzuela, another four-division champion that started out lightweight. I mean, it's something only great fighters do. Only fighters that are that talented to get on this stage to do what he does. It's just incredible.
You mentioned legacy, Tom. That is exactly what Terrence Crawford is fighting for. He has accomplished all he needs to accomplish in professional boxing. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever he elects to hang up the gloves. After this week, what keeps him going? Why does he keep fighting in fights like this and at this level? He's got more than enough money to last him the rest of his life. And he said it was legacy. He said he wants to leave the kind of mark on the sport that all the other greats did. The Ali's, the Sugar Ray Leonards, the Mike Tysons. That's how Terrence Crawford wants to be remembered, and that's why he's taking a fight like this tonight.
11 straight stoppage wins for Terrence Crawford. He's not just winning fights, he's beating guys up. And Sergio, you made an interesting comment this week. You were asked what the X factor was in this bout, and you said it could come down to who's more mean.
That's exactly it, man. Who has the bigger chip on the shoulder? Who's been waiting for this opportunity? Who's been shunned by the public? Hasn't been given the big stage? Meanness, the chip. That's what makes this man special right here. Yes, the fight IQ, the speed, the power, everything. But you can't top this man. He has dog in him.
At some point, someone will be too big, too strong, too good for Terrence Crawford. But will it be tonight? Will it be Israel Madrimov in the junior middleweight division?
The national anthem for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will honor champion and challenger with their respective national anthems. First, the national anthem for Uzbekistan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special guest recording artist, Miss Morell Simpson, shall sing the national anthem for the United States of America.
So proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Morell Simpson. Ladies and gentlemen, from BMO Stadium here in Los Angeles, California, USA, welcome to Riyadh Season Card Los Angeles, an evening of world-class professional boxing for your entertainment, and it's all brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GEA. Promoters, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Frank Warren for Queensbury Promotions, Sella and Gold Star Promotions in association with League One and World of Boxing. Special thanks to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GEA, Turki Al Sheikh. This is the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA Super Welterweight Championship of the World. This contest is sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission Chairman Peter Villegas, Executive Officer Andy Foster, the WBA President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza Jr. Also sanctioned for the interim title by the World Boxing Organization President Paco Barcarcel, and for the mandatory rank of #1 in the World Boxing Council President Mauricio Suleiman. At ringside, the three judges scoring. From Canada, Benoit Rossel. From the United States, Fernando Villarreal. From the United States, Steve Weisfeld. And inside the ring, the man in charge of the action at the bell, world champion veteran referee Jack Ruiz. And now, the officials are in position and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. So for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from Los Angeles, California, USA, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner with his head trainer, Joe Diaz. He's wearing white with silver, official weight, 154 pounds. After an outstanding amateur career of over 300 victories, he now has an undefeated professional record consisting of 10 victories, 7 wins by knockout, 1 technical draw, training and fighting out of Indio, California. He is the fighting pride of Khiva and all Uzbekistan, presenting the reigning, defending, undefeated WBA Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Israel, the Dream, Madrimov. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, standing with his head trainer, Brian B. McIntyre. Wearing navy with gold and red, he brings a professional record to the ring that is unblemished. He weighed in at 153.4 pounds, and that record stands at a perfect 40 fights, 40 victories, 31 wins by knockout over the last 7 years, 11 fights, 11 KOs. He is recognized as pound for pound, the best in the world. From Omaha, Nebraska, USA, the former lightweight world champion, former undisputed super lightweight champion, the current unified, undefeated welterweight champion of the world, Terence Crawford.
Mouthpiece. Mouthpiece. Okay, coaches, both trunks are high. This is the point. Below this point is the low blow, and below this point is the low blow. I gave you guys instructions. I want to just remind you, please listen and follow my requests at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Fight hard, fight clean. Good luck to both of you.
Terrence Crawford hasn't heard the final bell of a round, of a fight rather, in 8 years. 2016 was the last time he went the distance. 11 straight stoppages. Can he get another one tonight and become a champion in a 4th weight class? Or will the man nicknamed the Dream make his dream come true and pick up the biggest win in his country's history? 12 rounds. Here we go.
You know, these early rounds are going to be very important for Madrimov. Crawford, admittedly a very slow starter, likes to kind of figure out what his opponents want to do. Madrimov, I think, needs to win these early rounds to bank them.
Got an early switch from Crawford right there. I always feel like when he comes out orthodox, he really wants to see what you're about. He didn't waste any time switching.
I think, Sean, fighting southpaw for Crawford, I think will help neutralize that long jab of Madrimov. That's one of his best weapons, that jab to the body. You stay in that southpaw stance, you know, it takes a little bit out of the way.
Maddox, and to your point, I think that's why he switched. He knows immediately, I need to stabilize that jab.
And Crawford's going to have to reach the fighting edge, reach over Madrimov. So I think the jab, if whoever can take the other jab away, is going to be actually in position to land the straight punches down the pipe.
We've seen in the past Crawford sometimes a little bit of a slow starter as he downloads the information, figures his opponent out. So don't be surprised if Madrimov can bank a couple early rounds.
You know why they call him a slow starter? Because he's a counter puncher by nature. He's not supposed to start fast. He wants to see what you want to do, and he's going to take those opportunities to counter punch.
The thing that I like about Madrimov is that he always has perpetual upper body movement. These Uzbek fighters have great footwork, but notice the upper body movement, how his head is never in line, direct line with the straight left hands and the jabs of his opponents.
Both of these fighters can switch stances, the flip of a coin.
Sergio, can you see how many times both these guys keep starting over? Do you see it? They get in front of one another, and then they both take a step back and start over.
No, it's kind of like they're dancing. They're trying to get each other's rhythm and timing. None of them really wants to take a chance. And now that they're in the ring, can you see the size advantage that Madrimov has, how wide his back is and his shoulders?
Well, listen, the other thing, too, we know Madrimov only has 10 fights, but the fact that he keeps making Crawford start over lets us know that he deserves to be in the ring with Crawford.
He only has 10 pro fights, but had a reported 350 amateur bouts. That's what they do in Eastern Europe. They put a premium on amateur careers. But right now, Madrimov, the WBA champ. There's a counter right from Madrimov.
Madrimov was waiting for that right hand. Crawford saw that coming. This wicked combination by Bud Crawford in the end of that round.
And there's Eminem finishing the set. Come sit front row, watch the fights. Pretty good gig.
She a body, she knows she a 10. She a body with her body front like damn. She a humble, like damn. She a humble, like damn. She a humble, she a humble, she lit. Don't let it turn like damn. She a humble, like damn, like damn.
Kate Beckinsale looking dapper.
You're right on the button. Hit the angle afterwards. Number 2, step back, step back.
Round 2. We are scheduled for 12.
That was a really good controlled first round from both guys. Just looking, trying to download information, as we like to say, and figure out what the other one is all about. I like how that first round went from both guys.
Yeah, so do I, Sean. You know, I like the way that Crawford ended it, but you can tell that he has respect for Madrimov. The upper body movement, how it's never stopping. It's always perpetual upper body movement, so it's hard to time Madrimov.
It's little things like that that will stop a rhythm fighter from finding their rhythm. So again, another thing that Madrimov can do to stabilize Terence Crawford is that movement, that upper body movement.
Madrimov trying to remain a puzzle that Crawford can't figure out for as long as possible.
The other thing I see as well, Crawford moving to his left, which is moving into the power of Madrimov, but he's again trying to take away that jab hand. We see if Madrimov can't land the jab, he can't get started.
I like the way that Madrimov steps over to his right every time he tries to cut off the ring.
The funny thing though,
there it is right there.
Yeah, you got the step over. We know the punch is supposed to come, but you got a sharpshooter standing across from you, so that's why we're not getting that step over right hand from Madrimov.
Yeah, what Madrimov lacks in professional experience, those 11 pro fights, he more than makes up for with an amateur background. More than 300 amateur wins. So he has been around the block a few times.
I like those foot feints by Madrimov. Bud's not biting on them, but he's respecting them.
Got to slay. It's a slow fight so far for the crowd, but I like the control of both guys. I like how both guys aren't deviating from their plans.
Right hand from Madrimov. And another one. Bud shakes it off.
Two good right hands, though, right down the middle.
Bud staying in the southpaw stance. Crowd getting a little restless.
This is going to be a tough fight for Bud, man. I can see it. Trying to get the timing down of Madrimov is going to be very difficult, man. He doesn't give you much to read, and he's always perpetually moving in the same rhythm, the same bounce. You don't know, you can't time that.
And that's the thing about the crowd. They don't know Madrimov, so they don't understand. This is how he operates. Eventually, he's going to get going, which is going to get Terence going. And we hear a restless crowd so far out of just 2 rounds.
Two good body shots there by Bud.
There's your aerial shot of BMO Stadium. And next Saturday, Virgil Ortiz is back, taking on Ukraine's Sergey Bohachuk live from Las Vegas. And Ortiz, a potential opponent perhaps for Terence Crawford, according to Turkey Almaayouf earlier tonight.
Hey, stay smart. Georgia, body. Hey, Razwa, body. Hey, and then Prava. Okay? Hey, switch it up too. Hey, switch it up. Georgia, level sboku. Okay? Switch it. Okay?
Главное собранное внимание. Понял? Он пока не может понять твой ритм. Продолжай в своем ритме работать. Понял? Эй, с любым ударом не заваливай.
Madrimov works out with Dimitri Bivol. In fact, helped prepare him for his signature victory over Saul Alvarez, who was moving up a weight class to try and dethrone Bivol. That's exactly what Crawford's trying to do here, moving up from 147 to 154.
Take you into the mind of Crawford real quick. He comes out, he throws some punches immediately. He's just trying to get Madrimov to react and start throwing some punches of his own.
And what I like about Madrimov, he's not reacting to what Crawford wants him to make. Crawford's going to have to set the pace right here with him being offensive first, which he's doing now.
This is usually the round in Bud Crawford's career where he starts to pick it up a little bit. He starts to see how his opponents are going to fight him, and he starts to pick up the action.
Those are good jabs, and he's really just trying to wake up Israel Madrimov at this point.
I mean, Madrimov just feint after feint, and he is constantly in motion there at the ring.
And I love that strategy, Chris, I'm telling you, because with a sniper like Crawford, man, he's so ready to counterpunch you with the laser-like punches that he has. You just got to keep feigning him. Hopefully you can catch him in one of those feints and counter him.
Well, at some point, Madrimov's got to take a little bit of a risk, isn't he? He can't just posture all night.
This isn't posture, it's setting the pace.
Yeah, this is just extreme patience for Madrimov.
I agree, Sean. And you have to have patience, you have to have timing, you have to have a lot of things to get past the guard of a fighter like Crawford.
See, you and I, Sergio, we know something that this crowd doesn't know. We understand what Madrimov is trying to do, and we understand what Terence Crawford is all about.
Absolutely, man.
Absolutely. It's going to take some time. I remember the crowd booing.
The right hand from Madrimov.
When I fought Crawford, the crowd started booing after the second round.
Oh, nice uppercut from Crawford, his best punch.
That little short left-handed uppercut. Right on the button to Bud Crawford.
Good body shot, too, from Crawford.
Movement, if anything gives Crawford any kinds of issues, it's movement. Upper body movement, footwork, angles. As a matter of fact, Sean, I was watching the fight with you. You were getting some issues with some movement as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say about my fight. People were booing after the second round. Yep. I thought to myself, just calm down. Can't go yet. If you start too fast against Crawford, he'll pick up on it and he'll pick you apart.
Exactly. And that's what I think Madrimov is doing well here. The patience, the feints, and not really getting over aggressive or listening to this crowd, and not fighting for the traps that Bud's trying to set.
Listen, we're 3 rounds in. We're applauding this patience right now of Madrimov. 3 or 4 more rounds of that, and then we got to start asking why he's not picking it up.
Absolutely.
Good jab right there.
Good job. Terence Crawford's good friends. There's Shakur Stevenson. Hey, he likes that slow pace, doesn't he, Sergio? He's cheering from the rafters.
Yeah, right? Catch and release. Catch and release, but keep stepping. What'd you see, Coach?
Again, another control round from Crawford, but right there eating the right hand. The best punch, of course, landed by Madrimov right now. One of only a few punches, but Crawford comes right back. Over the top came Israel. So a nice little exchange right there to finish that round. I think we got the tongue coming out of Crawford right there. Yeah, he felt it.
It's going to be a tough fight for Bud, man. It's a patient fought. The danger is around the corner, man. Madrimov is doing the right thing. Starting off this slow and patient.
The danger, though, is around the corner for Madrimov, too. I thought that little short uppercut was a really nice shot for Bud Crawford. I like how he picked up the pace a little bit in that third round. A little bit faster than the first 2.
Crawford is staying almost exclusively in the southpaw stance, Sergio. You expect him to go orthodox?
No, I don't know what to expect from Crawford. I think most of the time he's going to say southpaw, but it's incredible. This man is equally as good from both stance. It's just unexpected. That's what makes him so difficult to figure out.
Crawford does not come into fights with a game plan as to when he's going to go orthodox and when he's going to switch. He just does it on the fly. There you see some of the punch stats there. Terence Crawford, 15 landed, 82 thrown. Better stats, 14 out of 43 for Israel.
And that's what I love about Crawford. You can't prepare for that. He has no style. You know, it's kind of like a boxing version of Bruce Lee. You know, there's no style to his method. You can't train for it. You don't know what to prepare for.
Another good right hand from Madrimov. And another.
Yeah, no, he's got the angle for that right hand, and he's landing it. Good body shot from Crawford.
That was a fantastic body shot from Bud Crawford. Madrimov coming in, landed that shot right to the right side.
Those are heavy shots by Crawford. They sound thumping. I mean, both these guys are hitting that junior middleweight right now.
Crawford put everything into that right.
And look at the footwork of Madrimov, able to get around him before he threw that right hand, that left hook. Oh, that was a right hook.
Madrimov has that right just popped and ready to go, man. You see it right there. He unleashed that quick. There it is again right there. Crawford's just way too fast right now. Too slick.
If I was going to point out one weakness in Madrimov that Bud could exploit is that when he does throw some of these rights, he overcommits. He goes all in. He kind of lunges at you. If Crawford can time it right, that's something he can count on.
Well, yeah, he does do that, Chris, but he has the explosiveness and the footwork to get away with it. And he doesn't fall off balance when he does it either. That's something he's been doing for years and years and years, Madrimov has.
Oh, right hand from Madrimov.
And an uppercut by Bud, but that's a dangerous punch to throw when someone's throwing a lead right hand at you.
Madrimov is doing very well so far. And his pace seems to suit him.
Ooh, nice right hand by Madrimov.
Пытаешься печень ударить, внимательно, понял? Сразу прямой работает, ты видишь, да? Только не чисти. Дернул, ударил, потом снова поиграл, снова ударил. На размены, если не рискуй, понял? Внимательно работай, только точные удары, понял?
Hey, be smart. Better round there for both guys. We're starting to heat up. The right hand is really starting to heat up for Madrimov. He's found the range. He's found the distance. He's not afraid to lead with that right hand, which is the best punch to lead with against a southpaw. Right there we see Crawford utilize that jab. Don't be surprised if we see Crawford switch up because that right hand's landing so clean.
I would love to see that uppercut that Bud landed. It was a beautiful shot, but also Madrimov landed a right hand. Both of them are looking for different openings, man, and both of them are so sharp and strong right now.
But Crawford still staying in the southpaw stance.
I'm a little surprised. He's got caught with quite a few right hands. I'm looking to see him switch pretty soon. But I think more than anything, he knows he needs to sit down and try to hurt Israel Madrimov to get some respect.
Nice shots there by Bud.
Yeah, he's starting to throw a little more often now.
Yeah, he's not throwing with that jab. He's going in the front door with a straight left, then the jab. Disrupting the rhythm, trying to disrupt the rhythm of Madrimov.
That's why I thought he was switching to orthodox. He knows that left hand is going to get there, so he's going to lead off with the left hand now.
Madrimov with a little left uppercut. It's hard to get Madrimov's timing down because he really doesn't. You can't time him, can you, Sergio? He's just all over the place.
Well, that's my point about his upper body movement and how he's always not in the same place. And notice how his head's always going up and down, up and down. And it's because of footwork. He makes himself small, bounces back up. It's hard to time that. He has good upper body movement. It's very jittery, but it's planned.
And I'm telling you, he's got great balance and really good footwork as well. Crawford sees what he's doing. He's cutting down that range, that distance, really methodically.
Oh, and that may have been a trip. It was.
That was a trip.
Yeah, that was a trip. A little bit of a glance.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet, guys.
Spun out, but absolutely right call by Jack Ruiz.
I would like to see more of right hands on this right there, but to aim at the body of Bud. You know, right now both these guys are hesitant to throw upstairs, so just start throwing straight shots to the body, even if they're jabs.
John, it looks to me Bud's not really that concerned with winning rounds right now.
Well, I mean, I think he's winning rounds. The first round I had him losing was the last. I have a 3-1 right now. I think he's trying to just find that right pace to try to control this fight. And Madrimov not giving him that with that foot movement and that upper body movement that Sergio's been talking about.
Overhand right from Madrimov. Uppercut.
I like that sneaky uppercut on Madrimov. Anyone else would have fell for that, but not Crawford.
See the switch? There's the switch.
Time, stop punching, all punch.
Devin Haney. Wonder who he's going to fight next as he tries to rebound from that match with Ryan Garcia.
I think his next move is up to 147 pounds. Wouldn't surprise me, though, sometime next year, see Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia for the match.
And then he has a little, it's like opening a little bit.
Are you confident we're going to see Ryan Garcia back in a boxing ring anytime soon the way he's been acting?
I am. I do think that Ryan Garcia will be back. And hope he's in a better place.
You might have got that round.
Hey, listen, man, if a guy like Tyson Fury came back from the darkness, I give a chance to Ryan Garcia to come back as well.
5, sorry.
All right, we're at round 6.
Sean, Bud made the point this week that he's fought all kinds of styles, lots of medalists over the year. I can't remember a guy that fought like Madrimov that Bud has faced.
You know, it's not the exact same, but Madrimov, outside of this movement here, isn't bringing much different from what Bud has seen in the past.
I've got a 48 to 47 in favor of Israel Madrimov. These fights, these rounds, guys, have been razor thin in terms of punch output. Just a very, very competitive fight.
It's a tough fight to score, but I agree with you, Chris. And that's why I told you in the beginning of the round, this is going to be a tough fight for Bud, man. It's hard to time guys that never stand still. Their upper body movement, their footwork, and add the fact that Madrimov has power and timing. I mean, it's going to be difficult for the pound-for-pound champ.
Terrence Crawford has never been knocked down.
I got it 4-1 after 5. I think that Bud is still in control. He hasn't run away with the fight. And I think sometimes when you see that a fighter isn't doing what you expect him to do, you blame it on the opposite fighter and feel like that fighter's having success. I don't see it though.
What do you see, Sergio?
I see the opposite, Sean. I'm sorry, man. I like Madrimov. I mean, both of them aren't really doing much. I know we always say, you gotta beat the champion. I'm not going off that right now, but right now, the champion is handling his own stuff. I like the foot feints, the patience. It's tricky, man. Tough rounds to score, but I like Madrimov so far, bud.
Stop. You get stop. Did you get hurt with it? No? You all right? Box. But no blood, no nothing.
Looks like a little mouse maybe starting to come under the right eye of Terrence Crawford. Right hand from Madrimov.
Good jab.
That's a good shot right there by Bud. For all the tools and talent, speed and power that Bud Crawford has, now you can add patience to it, man. This guy's he's lethal.
Yeah, and Madrimov has really stabilized a lot of what Crawford is about.
I want to see more jabs from both these fighters, man, especially Madrimov. Because right now, Madrimov is kind of posturing in front of him. Yes, he's avoiding the big shots. He has good upper body movement, but he's not jabbing. So he is jabbing.
And that's my thing. I feel like Bud is out throwing him and out landing him. And that's why I got Bud winning this fight. But I also think that if he starts using that jab, he might get himself in trouble. Body shot.
Two good body shots by Bud Crawford in this round.
I caught a smile right there from Bud when he was close to his side of the ring.
Yeah, I think he overheard you there.
Good combination right there from Bud.
Now this was a really good round. Patient round by Bud coming around the guard, but it was a body shot. Look at those short little shots. He doesn't pull back the punches. Everything's from 6 inches, boom. Point A to point B.
And there's Bam Rodriguez, who's been flying up the pound-for-pound rankings because of the opponents he's fighting, Chris, and the performances.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the best young fighters in all of boxing. Ticketed for a rematch with Juan Francisco Estrada at the end of this year. If he gets through that, maybe a couple more. Could get the dream fight. In a way,
Don't forget
Bam
to be
Rodriguez.
the body. Body, let's go.
Fights like Superman, though.
7.
I like that.
7. Stay back, guys. Stay back.
All right, we've reached the halfway point of this fight. We're in round 7, scheduled for 12. punches landed through 6 rounds in a row. Sean said he thought that Crawford was throwing more and landing more. Well, it's Madrimov who's landed more and is much more accurate with 33%. Sean, does that alter the way you're looking at this fight right now?
Well, I was right saying that he's thrown more. He's thrown 84 more punches, and then he's only outlanded by 1, so I wasn't very far off. I still got it, what, 6-1? Or 5-1, Crawford.
Nice hand speed there from Crawford. Good timing as well. But we know Terrence Crawford can turn it on in a heartbeat. He did that against Sean Porter. He was told that Porter was winning the fight. And Sean, you remember he changed things around pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Sean remembers, Todd.
Yeah, I saw the clips.
That's a good counter right there by Madrimov.
That was actually a great counter from Madrimov. Great timing in the fundamentals to step into that punch.
Well, Bud said the plan was to make it look easy, but Sergio, it's not been easy.
I didn't expect it to be easy, man. I mean, Madrimov is not an easy fighter. With all that amateur experience, the strength, the footwork, there's a lot of comparisons of him and Golovkin. I really don't see those, aside from the body structure and maybe the facial expressions. This is a different hybrid of a puncher. Does it with footwork, with feints, with unique combinations. And what I really like is the patience. He's still patient into the 7th round. You need patience against a guy like Crawford because you don't want to make any mistakes. You can turn your life off like that.
11 straight knockout wins for Terrence Crawford.
Eastern European fighters are very disciplined, and that's why we can see Madrimov, even at this point, still being patient.
Back-to-back great body shots of Crawford.
That's what I would want to see Madrimov start doing here. Throwing some body shots at Bud. Or start pushing him back with jabs to the butt, to the body.
Chris, can you shed some light on that?
They'd like to make a unification fight against either Mario Barrios or Montes Stanionis. One fight that could be out there, though. Virgil Ortiz. I know if Cruz doesn't get the big fight at 147, he's ready to go for 154.
When's the round with 2 combinations? Come on!
There's a look at BMO Stadium. You heard Joel Diaz, the trainer, Madrimov, saying, look, give me some combinations.
Stop, no one move, no one punch. Turn around,
They know what I know.
Turn around.
All right? This is 6-1 Crawford right now.
This is going to be an interesting round right here.
Crawford having some success to the body last round. I'm really curious to see if he's going to try to go back there.
What would you like to see Madrimov do, Sean, to turn things around if he is indeed down by 6 rounds to 1?
You know, Sergio said it in the 2nd or 3rd round. He said he wants to see the jab more from Madrimov. I like to see the jab more. And I like to, Sergio said it last round, get to the body. He's got to do more work, and that's what the Diaz winner told him.
Yeah, like you don't have to aim for the head. It's going to be hard to aim for the head. I mean, you're dealing with a sniper in Crawford. But if you try to stop him in the middle, just aim at the chest, aim at the body, aim at the elbows. Keep those arms from countering you.
I was just in the corner of Israel Madrimov talking to Joel Diaz and hey, it's a chess match still out there. He wants his guy to start letting his hands go. He said one of these 2 guys is going to take the initiative over these final few rounds. He wants Madrimov to be that guy.
Crawford so experienced in these big fights entering tonight. He has been in so many rounds in title fights. Madrimov just 11 pro fights total.
Something I'm seeing from Madrimov right now, he's getting creative. I like to see him get creative. Go around the gloves. Stop waiting on the back end those shots. Go take it to Crawford.
Right there from Madrimov and another one, and that tongue sticking out from Crawford.
There you go. That's the right hand downstairs, and he doubled up that left hook that threw off the rhythm that Bud was catching. Madrimov's having some good moments right here.
These guys are both throwing some haymakers now.
And anytime Madrimov gets going, Crawford takes that away. That's what I mean by meanness when I talked about that's the deciding factor here. Bud Crawford is mean, man. He won't let you take any initiative. He won't let you take any rounds. You hit me with 2, I'm gonna come back with 4.
This is what I talk about when I talk about the mental fortitude of Terence Crawford. Now trying to walk down Madrimov.
Oh, right hand from Madrimov, and he grabs on. As Crawford looked like he was starting to get into his flow here in round 8.
That punch almost was a home run, guys. I'm telling you, that was an awkward overhand right by Madrimov. It looked like he was bending down defensively, and he comes over the top.
Stop punching. Right?
This is a smart, tough, strong, and tricky fighter in Israel Madrimov.
Vasily Lomachenko. There were rumors that he might fight Tank Davis next, but Lomachenko said he wanted some time off.
Yeah, there was some talks, some serious talks about Lomachenko facing Tank Davis, but I think Lomachenko, having gone through a lot, both inside and outside the ring over the last few years, needs a little bit of a break. Gonna take the rest of the year off. Still a world champion at 135. Gonna look for some bigger fights next year.
There's Lupe Fiasco over his left shoulder.
Hey, move to your left. You want to switch left a little bit? No, okay. Whatever. Hey, keep moving to your left because he's swinging the left on you. Hey, let's go.
That was a pretty good round for Madrimov, but how does he build on that shot?
You know, it's got to be about consistency when you're going up against Terence Crawford. Whatever you do well, stay consistent. He's now starting to stay put. He's still using that upper body movement, but he's not moving his feet. When Crawford's coming in, Crawford's having his way.
Only 4 rounds to go. Let's look at our CompuBox statistics. Crew, 8 full rounds. Madrimov has landed more power punches.
No, stop.
35% to 28% landed.
I mean, you look at some of these numbers, whether it's total punches landed, power punches landed, they are really only separated by a handful. This is as competitive a fight as you can get.
You know, this is the elite level. Madrimov he simply doesn't have the record that proves it, and he also doesn't have the popularity that would show that he's on the level of a Terence Crawford, but we see it right here in front of us.
That left just missed from Madrimov. That right hit. And he's become more aggressive, Sergio.
He's going to have to get more aggressive now that this is where size comes into play. Right? Madrimov is the natural 154-pounder. This is what you got to start implementing your physicality on Crawford.
Yeah.
But do it responsibly behind footwork and foot feints, which he is.
Now, that was the advice from Joel Diaz over these last couple of rounds. A very animated Joel Diaz in the corner. He wants to see him let his hands go and be the more assertive fighter at this stage of the fight. That's a good straight right hand that Madrimov's landing.
Even if Madrimov is hitting gloves, they're still doing some damage. You know, you still feel the rattle when you block those shots, and as a natural
nice left there from Madrimov as Crawford was closing in.
Madrimov should just be content right now hitting those gloves. They're still going to do the job. They're still going to get points, and you're still going to be initiating the action.
Left from Madrimov. He's having his best round of the night.
Yes, he is.
We keep waiting for Crawford to completely figure out Madrimov, but maybe Madrimov is starting to figure Crawford out.
I like those overhand looping shots by Madrimov, and not falling off balance either. And those are getting close to landing because of all those foot feints that he's been doing this entire fight. Now he's able to capitalize on them.
Nice jabs from Crawford.
Crawford has to stay responsible defensively. He puts his guard down, stays still, and the overhand right comes. It is going to land.
Watch it, slip.
A slip on the logo there from Madrimov as he glanced down.
Time.
Turkey Kalajdzic and Eminem.
That right there, that right hand, I'm telling you. Go ahead, Sergio.
No, that was a clean shot.
Here's the overhand.
And it caught him on the right side of Crawford's face. So that tweak, you weren't able to roll with that shot. It tweaks your neck a different way.
There's the overhand. That overhand left hook right there. The looping shots, to your point, Sergio. Those are key punches now at this point in the fight.
You know what's great about Madrimov? You see some of those shots land, but when he lands them, he doesn't admire them. Immediately dips that head out of the way to prevent a counter shot.
That's an observation, and that's why he can't find rhythm. Crawford can't find his rhythm because he's punching and dipping as Madrimov.
This fight's unique in the fact that usually once the fight progresses in the later rounds, Crawford has got you figured out and he starts to take over. That has not been the case here as we enter round 10.
Body shot right there from Crawford.
And that's because of the constant flow. You know, there's never the rhythm of Madrimov's upper body doesn't give you a stationary target. He's never in front of you long enough for you to get him. It's like a
fluid uppercut from Terrence.
He's like fluid and jittery, but strong enough to get your attention with shots like that.
And a little grin on the face of Terrence Crawford. I think that's because Madrimov proved so slippery there. As Crawford came in, Madrimov did a nice job ducking out.
Right hand from Crawford as we pull up Chris Mannix's unofficial scorecard.
I've got an 86-85 in favor of Israel Madrimov. I think these last couple of rounds, he's really asserted himself, especially with that right hand. So 86-85 as we get closer to the championship round.
How's that sit with you, Sean? I know you had Crawford up big early.
Yeah, you know, I think his scorecard is cute. But also, man, it's very hard to score a lot of fights, especially when you're in the position that we're in. I'm looking at the punches landed. I feel like Crawford's controlling the fight, controlling the range, the distance, out punching, out landing. I got him winning by a lot. And I think that's what the scores will say should this fight end in 2 more rounds.
Man, I like the way Madrimov is fighting, man. I think it's a close fight. I can easily see Madrimov winning by 1 round or the opposite, but it's a close fight, Sean.
I can also tell you that Crawford has figured out Madrimov. If you watch when Crawford throws his punches, he takes 1 step and then he takes another step and then he punches. He knows Madrimov is going to slide out.
Sean, I mean, obviously I'm not the expert, but to me, clear as day, Madrimov won the last 2 rounds, and you say Crawford's figured him out.
Sean?
I got nothing to say to him.
There's a right hand from Madrimov. Either way, it's probably a little too close for comfort for Crawford. You'd like to see him turn on the gas.
No, it's a close fight, man. It really is a close fight.
Crawford trying to make history here. A 4th division champion here at junior middleweight. Madrimov said, this is my division. He's coming into my territory, and he's not taking my gold.
Watch Crawford's feet. He takes 2 steps, and then he throws, and he lands. That right there.
Crawford lands a good body shot.
Yeah, he landed a good body shot, sir, but he got countered with the straight right.
He got countered right with the straight right.
Now Crawford on the front foot. You know he's trying to set something up, but Madrimov not letting him get it off.
We just sold out the Primo Stadium. Here they go. Back in stadiums, the shady splits flow. Once they go, macadamia, they go so ballistic. You can make them look like bozos. He's wondering if he should spit this slow. Oh no, go for broke. His coach just won't go wrong. No, he ain't had a boss like this since the last time that he overdosed. They've been waiting patiently.
You guys are seeing something different from me.
Hey, nice right hand right there by Madrimov. Hey, Crawford sticking his tongue out like, yeah, that's not enough.
All right, we're in the championship rounds.
Both guys look really fresh at this point.
Good shot there by Madrimov, straight right hand. I'll tell you one thing, man, if Crawford seems a little antsy and feels like he needs to win these last 2 rounds big, that's going to fall into the hands of Madrimov. Madrimov has good timing, the power's still there.
I agree, and good timing as well.
This is usually when Bud shines, that he's in jeopardy of going the distance for the first time since 2016. 11 straight stoppage wins for the pound-for-pound star.
I'll tell you the adjustment I would have made for Crawford. I would have switched him to orthodox. Wouldn't have put him right in line for that right hand that he has been getting caught with a lot this fight.
Excellent observation, man. You know what? I didn't think of that, Sean. Now that you're saying it, you make absolutely the right sense, because I think this southpaw style, these Uzbek fighters fight too many southpaws. They're accustomed to them so much.
Oh, yeah.
I think orthodox would have been better for the straight right hands of Bill Crawford.
Yep.
You think there's a reason he hasn't been switching much, Sergio? As a right hand lands from Madrimov.
He's naturally a left-handed. He's naturally left-handed. So I think that he wants to apply power and try to finish Madrimov, and I think that that's why he stays southpaw.
I do think it is as simple as it has taken away the power jab of Madrimov to the body. Like, that is one of his best weapons, and it has been largely neutralized in this fight tonight.
Let's look at total punches landed between these two fighters. Madrimov 67 landed, Crawford 73. He's thrown many more, Madrimov more accurate.
I like the way Madrimov is always punching back. Anytime Crawford lands, Madrimov's coming right back. One a little sharper, but still, Madrimov is letting him know that he can't get away with more than one shot before coming back.
And I think Madrimov has deceptive speed, which is something that Crawford wasn't ready for. He's a little more relaxed on his defense than he needs to be. And that's why he's gotten caught so much.
Separate.
Rare, wild shots from Madrimov there.
What he needs.
Ooh, good shot.
He overextended himself, and Crawford made him pay with 30 seconds to go here in the 11th.
It was a left uppercut, clean left uppercut. Bud stepped back, caught him coming in. Credit to Madrimov, man. That was a nice shot. Well-timed uppercut by Bud Crawford.
Good 1, 2, 3 from Crawford. He's having a great 11th round.
This is the first round I've seen Crawford take over and finally overwhelm Madrimov.
Stop. Nobody hit him.
Can he finally be breaking him down?
There's actor Sterling K. Brown. He looks enthralled.
He's a beast actor right there.
Get out on the great films.
Hey, you bro, keep your hands up. Last round, Jawari. 3 and 4. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Step around and keep your hands high. How? What? Don't worry about it. Last round. Let's do it. Good work.
He's gonna try to knock you out right now. Let's go. That's wrong.
This is boxing. You never know how close this fight is as we enter the 12th round. Madrimov fans probably think he's right in it. Crawford fans think he's done enough to get the job done.
Joel Diaz in the corner. Madrimov said he's going to try to knock you out right now. If that's the case, they think they're ahead.
And boy, Crawford is letting his hands go.
I'll tell you, Crawford is fighting like a guy that perhaps thinks he could be behind.
No. If anything, he may be aware of this, obviously aware of the streak. But I think more than anything, he knows that he needs to impress tonight if he wants the kind of future that is planned for him.
I think he's got to be ready. I got to be focused more on winning tonight, Sean. I've got him up right now, 105, 104, heading into this last round. But Madrimov is fighting an excellent fight.
Oh, he put everything into that left, including his left foot coming off the ground.
Good right hook by Madrimov on the inside right now. Bud took it well.
Stop! Nobody punch. Step back behind me. Box.
Good uppercut, 2 in a row. Madrimov's got to get busy. He can't lose this round.
And bottom line, this is what people want to see. People want to see offense, offense, offense. You know, so Bud's finally giving everybody what they want. It's not because he's losing or thinks he's losing. He knows he's got to give this, and he's giving it.
He wants to be a crowd pleaser, and he wants to send a message to Canelo Alvarez that, hey, I'm still going to come for your super middleweight titles.
You know, we've talked about Canelo a lot on this broadcast, but I wonder in the aftermath of a fight like this against the very
good right hand from Madrimov.
Madrimov is landing some big right hands, man. Bud better be careful. Look at him, there's another one, 3 in a row.
Now Madrimov trying to be the boss with 50 seconds left.
I said how mean Bud Crawford is. Guess who else is mean? Madrimov. Oh my God, this guy's not intimidated by the pound-for-pound stud in Bud Crawford.
He made this a great fight. No matter how this fight ends, this is a great fight. 10-0 versus 40-0, and it doesn't look like it in the ring. I tell you why Joel Diaz told Madrimov he was going to try to knock him out, because he knows Bud Crawford. He knows what Bud Crawford wants to do.
Ten seconds left. Well, now there's 10 seconds left.
Stop. Step away.
And that will do it. For the first time in 8 years, Crawford has taken the distance. But did he do enough to win another world title in a 4th weight division?
This is going to be a tricky job for the judges here. The scorecard's going to be all over the place. I'm telling you, this was a close and difficult fight to score. Both fighters are carrying themselves like champions.
It's going to be wide, and you guys are going to be mad.
Sean, I'm going to go online and say it's not wide. This is a close fight.
Sean thinks it was relatively easy to score. Chris Mannix thought it was very close.
I hate to admit it, but I agree with Mannix on this one, man. This was a tough fight to score, but Madrimov was definitely in the fight, man. It was a back and forth, and this is the type of fight I expected. You know, I knew Crawford wasn't going to stop this guy. I knew it was going to be a difficult fight, but I couldn't go on a limb and say that Madrimov was a favorite. Not against that man right there, but I'm telling you, this is a difficult fight to score. I'm curious to see what the judges have it. And I'm also curious to see what Bud Crawford says after this fight, because I know he got the respect.
You had the previous shots for the whole fight.
Here are the judges for tonight's fight. Benoit Rosell, Fernando Villarreal, and the highly esteemed Steve Weisfeld. 2 Americans and a Canadian. Well, Sergio, the fight after the fight is that people want to see Crawford and Canelo. But after watching this tonight, do you think Crawford's more likely to beat Canelo before this, or no?
I don't think he should be moving up to super middleweight. There's a limit to greatness, man. There's a limit. You can't always be biting off more than you can chew. Look at these shots right there by Bud Crawford. Excellent combination right there. Everything going forward. It's very hard to be on the move, going forward and throwing those combinations. Doubling up on uppercuts like that. It was a power but patient performance by Bud Crawford, but Madrimov definitely had his moments. And I definitely see this as a closer fight than I think Sean Porter's side.
Well, that's why we have 3 judges and not just 1. Bud confident he did enough. Let's find out. Michael Buffer with the scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Fernando Villarreal scores at 116 to 112. Benoit Rossel scores at 115, 113. And Steve Weisfeld has it 115, 113. All three scores go to the winner by unanimous decision. From Omaha, Nebraska, USA, he is the new WBA Super Welterweight Champion of the World, Terrence Bud Crawford.
History is made as Crawford, with the unanimous decision, becomes a champion in a fourth weight division. But Sergio, it wasn't easy. In fact, if one round went the opposite way, we'd have had a draw.
Yeah, my eyes didn't deceive me. Madrimov was in this fight, but had to respect what was coming back. It wasn't a one-sided fight. Like they're calling Sean Porter side, but I'm telling you, man, that man right there is dangerous. He's going to keep being dangerous. It's Israel Madrimov, because he fought the best fighter on the planet and almost made it a draw. It's a very tough fight to judge, to be a part of, and I can tell you right now, I'm curious to hear what Bud Crawford's going to say in this interview, because he had to respect the sly combinations and the strategy that Madrimov had for him. Every time Crawford tried to get something going, Madrimov would do something and let that rhythm go out the window.
Here's Chris Mannix with the new champ.
Bud, congratulations. 4-division world champion after this win. Always Madrimov, but you had to work for it in the ring tonight. How do you think the fight played out?
First and foremost, I like to thank God for blessing me and my opponent to lead the ring safely and blessing me with this victory. I like to pay homage to my loved ones that passed away. R.I.P. to my cousin Liz Burns, R.I.P. to my cousin B, and R.I.P. to my auntie Ann. Israel was a tough competitor. I knew he was gonna be tough, like I said. I knew all about him when I went to Uzbekistan, and they was telling me so much about him. He's real strong, he's durable. He took a lot of good shots, and he got me to round 12.
Your fights are often a chess match early, and eventually you open up. This felt like a chess match almost all the way throughout this fight. What made him so difficult to figure out?
Well, like everybody knew coming into the fight, he had fast feet, he had good rhythm upstairs, and he was strong, you know, and he was waiting to counter me just like I was trying to counter him. He was very disciplined. He wasn't coming in throwing in wild shots like I intended him to do, and he fought a good fight.
How long did it take you to figure it out? And once you did, what were you able to do in the ring?
I figured it out from the get-go, but I was just being patient. I didn't want to rush in with anything, because that's how I got caught a couple of times, rushing in, trying to eat too soon. But I did my thing.
Your first fight at 154 pounds, could you feel the difference in the ring?
Yeah, you can feel the difference, because like I said, Israel a real strong opponent, you know. He only got 11 fights, but he's very strong. And we knew that coming in the game. And for us to come and fight a guy of his caliber, the first fight, says a lot about me and my team.
You didn't want to talk at all about Canelo Alvarez coming into this fight because you were focused on Israel Madrimov. Now that that fight is over, this fight is over, is Canelo Alvarez the fight you want next?
Well, you know what I say. If the money's right, we got to fight. But at the same time, you know, he got to fight, you know, that he's focused on. I'm going to go back to my family. I'm going to relax. I'm going to enjoy this win and enjoy all the accomplishments that I've made in the sport of boxing.
Does the challenge of Madrimov at this weight, moving up in weight, make you reluctant at all to move up to 168 for a fight of that level?
Not at all, because I'm pretty sure he can fight at 160. This guy is big. You know, in the amateurs, he fought at a higher weight than he is now, and he was very competitive. So I understand, you know, he's strong. I ain't gonna lie, he's strong.
You know, you've talked about Canelo in the past and why you want it, but why is that fight so important to you?
It's not so important to me. You know, it's just another milestone to greatness, I suppose, you know, and financially wise.
Congratulations, bud.
Thank you.
Israel, we'll turn to you. Alec, to translate. Do you think you did enough to win the fight?
Считаешь, ты сделал достаточно для победы в этом поединке?
Да, конечно, я дрался лучшим паунд-то-паунд. Он всех почти в боях нокаутом выиграл. Я достойно выиграл. И я думаю, выиграю и хочу реванш, чтобы доказать еще раз, что я лучше на этом весе. И мистер Турки Аль-Шейх сделает еще дальше. Let's go.
You know what? I fought the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world, and I believe that I did enough because I'm a champion. I was defending the belt, and I was, you know, controlling the rhythm, and I felt very comfortable inside the ring. And I believe that I did really well, and at least I deserve the rematch. And His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh can make it. Let's go.
What made Terence Crawford so difficult for you to figure out in the ring?
Было так тяжело. Было ли сложно его разобраться, как он боксирует, ритм его поймать и так далее?
Ну, я контролирую ринги. Болельщики видели, все зрители видели, фанаты. Я думаю, я достаточно сделал и сделаю дальше, иншаллах.
I felt that I was pretty much controlling, you know, everything. I made a couple maybe mistakes, but I felt that I did enough, you know, in each round, like controlling how the fight was going. And I was holding myself back a lot too. So in the rematch, I can make a lot more. You know, I know already what to do, you know, and I can push harder.
Did you think the fight was close? The punch statistics were very close at the end, but did you think this was a close fight?
Близкий. Ты чувствовал, что бой близкий?
Да, конечно. Я контролирую весь почти раунд, поэтому я думаю, достаточно. Это просто он, да, лучший боксер в мире. Я 10 боев провел, ну да, достаточно боксировал, я думаю.
Again, I felt that each round was competitive, but I felt that I was kind of like holding my own, you know, my own game plan and everything. And I showed that he's the best pound-for-pound fighter, which is I agree with. But me with my 10 fights showed my level, you know, where I'm at and what I'm capable of. So you guys decide.
No question about that. Appreciate it, Israel. Terrific fight.
Thank you so much. Thank you, LA. Thank you for everything who support me. Inshallah, I'll be back. And then O'zbekistondagi muxlislarimizga, vatandoshlarga alohida minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Prezidentimizga rahmat. Otabek Muhammadayevichga rahmat alohida. Bizni har doim qo'llab-quvvatlab turibdi. Amerikadan kelgan muxlislarimizga Azam aka rahmat kattakon. Turki Al-Sheikh, спасибо вам тоже огромное. И всем, кто приехал сюда поддерживать, спасибо от души. Я сделаю для вас, иншаллах. Всем спасибо.
Alec, you want to paraphrase that?
Thank you so much for everything, and thank you, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh and Riyadh Season for this opportunity, and for everyone who came here to support Los Angeles. Thank you so much. I promise I'll be back better and stronger.
All right, Eddie, we'll turn to you. You were very animated when you heard those scorecards read out. What did you think of the decision?
Because it's a waste of time. It's not a 116, 112 fight. He was in the fight. He's coming into the fight as the champion. But because he's fighting Terence Crawford, he doesn't get a shake. All of the effective punches were coming from Israel Madrimov. Crawford had a good flurry in, I think, the last 10th round. It was a super close fight. I believe when you come into that ring as champion, you've got to take the belt off that champion. Terence Crawford didn't do that. And I love him, he's brilliant. But for me, he deserves to be champion tonight. It was a fight that could have gone either way. And then you hear the scorecards, and it's like a why'd you bother kind of thing. You lose by 4 rounds on 2 scorecards. It wasn't that kind of fight. I was sitting in the corner. They were so quiet the whole fight. They knew. The 12th round, we need this. They knew this fight was on a knife edge. And you get absolutely zero respect from the judges because it's Terence Crawford. He's an amazing fighter. It was a very close fight. But as champion, he deserved more respect on those scorecards. That was a fight that could have gone either way. And it feels like a waste of time when you lose 116, 112. It's like they're already filled out before. Everyone knows His Excellency. They were coming up to me, oh, you've ruined our plans. And it was that kind of fight. And then you hear the scorecards and it's a waste of time.
Appreciate it, Eddie. I know Israel will be back. Guys?
That seemed a little aggressive by Eddie Hearn. 2 of the scorecards, I believe, were 115, 113. It's a round apart. I mean, it was that close of a fight. I mean, it could have gone either way.
No, I think the judges got it right. I
think they got it right. I think Bud Crawford was a winner. It was a very close fight. It was a competitive fight. Both these fighters proved what they could do. And you heard Bud Crawford give all the respect to that man right there.
Well, I think the one thing that will be muted after this is the conversation of him going up to face Canelo 2 weight divisions heavier as we look at the footage of Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua. 100,000 fans are expected at Wembley Stadium as Riyadh season hits London Saturday, September 21st. But he escaped this fight by the hair on his chinny chin, winning by 1 round essentially on 2 scorecards to Terence Crawford. What would make you think he can go up, not just 1 weight division, 160, but another one and beat arguably the pound-for-pound king of Canelo?
I don't. I think that's just too much for Bud Crawford. There's limits to going up in weight, and I just think that's too much.
All right, we'll go through the highlights one final time here from Los Angeles, California. It was a very close fight. Started out at a slow pace, picked up a little bit, but Madrimov was just as hard for Crawford to figure out as Crawford was for Madrimov to figure out.
It really was. I mean, it was a back and forth chess match between 2 brilliant boxers. I mean, even when Crawford tried to take the fight away from Madrimov, Madrimov will come right back and intercepting shots just like that. See, anytime Crawford got something going, Madrimov will respond. That's what you need to do with a fighter like Crawford. You can't let him take initiative. You can't let him lead the dance. Madrimov never let him do that.
There's those uppercuts from Crawford. That may have been his best moment of the fight. But he came out in the 12th looking for that knockout. You got to salute Crawford for that. And he needed to win that 12th round, Chris, to win on the scorecards. So Crawford, in the end of the day, gets another world title, the WBA Junior Middleweight Championship of the World, a 4th division world champion. There aren't many fighters in the history of this sport that can say that, so congratulations to Bud. We look at our final CompuBox statistics. Total punches landed, Crawford 95 to 84, although Israel Madrimov was much more accurate. They were separated by 3 or few landed punches in 10 of the 12 rounds.
That tells the story right there.
So Madrimov will dream of what could have been. As for Crawford, his amazing career continues with an unblemished record now of 41-0. Here's Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the final act of the evening. For our sellout crowd here at the BMO Stadium, Los Angeles, you had a chance to win a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The winners will get a ticket to Saudi Arabia with 3 friends, as well as tickets to the Middle Beast Festival, tickets to the Fury versus Usyk rematch, a trip to the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia, and a 5-day stay in Riyadh with exciting excursions. Let's now reveal the winners. Hector Morales, Kayla Green, Michael Guru, and Travis Hergert. Congratulations, and get ready for the holiday like no other on your tour of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So more prizes on the way out, wrapping up a very memorable night here from BMO Stadium. I got a feeling we're going to be back at this venue very soon, and we'll be back here in a moment with our final thoughts.
Has become the heavyweight champion.
Joshua improved, but didn't quite improve enough. These are difficult moments for AJ.
Look, if you knew my story, you would understand the passion.
Nancy Joshua takes on Jermaine Franklin, perhaps one of the most important fights of his career.
Joshua on a revival mission, looking to rebuild his career.
The winner,
quest to become world heavyweight champion for a third time continues.
This is the AJ of old.
Anthony Joshua gets his 24th knockout, and boy, did he make it look easy.
And now, the toughest of the tests against Francis Ngannou.
It is lights out! Anthony Joshua!
That was one of the most destructive knockouts I've ever seen.
Can't predict the future, but I know where I want to go. I know what I want to do. I believe I'm going to be three-time heavyweight champion of the world,
Welcome again to Los Angeles, California, downtown Los Angeles. That is where the BMO Stadium is, where we have been this evening for this fantastic night of boxing. Home tonight, of course, to the first Riyadh season event in the United States. One of the best fight cards that boxing has seen. Stacked top to bottom it was, and crowned by the title fight between Terence Crawford and Israel Madrimov. What an evening that was. Very warm welcome along, everybody. It is fantastic to have you with us to this latest edition of Beyond the Bell as Chris Mannix gathers his breath from running.
I literally just ran up those steps. I tried to make it as casual as possible. Almost got there.
You're still panting. It wasn't all that casual.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you've got your sneakers on though, got the running shoes on.
Yeah, you know, got to move around, got to be comfortable, okay?
Yes, you do.
Can't
Amen.
all wear heels.
I believe you. Yeah, look at me. What was I going to talk to you about? Okay, let's start off by talking about your scorecards because they were wildly different, and I think that's interesting. Yours, how did you have it in the end?
I didn't write mine down, you know. So, but
okay, but roughly,
I think I had a 9-3, A4 max. I felt like Terence Crawford was controlling the fight. The numbers, they show that he threw more, landed more, and I felt like that's what I was seeing. I don't understand, and I don't think we at home understand. I don't know if you truly do understand what it means to take the belt away from the champion. What does that truly look like? Everybody isn't aggressive, so everybody's not going to just take the belt away from the champion in an aggressive way. You know what I mean? So I felt like Terence Crawford controlled the fight, controlled the tempo. Yes, Madrimov was right there with him. Madrimov was the reason why it was a slow-paced fight. You know what I mean? So we give a lot of credit to Madrimov, but I truly do believe that he lost the fight.
Do you truly understand, Chris?
I generally don't buy into the gotta take the belt away from the champion stuff. You either win a fight or you lose a fight, in my opinion. I don't really believe take the belt. That being said, I thought the cleaner power punches were landed by Madrimov. And look, I had Bud Crawford winning 115-113. That was my final scorecard. I thought he rallied in those final couple of rounds to put this one away. But the power shots and the power and skill set of Israel Madrimov is real. Sean, how long? How have we ever seen it take Bud Crawford this long to figure an opponent out? Because Israel Madrimov is as complicated as it gets. The foot feints, the head feints, the body feints, that straight right hand. I don't think I've seen Bud Crawford take that many straight right hands.
And I got to be honest with you, when Crawford goes back and watches this fight, he's going to wish he had fought orthodox a little more to get off a line of that right hand. I think that there were some things that they weren't quite ready for. Some things you just have to see in real time. Doesn't matter how much film you watch of somebody and how much you get people to emulate them. You still have to see that person in real time to make the adjustments. You're right. It took a very long time for Crawford to say, all right, this is what I'm going to do.
I think that the adjustments that Madrimov made were impressive too. I mean, look, if Crawford had started to fight orthodox, he would have been eating jabs to the body. Madrimov would have gone right back downstairs and done what he's done to virtually every one of his professional opponents. He didn't, and because Crawford stayed in that southpaw position. He sacrificed eating some of those straight right hands to avoid a steady diet of jabs to the belly.
But you get a steady diet of jabs to the body, but the jabs to the body isn't meant to hurt. You know what I mean? So over the course of rounds, that may take a little bit out you, but it's not like throwing the kidney shot, you know, the liver shot. It's not like going to the middle of the solar plex. And Crawford's fast enough to take some of the steam off of that as well.
But don't you think there's a reason he didn't fight orthodox?
I honestly think that the reason he didn't fight orthodox was because, to your point, he wanted to take that jab away and may have, if anything, gotten fixated on taking that jab away and lost track of it once that he started to eat right hands. What clicked was, oh, I'm tougher than you. And it was time to be smarter, not tougher. And I think right there is where Crawford came up a little short.
And look, Kate, I'd also, Eddie Hearn in the ring was upset with the scorecards. I didn't believe it was an 8-4 fight. I think Sean had 12-0 at one point, but he had 8-4. We'll give him 9-3, 8-4. But if you lost, you lost. One way or the other. I mean, I had a 15-13. I thought that was a pretty fair scorecard. I thought it was pretty fair to Madrimov throughout the course of this fight, but I did think that he lost the fight. So whether you lost 115-113 or lost 116-112, it doesn't really matter.
Was it a fight that was good enough? Because yes, it was a close fight, and we already said we haven't seen Terence Crawford but be pushed in a fight like that in a minute, right? Is it a fight that's worthy of a rematch? Because Madrimov wants that rematch.
There is a 0.0% chance of Terence Crawford fighting Israel Madrimov in a rematch. Look, he got what he wanted off of Israel Madrimov. He got the full WBA 154-pound title. He got the interim version of the title, which may become the full title if Sebastian Fundora goes in a different direction and fights an Errol Spence or a Tim Tszyu in his next fight. He can walk away at the end of this year with two versions of that belt. I think there's a better chance of me seeing God on the way home than Terence Crawford fighting Israel Madrimov in a rematch.
Stranger things have happened, Chris. Let's go down ringside. We're going to join up with Ade Oladipo, who is with Ak and Sergio Mora. What were you guys thinking?
I certainly am. Let's get the takeaways from it first. The most important thing, scorecards. Happy with the scorecards? 115, 113, twice 116, 112. I don't have a problem with that one. When you're talking about one round off, one judge could have had the other guy winning that round, and that changes that scorecard to 116, 112. So I don't agree with Eddie in regards to the judges disrespecting Madrimov. Yes, hell of a fighter. He fought a great fight tonight. He didn't win.
Close fight. I think it was a close fight. Sean Porter, I respect him. I just don't know what fight he was watching. It was a really competitive fight. But Crawford said it himself. He had to respect the power that was coming back from Madrimov. It was one of these fights where it depends what you like. I mean, Madrimov was really in the fight, throwing the right shots. It was hard for Crawford to get off. It was hard for Crawford to fight his fight because Madrimov kept punching it and intercepting between the power. Tough fight to score, but I think the judges got it right.
Yeah, but you talk about the shots that Madrimov landed. He landed one shot all night, the right hand. People are not counting the body shots that Crawford landed. A lot of crisp body shots and a lot of jabs over and over again. That's why Madrimov's left eye was red and swollen. So you're looking at the dramatic shots, but Crawford was landing the sneaky shots and a lot of body shots. I love how this conversation is going to keep on going about the scorecards, but in the end, the right fighter won, and that's the most important thing in boxing. Now, the big talking point prior to this fight was Canelo. Did we see enough from Terence Crawford in that ring to want or justify a shot at the 168-pound king? I would say yes, because boxing is about styles, right? Canelo's a guy that's not as busy as Madrimov. He has a jerky, awkward style that is hard to time. I think Canelo doesn't have that style. Whether he's ready or not, that would remain to be seen. We'll have to see him in the ring, but I'm not going to count him out because of that performance. No. Not whether he's ready. Does he warrant the Canelo fight? There's a difference. He's the best fighter in the world. He won a title at a different division, yes. Sergio, did we see enough?
No, I did not, because I just think it's too much for Bud Crawford to move up to 168. I mean, look, he struggled with Madrimov 154. Credit to Madrimov. He's a big 154. He's strong. He has that Olympic pedigree. He was the champion, but he lost tonight. I think if Bud Crawford moves up 2 weight divisions to fight Canelo, that's way too much. This is a man that's fought at 175. way too much for Bud Crawford. 4-division world champion. I can maybe see him going to 160, but that's the limit.
It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, Kate. Back to you guys upstairs. I'm with Ak on this one, and then the right man did win, but again, I don't think we saw enough to get the Canelo fight.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Sean, let's get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick with mine. We tried to tell you guys what to expect. We told you that Madrimov, even though he's only 10-0, was worthy to be in the ring with Terence Crawford. We saw more than enough resistance from him, and we also saw that Terence may be not big enough for that 168-pound fight against Canelo Alvarez. All that being said, though, let's also not forget that fighters can fight themselves into a fight. I think Crawford has showed himself to be extremely dangerous to someone like Canelo Alvarez over the years. For the first time, we've seen that Crawford isn't as dangerous as we may think. He may have fought himself into that fight with Canelo.
Yeah, and like, let's not put Madrimov in a 168-pound body. Canelo Alvarez is a very different fighter than Madrimov. If Canelo fights Crawford, Crawford's not going to face the same kind of herky-jerky motion, the same kind of things that gave him trouble. He'll have a whole wealth of new problems, specifically the power and the speed of Canelo Alvarez, but we don't know that what we saw from Crawford against Madrimov will cause him the same problems against Canelo Alvarez.
What about other potential opponents if the Canelo fight doesn't come off?
Oh, look, Terence Crawford says he wants to be undisputed at 154 pounds. That only leaves a few options out there on the table. Obviously, Canelo Alvarez, I think, would be tops on that list. Sebastian Fundora, right now he has two full versions of the 154-pound title. Bakram Mutsalayev, this is a guy that has been fighting on the Jermell Charlo undercards for, I think, 37 years, and he's finally been elevated to the full champion at 154. He is a belt for hire, so that is a very easy fight for Bud Crawford to make. So if the Canelo fight doesn't come together, I would expect Fundora to be the first guy on Bud Crawford's hit list.
Obviously, I understand the appeal of undisputed, but neither of them are fights that have any kind of comparison to the level of what a Canelo fight does in terms of promotion, interest, ticket sales, all of that.
You heard what Crawford said to me in the ring. Like, it's not necessarily about legacy, it's about the giant bag that he can get by fighting Canelo Alvarez. So if that money's right, Terence Crawford and Canelo will face each other.
Sure, go on.
His Excellency did mention a fight with Virgil Ortiz as well. So Virgil is a week away from having a prime performance to put him in the ring with Terence Crawford.
What's your impression? Is Canelo interested?
I think for the right price, Canelo will be interested. He is also a business man.
Agree?
I got nothing for you. I agree 100% for the first time
tonight.
So, Virgil Ortiz, let's talk about him for just 1 second. Or in fact, actually, no, let me just remind you, because we do have another big fight night coming up. As we were saying, that's next Saturday. It is live from Las Vegas when Virgil Ortiz Jr. puts his perfect record on the line. That one coming up against Sergey Bohachuk. Don't forget, 10th of August, that is a week from today, live on DAZN. And with that, it's been a pleasure being with the two of you. Thank you.
I had more takes.
Enjoy. Well, it's so good to have you with us for Riyadh Season's debut outing in the United States on a brilliant night of fights. Terence Crawford has added to his already rich legacy in this sport, becoming a 4-division champion after starting his career at 135, undisputed at 140 and 147. He is now world champion at 154 and calling for a fight at 168 against Canelo. Generational great, but still hungry for more. Thank you for joining us on DAZN. Have a great night, everybody.